Iris swiftly began casting her buff skills on the party, enveloping each member in a protective aura that bolstered their strength, agility, and resilience. Though they felt the surge in power, it wasn't enough to fully calm their nerves. "Any strategy, Cedric?" Ethan asked urgently, his gaze locked on the colossal figure before them. The ground quaked as the rock titan began to move, its every step sending tremors through the cavern walls. Cedric glanced at the looming behemoth, his usually composed demeanor betraying a flicker of panic. "Strategy?" he echoed, his voice strained. "No strategy is going to work against this thing. We have to throw everything we've got at it, or we're done for." His eyes frantically scanned the chamber for any advantage. But the sheer size and intensity of the rock titan made approaching it nearly impossible. The heat radiating from its molten core was far more intense than anything they had encountered with the lava giants, making their previous battles seem almost trivial in comparison. The rock titan towered above them, easily 4 times the size of the lava giants they had fought before. Its body was a fortress of hardened rock and the magma, each movement grinding stone against stone with a thunderous roar that echoed through the cavern. The air around it shimmered with unbearable heat, distorting the space as if the creature itself were warping reality. Cedric's words sent a wave of unease through the group. Fear gripped them as the gravity of their situation sank in. "What do we do now?" someone murmured, their voice quivering with panic. Ethan could feel the tension rising, threatening to break the team's resolve. He knew hesitation could be fatal. With a heavy sigh, he stepped forward, determination hardening in his eyes. If they were going to survive this encounter, someone needed to take charge, and it was clear the others were too paralyzed by fear to do so. "I'll take the lead," Ethan declared, his voice cutting through the rising panic. He knew that defeating the rock titan would require more than just the skills he had openly shown. It would demand the revelation of some of his hidden abilities, ones he had kept secret to avoid alarming the others. But there was no other choice. If they were to emerge victorious, he would need to reveal a part of himself that he had kept in the shadows. Ethan closed his eyes for a brief moment, mentally steeling himself for the battle ahead. "Stay back and support me from a distance," Ethan instructed, opening his eyes as fiery determination blazed within them. "I'll draw its attention and weaken it. When the time is right, you all will strike together." Marcus and the others found Ethan's courage commendable. "All right, Ethan. Just be careful," Cedric sighed. They knew they had no choice but to rely on him, recognizing he was their most capable member. "Ethan, please retreat if it becomes too much for you," Lenora called out from behind, her snake-like eyes filled with concern. She watched Ethan's unyielding back, committing this moment to memory forever. Ethan felt a surge of energy as he prepared to unleash the lava juggernaut's skill. The heat around him intensified, but it was nothing compared to the force he was about to release. He knew that once he activated the transformation, there would be no turning back. This was the moment that would determine their survival. But before activating Lava Juggernaut, he decided to first use Berserker's might to amplify his power further. Instantly, the transformation began. "Berserker's might," Ethan murmured, as his eyes turned red, feeling a surge of raw power flood his body. His muscles bulged, his senses sharpened, and a primal energy filled him with the urge to charge headlong into battle. The world seemed to slow around him as his mind focused solely on the titan before him. Without hesitation, he layered the second skill on top of the first. Lava Juggernaut, D. He overlapped, and immediately, his body began to glow with intense heat. His skin hardened into a layer of molten rock, glowing with fiery veins that pulsed with power. His entire form seemed to expand, becoming a juggernaut of lava and stone, ready to meet the rock titan head-on. His size surged to an imposing 7 meters, and a sense of near invincibility coursed through him. With his fiery vision locked onto the rock titan, Ethan prepared to strike. "Oh Lord! What kind of skill is Ethan using?" Iris gasped, witnessing the incredible transformation unfold before her eyes. Marcus was equally stunned, though a spark of excitement lit up his expression. "Amazing! A transformation skill. But why does it resemble those lava giants?" Cedric and the others watched in awe, a collective realization dawning on them. Ethan was far more unfathomable than they had ever imagined, cloaked in layers of mystery they hadn't begun to unravel. Lenora's eyes were glued to the scene, her ember's eyes revealing the full extent of Ethan's abilities. She could see the fine details others couldn't, understanding that Ethan had seamlessly used two powerful skills in rapid succession. This revelation meant that Ethan didn't just have four active skills as they had previously believed. He had far more hidden beneath the surface. The Rock Titan, sensing the shift in power, turned its massive head toward Ethan, its molten eyes narrowing in recognition of the threat. With a roar that shook the cavern, it began to move, each step like rumble that sent shockwaves through the ground. Ethan, now fully transformed into the lava juggernaut, felt no fear. He was ready. The Rock Titan sent a lava wave toward him, while moving its massive body forward. Ethan's magma-armored body stood unhindered and charged forward with juggernaut charge. His body became a blazing projectile as he rammed into the Titan's side with full force. Boom! The impact sent a shockwave through the cavern, and for the first time, the Titan staggered, molten rock flying off its body from the sheer force. But the Titan was far from defeated. It recovered quickly, its eyes glowing with rage as it unleashed a concentrated fire attack from its core. A torrent of blazing fire hurtled toward Ethan from close range. Earth wall. Ethan used earth manipulation to block the fire attack. The two collided, destroying the earth in mere seconds, but it weakened the attack completely, which was then deflected by Ethan's body armor alone. Then the creature raised its legs and used earthquake stomp with its sheer weight alone. The ground rumbled as it sent a shockwave causing Ethan to be off balance. The Rock Titan moved its massive fists for crushing Ethan into dust. Ethan, ever alert, made some distance between them and then activated Inferno Leap, while overlapping it with Juggernaut Charge. Like a small meteor, Ethan's body collided with its body with incredible force, sending it backward against the wall. It struggled to move while its defensive abilities were all broken upon impact. Ethan still didn't stop attacking, knowing full well that his health was remaining by a large amount. It could recover and charge at him again. So, he continued his relentless assaults as he got on top of the Rock Titan. With a roar of his own, Ethan activated Explosive Rampage, triggering a series of lava explosions beneath his feet as he charged again. The ground beneath him erupted in flames and molten rock, creating a path of destruction that further weakened the Titan's defenses. Ethan's movements were swift and precise, each blow calculated to inflict maximum damage. The Titan, despite its size and strength, was being overwhelmed by the sheer ferocity of Ethan's assault. But the battle was far from over. The Rock Titan, fueled by its ancient rage, mustered its remaining strength and triggered Rage of the Titan ability, instantly sending Ethan's large body into the air with a shockwave. Then it sent lava bursts from its molten core, targeting Ethan in midair. Realizing the danger, Ethan quickly used Molten Juggernaut armor, a dense layer of magma and heat aura enveloping his body. The armor deflected the molten pillars, but the force of the attack still pushed him back, his movements slowing under the relentless assault. The Titan, sensing a moment of weakness, raised its massive arm for a final, crushing blow. Ethan, however, was not finished. He still had one more card to play. As the Titan's arm descended, Ethan channeled all the remaining energy within him into a single, devastating attack. He activated Volcanic Impact, releasing the stored energy in a massive, ground-shaking stomp. The resulting shockwave sent a tidal wave of molten lava surging forward, crashing into the Titan with the force of an erupting volcano. Gulu, growl. A guttural growl rumbled through the floor as the Titan's agonized cries echoed in the cavern. Its massive 20-meter-long body was now riddled with cracks, a shattered mess of stone and rubble. Finish it off, guys, Ethan said weakly, deactivating his skills and succumbing to a period of weakness. He wanted to give them a chance to earn some experience points as well. The Rock Titan was no longer a threat. His shocked party members quickly regained their composure, exchanging glances filled with admiration and respect for Ethan. They nodded in agreement and moved to finish off the Rock Titan, feeling a deep sense of gratitude. Although they knew they hadn't truly earned this victory, they took the opportunity in order to stand beside him as equals in the future. If only possible, that is. However, before joining the others, Lenora rushed to Ethan's side to check on him. "Ethan, are you all right?" she asked, her pretty face etched with worry. Ethan smiled reassuringly. "Yeah, I'm fine. No need to worry. Go and join them." Broken bar. Lenora hesitated, her concern evident. Ethan's expression grew stern. "No buts." "Go." Reluctantly, Lenora nodded and went to join the others, though she kept glancing back at him with concern as she walked away. Ethan watched her actions and shook his head. This little girl. After a while, as the dust settled and the echoes of the Rock Titan's final cries faded into silence, the cavern returned to an eerie stillness. The only sound was the labored breathing of Ethan and his companions, each of them trying to comprehend the magnitude of what they had just accomplished. Ding. "Congratulations. You have leveled up." "Congratulations. You have leveled up. You have received 10 attribute points to distribute freely." "Nice," Ethan exclaimed as he reached level 17. The level up notification was really soothing to his eyes, because these attribute points makes his body stronger little by little. They strengthened the vessel where all those mana were kept, and skill engraved on the soul. Otherwise, if they used such powerful skills without strengthening the vessel, they would have been crushed long ago because of their own skill's drawback. Ethan's party members stood in awe as they processed the aftermath of the battle. The notifications of their level ups chimed in their minds, signaling not just an increase in strength but also a validation of their efforts. Each member felt the rush of power that came with their hard-earned experience, but they knew deep down that it was Ethan's overwhelming might that had secured their victory. Ethan quickly allocated his 10 attribute points, feeling the familiar sensation of his body becoming stronger, more resilient. The level up notification was more than just a reward, it was a reminder of how far he had come and how much further he could push himself. The extra strength would fortify his body, allowing him to wield even more power without fear of the physical toll. Level 17. Strength 37. Agility 36. Defense 34. As he finished, he glanced at his companions, who were still marveling at their own advancements. He checked and found out that they had powered up by 4-5 levels since they started grinding in this dungeon. It was really a significant progress to them, when they were stuck at a bottleneck. Lenora, who had been reluctant to leave his side earlier, was now engaged in animated conversation with Iris and Marcus, discussing the significance of their achievement of conquering the dungeon. Ethan couldn't help but smile as he found joy seeing them so excited. Only then he felt truly alive. "Ethan," Lenora called out, her voice breaking through his thoughts. She approached him with a smile. "We've all leveled up, but I think it's time we started thinking about what comes next. We've got some spoils from the Titan's drop, but we need to figure out how to distribute them." Cedric and others also approached holding the spoils in their hand. Ethan looked at the glowing treasure with intrigue. Skill books. 1. Lava Shield. D2. Earthquake Stomp. D3. Lava Wave. D4. Rage of the Titan. D. Items. 1. Rock Titan's Armor. D. Physical. 2. Titan's Ring. D. Among the spoils, there were also 3 mana orbs of varying grades. After some discussion, they distributed the spoils and skills. Since they had all reached level 20 and gained a new empty skill slot, the new gained D-rank skills would be especially useful for them. They were eager to fill their slots with these newly acquired skill books. Marcus chose the Earthquake Stomp skill, while Lenora took the Lava Shield. Iris, not finding a suitable skill, claimed the Titan's Ring to further boost her magical abilities. Cedric opted for the Rock Titan's Armor, fitting his close combat style. Ethan acquired the best skill, Rage of the Titan. Lastly, Yona, finding no other choice, temporarily took the Lava Wave skill. These skills weren't permanent like Bloodline skills, as they could be replaced at any time. Ethan quickly equipped the skill, and looked at skill's description feeling more confident than ever. Passive Rage of the Titan. D. When the user's health falls below 30%, it activates automatically, increasing user's overall power by 200%. It was Lifesaver skill, which can be proven very useful at critical times of life and death. It was similar to Berserker's Might skill, but not completely. Ethan also got a mana orb as a share. It was D-grade and he quickly absorbed it, increasing his mana reserve by 120 points. His party members also did the same and glanced at him as if they were watching something incomprehensible. Despite not reaching level 20 like them, he casually equipped another D-rank skill so casually. They labeled him as monster in their mind. Ethan shrugged, understanding it was inevitable. After a while, Ethan and his party were expelled from the dungeon in a flash, instantly reappearing outside. The warm sunlight contrasted sharply with the dark, cavernous depths they'd just left behind. They expected to be greeted by the familiar sights of the forest and the distant chirping of birds, but what met their eyes was far more horrifying, making their blood freeze. Scattered across the rocky terrain were countless bodies, some half-devoured, others dismembered beyond recognition. The ground was slick with blood, and the air was thick with the stench of death and decay. The once serene forest had been transformed into a grotesque tableau of carnage. A silence fell over the group, their triumphant smiles fading into expressions of shock and horror. Iris let out a small gasp, her hand instinctively flying to her mouth to stifle a scream. Cedric's eyes widened in disbelief, while Marcus gripped the hilt of his sword so tightly that his knuckles turned white. Leonora stood frozen, her previous excitement drained from her face, replaced with a look of dread. Their reaction was understandable considering they have never seen such a massacre of human before. Ethan, however, remained calmed. His eyes scanned the scene, quickly assessing the situation. His years of experience from his previous life had hardened him. Although the sight of human dead bodies were a little grotesque, he felt nothing else. He himself had killed one human before. What happened here? Is this another attack from the demons? Iris asked, her voice tinged with panic. No, this isn't the work of demons, Ethan replied, examining the bodies. Judging by their injuries, it looks like they were attacked by some kind of ferocious beasts. Ferocious beasts? Marcus questioned, doubtful. But the wilderness is far from the city. How did they enter in the city? And what about the city walls? As they pondered his questions, a sense of foreboding settled over them. Something was definitely wrong in the city. Ominous premonitions gripped their hearts as they began to worry about their families and friends. The earlier jovial mood was replaced by deep-seated fear. They hurriedly searched for any means of transportation to reach their district, but found none. Every vehicle was broken, their drivers lying dead nearby. Screech! Suddenly, a sharp cry pierced the air as a griffin swooped down from the sky. Their attention snapped upwards as they watched the griffin land swiftly before them. A middle-aged man, dressed in the official attire of the city government, dismounted and hurriedly approached, specifically kneeling before Lenora. My lady, thank the gods you're safe. My lord is extremely worried about you. I need to take you to his side immediately, the man said urgently, his tone serious. Wilbert. While the others were surprised, Lenora recognized the middle-aged man immediately. He was one of her father's trusted men. She asked anxiously, what's happened, Wilbert? Is my father all right? Wilbert stood up and replied, he's fine, but the city isn't. The city is under siege from a beast rampage, escalated by the demons. Let's go, my lady. We don't have time. Buta Broken Bar. My friends. A Broken Bar. Lenora hesitated, glancing at her companions. Don't worry about us, Lenora. We'll be fine, her friends reassured her, understanding the urgency of the situation. The revelation of her noble background was clear to them now, but this wasn't the time to dwell on it. Ethan also urged her to go, and after a moment of hesitation, Lenora climbed onto the griffin gracefully, holding tightly onto its feathers. Before departing, Wilbert glanced down at the group and said, little fellas, you should head to the relief camps if you don't find your families at home safe. With that final piece of advice, he ordered the griffin to take off, soaring swiftly into the sky. However, Wilbert's last piece of advice couldn't make the situation any worse. Their anxiety grew more while thinking about their loved one's safety. Observing their worried glances, Ethan felt a sudden inspiration spark within him. Despite the tension lingering in the air, he couldn't help but think of a way to lighten the mood and surprise his teammates. An idea formed in his mind, one that was both creative and entirely unexpected given their circumstances. With a smirk, Ethan activated his earth manipulation skill. his hands moving with practiced ease as he began to shape the earth beneath him. The ground rumbled softly as the raw material gathered, molding and twisting under his control. Slowly, a lustrous and polished structure began to take form, emerging from the rough stone and dirt. Before long, the shape became clear. A carriage, crafted entirely from strong and sturdy earth elements. The surface was smooth, glistening under the bright sunlight that filtered into the cavern. Its design was sleek and shiny, with polished curves and sharp lines that made it stand out amidst the rugged environment. The carriage, despite being made of earth, looked almost lifelike, as if it had just rolled off an assembly line. "Nice!" Ethan exclaimed, stepping back to admire his handiwork. The creation looked surprisingly realistic, a perfect blend of practicality and imagination. The others stared in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief and curiosity. The sudden appearance of such a carriage left them momentarily speechless. "Whoa, Ethan, it's really awesome. You even have that kind of skill." "Is that why you didn't want that class?" Marcus asked, his voice filled with both awe and confusion as he approached the carriage, running his hand along its smooth surface. Iris, Cedric, and Yona gathered around as well, their early attention replaced by a sense of wonder. "Yeah, it's nothing extraordinary. We can use mana to push it to leave this place as soon as possible." Their faces lit up with fascination as they tried to imagine such a thing. "You mean this carriage could move on its own?" Iris asked, her voice tinged with excitement. Ethan nodded, a smile playing on his lips. "Correct, but not completely. We need use mana to push it. But don't worry, I have plenty of mana reserves." Ethan and others hurriedly sat on the makeshift carriage and Ethan used earth manipulation to speed it up. Ethan sped up more, understanding everyone's urgency, while crossing numerous rocky terrains and long trees with precise control. They were impressed by the speed of the carriage, while marveling Ethan's side profile, full of focus. The road was a little bumpy, but they enjoyed the outside view, putting their mind at a little ease. After several minutes of travel, they began to approach the outskirts of the city. The sight that greeted them was far from what they had expected. The towering walls of the city, which had once stood as a symbol of protection and safety, were now cracked and crumbling. Large sections of the wall had been completely destroyed, leaving gaping holes through which the wild forest could be seen. Ethan's expression grew serious as they neared the city's perimeter. "It's worse than I thought," he muttered as he thought of Emily and innkeeper Greta's safety. The others fell silent as they took in the devastation. The city, once bustling with life, now seemed eerily quiet. The streets were deserted, and the only movement came from the occasional flutter of torn banners in the wind. The air was thick with the stench of smoke and ash, a grim reminder of the recent battle that had taken place. "So, guys, do you want to part here and look for your own family and friends by yourself? Or should we move together to search them one by one?" Ethan asked, breaking the silence. Cedric and others pondered and answered, "I think the first option would be great. In that way, we could search for them more efficiently." "Yeah, I also think so," Marcus added. Everyone agreed with the plan and got of the carriage while taking their backpacks. However, Iris didn't move, and neither do Ethan. Ethan looked at her perplexed, and Iris answered in return, "Ethan, please help me find my family. I am actually a little scared," she said while shivering. Ethan noticed the vulnerability in Iris's voice and saw the anxiety written on her face. He gave her a reassuring smile, his earlier seriousness softening. "Of course, Iris," he said gently. "We'll find your family together. You're not alone." Iris didn't have any individual fighting capabilities, which could be very dangerous amidst this crisis of uncertainties, so he decided to help her while feeling pity. The rest of the group, already gathering their belongings and preparing to head off in different directions, paused for a moment, catching the quiet exchange. Marcus, Cedric, and Yona exchanged brief, understanding glances before turning back to Ethan. "Yes, Ethan, please help Iris find her family," Cedric said, looking at Iris. "No problem. Stay safe, everyone," Ethan replied to the group as they began to disperse. "If anything critical happens, head to the relief camps. We will regroup there." His tone carried the weight of responsibility, but also a confidence that seemed to bolster the spirits of his teammates. "Same to you, Ethan," Marcus replied, his voice filled with resolve. "We'll find them and meet you at the camp." With that, they each set off into the city, moving with a mix of urgency and caution. Ethan turned his attention back to Iris, who was clutching her bag tightly, her eyes scanning the broken walls and desolate streets. "Let's get going," he said softly, leading the way as they moved deeper into the city. The makeshift carriage behind them dissolved into earth particles as it was made for temporary use. He had to use a lot of mana to maintain its form thus far. As they walked, the devastation around them became more apparent. Buildings that once stood tall were now reduced to rubble, and the silence of the streets was almost oppressive. Ethan kept a watchful eye on their surroundings, his senses heightened as they navigated through the debris. "Iris," Ethan began after a few moments of silence, his voice low but steady. "Do you have any idea where your family might be? A place they might go to for safety?" Iris blinked her big eyes as she pondered and hesitated, her eyes distant as she thought. "They might have gone to the old house on the outskirts near the verdant river," she said finally. "It's a bit secluded, and we always considered it a safe place." Ethan nodded. "We'll start from there, then." "Stay close to me." Iris nodded and stepped closer, feeling secured by his presence. She looked at him gratefully and continued on their journey. Ethan and Iris set off towards the outskirts of the city, heading in the direction of the verdant river. As they navigated the broken streets, Ethan kept his senses alert, guiding Iris through the desolate terrain. After a while, they encountered a ferocious beast called Shadowfang Wolf. The Shadowfang Wolf emerged from the shadows of a crumbling building, its eyes glowing with a predatory hunger. Standing slightly taller than Ethan and Iris, its dark, black fur bristled with menace, and its razor-sharp fangs gleamed as it snarled, revealing a mouth full of deadly teeth. The beast's powerful muscles rippled beneath its fur, and its movements were both graceful and intimidating, like a dark wraith prowling through the ruins. Ethan instinctively moved in front of Iris, his hand tightening around the hilt of his sword. Appraisal. Shadowfang Wolf. Power level, 17. Health, 1000. Abilities. Shadow Step, allows the wolf to move swiftly through shadows, becoming nearly invisible and reappearing at will. Razor Claws, enhanced claws that can slice through most materials with ease. Regeneration. The wolf can heal minor wounds rapidly, making it difficult to wear down in prolonged combat. Despite its impressive abilities, Ethan was unmoved, clearly confident in his abilities. As the wolf lunged at him, he casually swung his sword, severing the wolf's head cleanly with swift motion. While Iris sighed in relief, Ethan approached the dead body and used skill absorption, finding its abilities interesting. "Congratulations. You have acquired a new active skill, Shadow Step, E. Congratulations. You have acquired a new active skill, Razor Claws, E. Congratulations. You have acquired a new passive skill, Health Regeneration, E. Let's continue, Iris." After a little bit of walking and sprinting, the duo neared the verdant river bank, their breaths steady and their senses alert. The sound of the flowing water grew louder with each step, mingling with the rustle of leaves and the soft crunch of gravel beneath their feet. As they moved forward, following Iris's direction, a small wooden house gradually came into view. The structure was modest, nestled between the trees and partially hidden by the overgrown vegetation that had begun to reclaim the area. It looked worn by time, with patches of moss clinging to the wooden planks, but it was still standing, a beacon of hope amidst the devastation. Iris's eyes lit up with excitement as she spotted the old house, recognizing it instantly. Her heart quickened with a mix of anticipation and relief, seeing that it was completely intact despite the chaos that had befallen the surrounding area. The duo picked up their pace, their footsteps quickening as they approached the house. The closer they got, the more Iris's emotions swirled inside her. She had been so worried about what they might find or not find, but now, standing just a few steps from the door, she allowed herself a glimmer of hope. They arrived at the front door, which was shut tight from the inside. Iris hesitated for a moment, her hand hovering over the wood as a flood of memories and fears rushed through her. What if they weren't inside? What if something had happened to them? Her heart felt like it was stuck in her throat, pounding with anticipation and fear. But she forced herself to move, to act, to find out the truth that waited just beyond the door. Knock, knock. Iris rapped on the door, trying to calm her racing nerves. The sound echoed in the stillness of the moment, each knock a plea for an answer, for reassurance. For a moment, there was silence. Then, slowly, the door creaked open just a crack, enough to reveal the small head of a child peeking out cautiously. The little girl's eyes, wide with apprehension, scanned the surroundings before they landed on Iris. "Iris' sister!" the girl exclaimed, flinging the door wide open and rushing forward to embrace her. Iris knelt down, tears of relief welling up in her eyes as she wrapped her arms around the child. "Luna, you're safe," she whispered, her voice trembling with emotion. Ethan stood back, giving them a moment as Iris held her sister tightly. He could feel the tension in the air dissolve, replaced by the warmth of a long-awaited reunion. "Luna, where are the others?" "Are Mom and Dad inside?" Iris asked gently, pulling back just enough to look at her sister's face. Luna nodded quickly, wiping away her own tears with the back of her hand. "Yes, they're all here. We were so scared when everything started happening, but we stayed together like you said we should." "Mom and Dad didn't want to leave the house because it felt safe here." Iris let out a shaky breath, relief washing over her. "Thank the stars," she murmured, standing up and taking Luna's hand. "Let's go inside. I want to see them." Luna led the way, pulling Iris into the house. As they entered, Ethan followed behind, his eyes scanning the small but sturdy wooden structure. The interior was simple, with a few pieces of well-worn furniture and a fire crackling in the hearth, casting a warm glow over the room. Iris's parents were seated by the fire, their old wrinkly faces lined with worry and exhaustion. But as soon as they saw Iris, their expressions shifted to disbelief, then overwhelming relief. "Iris!" her mother cried out, rushing forward to embrace her daughter. Her father followed closely behind, wrapping them both in his arms. It was a scene of love and reunion that tugged at Ethan's heartstrings, reminding him of his lack of own family to return to. Then, Emily and innkeeper Jeter's face came to his mind, reminding him that he should find them soon. For a few moments, the room was filled with the sound of happy tears and whispered reassurances. Ethan stood quietly near the door, watching the scene unfold with a gentle smile. After a while, Iris pulled back slightly, looking around at her family. "I was so worried about you all," she said, her voice still thick with emotion. "But I knew you'd be safe here." Her father, a 45-years hunchbacked old man, nodded, his hand resting on her shoulder. Despite being at their 40s, their hair turned gray and face wrinkled due to poverty and tension for their daughter's safety all day long. "Daughter, we didn't know what to do at first, but staying here seemed like the best option. We've been waiting and hoping that you'd come back to us." Iris glanced back at Ethan, who gave her an encouraging nod. She turned back to her family and said, "Mom, Dad, this is Ethan. He's been helping me search for you. I wouldn't have made it here without him." Her parents looked over at Ethan, gratitude shining in their eyes. "Thank you, child," her mother said softly. "Thank you for bringing our daughter back to us." Ethan shook his head modestly. "I'm just glad I could help. Iris is strong, and she was determined to find you. I just tagged along." He said this to reassure them further. Luna, who had been clinging to Iris's side, looked up at Ethan with wide eyes. "Are you a hero, mister?" she asked innocently. Ethan chuckled, kneeling down to meet Luna's gaze. "I don't know about that," he said with a grin. "But I'm here to help, just like your sister." Luna smiled brightly, her earlier fear completely gone. "But, you're a hero to me," she declared, earning a soft laugh from everyone in the room. "Ha ha." As the warmth of the reunion settled over them, Ethan stood up and addressed Iris's parents. "Uncle and Aunt, I think you shouldn't stay here any longer. This place is also not safe anymore. We have encountered a ferocious beast on the way here. Moreover, the city walls have also collapsed. We need to take you to the main district to safety." Iris's father nodded solemnly. "You're right, son. We've heard the sounds of battles in the distance. We knew it's not safe here for long. But we wanted to wait a little more for Iris to arrive." "Anne, here." Son indicates an affectionate address. Ethan's eyes met Iris's, and she gave him a grateful smile. "Thank you, Ethan? For everything. Ethan nodded, feeling a sense of fulfillment. Let's take a moment to rest, then we'll make our move. The atmosphere inside the small house was one of relief and gratitude, the kind that only comes after surviving a harrowing ordeal. As Iris's family settled back into the warmth of their home, the tension that had been weighing on them for days began to lift. The fire's gentle crackling filled the room, providing a soothing backdrop to the reunion. Iris's mother began preparing a simple meal, her hands moving with practiced ease as she worked. The aroma of warm broth and freshly baked bread soon wafted through the air, adding to the feeling of comfort that now permeated the house. Ethan watched the scene unfold with a soft smile. He was glad to see Iris with her family again, safe and sound. But his thoughts couldn't help but drift back to his own closed ones. The faces of Emily and innkeeper Greta flashed in his mind, reminding him of the connections he had formed in this new world. Should he head there alone? But what about Iris's family? He sighed and decided to wait a little before departing with her family as soon as possible. As they sat down to eat, Iris's father, now more composed, turned to Ethan with a serious expression. Son, you've done more for us than we can ever repay. But I have to ask, what's happening out there? The sounds we've heard, the tremors a broken bar. It felt like the world was coming apart. Ethan took a deep breath, considering how much to reveal. He didn't want to alarm them more than necessary, but they deserved the truth. Uncle, the city has been under attack by a beast rampage, he began, choosing his words carefully. Ferocious beasts, the likes of which most people have never seen, have breached the walls. The situation is dire, but there are still places of safety. The main district is one of them, and that's where we need to go. Iris's mother looked worried, her hands pausing over the food she was serving. And, will we be safer? She asked, her voice trembling slightly. Ethan met her gaze with calm reassurance. Auntie, it's safer than staying here. The main district should be fortified, and many people are gathering there for protection. We need to move soon, while we still have a clear path. On the other hand, Iris hurriedly began to pack their belongings with the help of her little sister Luna. Iris's father nodded in agreement, his face full of urgency. All right, son, we'll go as soon as we're prepared. We can't afford to wait any longer. You might also have a family to take care of. Her father already heard about their exploit in the dungeon and his daughter's progress, and how Ethan directly came here to help them first, without caring about anything else. Her father was just an ordinary farmer, not having talent to awaken his system, unfortunately. Otherwise, they wouldn't have to rely on others to save them. But what could they do? Fate has made a cruel joke out of them. Even their firstborn son had died in an unfortunate accident at the tender age of 16, leaving them solely rely on their daughter for the living. As they stepped outside, the late afternoon sun filtered through the trees, casting long shadows across the ground. The air was thick with the scent of earth and foliage, mingled with the faint hint of smoky, a reminder that the peaceful moment they had just shared inside was only a brief reprieve from the chaos outside. Ethan, sensing the urgency of their situation, quickly conjured a carriage using his earth manipulation skill. With a few practiced gestures, he crafted a vehicle sturdy enough to comfortably seat 5 people. Iris's parents and Luna stared in awe at the sudden appearance of the carriage before them, their eyes wide with wonder. This will take us to safety, she said, helping them climb on top. Ethan had created it so we can move quickly and avoid any danger. The family of 4 quickly settled into the back seats, though Luna couldn't help but grumble as she squirmed on the hard, rocky texture. It's so uncomfortable, she complained, trying to find a softer spot while moving her small butt. Ethan, hearing her, glanced back with a light-hearted smile. Sorry about that, Luna. I can't exactly create soft mattresses out here, can I? But I promise it's better than walking on foot. Luna pouted for a moment but eventually settled in, understanding the necessity of their situation. Her parents exchanged a grateful look with Ethan, silently thanking him for his quick thinking and resourcefulness. Once everyone was secure, Ethan focused on the path ahead. With a deep breath, he channeled his earth elemental energy to push it once again. As the carriage sped, the landscape around them shifted, the shadows deepening as the sun dipped lower in the sky. Along the way, they encountered various fierce beasts, creatures that prowled the forest in search of prey. But each time, Ethan skillfully avoided them, accelerating the carriage with a surge of mana, the vehicle responding instantly to his will. The carriage sped through the rough terrain. The tires, formed from compressed earth, started rolling over rocks and roots with ease. Ethan's focus remained sharp, his senses attuned to the slightest hint of danger. He knew that he couldn't underestimate the fierce beasts, because among them there could be high-level beasts as well. If that happens, he would struggle to face it head-on while trying to protect them. The commotion could even attract more beasts to their location. So, it's best to avoid them whenever possible. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, they began to see signs of civilization at the emergency walls of the main district where they could find shelter from the dangers. Atop the walls, a few guard posts were strategically placed for security. Even the slightest hint of danger would prompt them to alert the entire city immediately. As an unfamiliar weird carriage approached the entrance, one of the guards cast a curious glance. Feeling a bit uneasy, he nudged his companion. "Hey, George, look at that." "What is it?" George turned to see what had caught his fellow guard's attention. They both watched as several commoners stepped out of the carriage, which promptly dissolved into the ground. Ethan and the others gathered their belongings and made their way toward the gate. "Halt!" George's voice rang out from the top of the wall, firm and commanding. Instantly, everyone froze in their tracks just before the imposing metal gate. Sensing their wariness, Ethan quickly spoke up. "Peace. We're just seeking shelter, nothing more." The two guards seemed relaxed and asked, "If you seek refuge, then show some credentials of your identity." They said to cast away their suspicions. They heard rumors that some higher-ranking demons could even disguise themselves as humans nowadays, which made them extra alert. Ethan and Iris quickly showed their hunter badges as credentials, and the guards examined them by using a device that could detect if it true or false. They found the badges real. Both of them are original E-rank hunters. "All right, you may enter. Your strength may be needed in the near future." They opened the gate, letting them enter inside. As soon as they crossed the gate, they saw various shelter camps in the distance. They continued forward, realizing that was their destination next. As they arrived at the campsite, they were greeted with a bustling scene. The camp sprawled out before them, a patchwork of tents and makeshift shelters that housed thousands of refugees. The atmosphere was crowded with a murmur of voices, a low hum of despair and hope mingled together as people sought refuge from the chaos that had upended their lives. The camp was enormous, with rows upon rows of tents neatly arranged in columns. Some were large enough to accommodate entire families, while others were small, barely providing enough space for a single person. The tents varied in color and material, some made of sturdy canvas while others appeared to be hastily constructed from tufts and blankets. Ethan led Iris, her parents, and Luna through the camp, their steps slow. As they took in the sight before them, they passed by clusters of people huddled together, some tending to the injured while others prepared simple meals over open fires. The scent of burning wood and cooking food filled the air, mingling with the faint tang of sweat and fear. Children ran about, their faces streaked with dirt, their laughter a rare sound in the midst of the somber atmosphere. Some played games with rugged toys, while others clung to their parents, their eyes wide with confusion and worry. The refugees were a diverse group: farmers, merchants, craftsmen, and even a few nobles who had fled the safety of their manors. All had been brought low by the same catastrophe, and now they shared this temporary home, united by their struggle to survive. A group of officials in uniforms moved through the camp, accompanied by knights clad in armor. They walked in pairs or small groups, their eyes watchful as they ensured order was maintained. Occasionally, they stopped to speak with a refugee or to offer assistance, their presence a small comfort in an otherwise uncertain times. Ethan noticed the weariness etched into the faces of the officials and knights. They had been working tirelessly to maintain order, to provide for the thousands of people who had suddenly found themselves homeless and vulnerable. It was a monumental task, and despite their best efforts, the strain was beginning to show. Iris's parents and Luna stayed close to Ethan and Iris, their expressions a mixture of awe and apprehension. They had never seen so many people gathered in one place, nor had they ever witnessed such a large-scale relief effort. The reality of their situation was sinking in, and it was clear that they were struggling to come to terms with it. As they walked, a knight approached them, his armor clinking softly with each step. He was a tall man with broad shoulders and a serious expression, his helmet tucked under one arm. His gaze swept over the group, lingering briefly on Ethan and Iris. "Welcome to the camp," he said, his voice calm and authoritative. "I'm Sir Gerald, one of the knights in charge of security here. If you're seeking shelter, I can direct you to an available tent." Ethan nodded in appreciation. "Thank you, Sir Gerald. We could use a place to rest. We have elderly and children with us." The knight gestured for them to follow him. "This way, please. I'll take you to a quieter area where you can settle in." As they followed Sir Gerald through the camp, Ethan couldn't help but notice how organized everything seemed, despite the sheer number of people. The knights and officials had clearly put a lot of effort into ensuring that everyone had what they needed, though it was evident that resources were stretched thin. "Sir Gerald, may I ask about the casualties?" Ethan asked cautiously. Sir Gerald answered without hesitation. "Till now we have lost nearly 10,000 human from the commoner district and 500 from the noble district. We were caught off guard by their sudden assault, otherwise we could have reduced the casualties a lot. Nevertheless, we managed to drive them away from the city. However, our territory have been shortened greatly. There are still tens of thousands of fierce beasts gathered outside the walls, their intention clear. They're going attack again after the nightfall. It's all because of those abominable demons. Many unfortunate souls have died in mere moments. May the creation god bless them." Ethan grew worried as he noted that the city's population was only about 200,000. And already 10,500 had died. "Are Aunt Greta and Emily all right?" he wondered, worryingly. Although their inn was situated nearby, he felt the need to go and find out for himself. They passed by an emergency infirmary where healers and the medics worked tirelessly to tend to the wounded and sick. The tent was large, with rows of cots occupied by people in various states of distress. Some groaned in pain, while others lay motionless, their eyes closed as they fought off fever or exhaustion. Iris glanced at the infirmary, her expression filled with concern. "There are so many people in need of treatment," she murmured. "It's heartbreaking to see them like this." "You can help them later on, Iris. Right now, you need to get your family settled in, and then we can focus on everything else," Ethan said, calming her nerves. He understood her mentality a little. Sir Gerald led them to a quieter section of the camp, with fewer tents and a bit more space. The area was near the edge of the camp, where the forest began to encroach on the makeshift settlement. It was still within the camp's perimeter, but the trees offered a sense of seclusion and calm. "This should suit your needs, young man," Sir Gerald said, pointing to an empty tent. "It's not much, but it's safe, and you'll have some privacy here." Ethan nodded in gratitude. "Thank you, Sir Gerald. This is perfect." The knight inclined his head. "If you need anything, don't hesitate to ask." The officials are making rounds to distribute food and supplies, so someone will be by shortly. With that, Sir Gerald turned and left. After settling them inside, Ethan turned to leave, but Iris called out from behind. Ethan looked at her curiously, wondering what he might have missed. "Ethan, I told you about my boyfriend, right? I didn't see him anywhere. Can you find him if possible?" Iris asked hesitantly. Ethan sighed. "All right. What's his name again?" "His name is Alan. He's a bit tanned and also a commoner like me. I'm worried about him." "You're going to the central area, right? If you recognize anyone by that name there, please tell him to come here." "I'll try my best to find him here." Although it was uncertain if her boyfriend was alive or not, she forced herself to remain positive. Ethan nodded in understanding. He cast a sympathetic glance at Iris, assuming she was holding on to a fragile hope. Ethan sprinted through the devastated streets, his heart pounding with fear and urgency as he headed toward innkeeper Greta's inn. He prayed inwardly, hoping against hope that they were safe. As he passed through the remnants of the Hunter's Resource Market, he could barely recognize the once bustling area. Buildings lay in ruins, reduced to charred stone and splintered wood. The aftermath of the beast rampage was catastrophic, a clear reminder of the destruction brought by the rampaging beasts. The atmosphere was filled with despair. The familiar faces of shop owners and vendors, once lively and welcoming, were now twisted with grief. They stood amid the wreckage, crying over their shattered livelihoods, their faces etched with the hopelessness of the dark days ahead. Their eyes held a vacant, hollow look, as if their very souls had been crushed beneath the weight of the catastrophe. When Ethan finally reached the site of the inn, his worst fears were realized. The small, cozy inn that had once been a sanctuary for weary travelers was now nothing more than a pile of splintered wood and scattered debris. Was he late already? The warm glow of the hearth, the comforting smell of freshly baked bread, the friendly chatter, all of it was gone. The inn had been utterly obliterated, reduced to a heap of rubble that seemed to mock the hope he had clung to. Frantically, Ethan scanned the surroundings, his eyes darting from one pile of debris to the next. His heart raced as he searched for any sign of Emily and her mother. Each second felt like an eternity, the fear gnawing at him with relentless intensity. He tried to push away the terrifying thought that they might have been buried beneath the ruins, but it loomed over him like a dark shadow. And then, finally, he saw them. At a distance, from the devastation, Emily and her mother were huddled together. But something was terribly wrong. Even from afar, Ethan could sense the danger they were in. His heart sank as he took in the scene. A group of menacing figures surrounding them, their intentions clear from the lecherous grins plastered on their faces. A few minutes earlier, a broken bar. "Please, let go of my mother." Emily's voice was hoarse from screaming, but she continued to struggle, trying desperately to free her mother from the clutches of a man with a stone-like grip on her arm. Emily, though young and fragile, fought with every ounce of strength she had. But against the large, muscular thugs, her efforts were futile. Her small hand slapped at the man's arm, but it was like striking a stone wall. Tears streamed down her face, her voice breaking with despair as she pleaded for her mother's release. Surrounding them were a group of hooligans, their faces twisted with sadistic glee as they watched the girl's futile struggle. They were scums, reveling in the fear and helplessness of the innocent people, even in these tough times. "Ha ha, let go of such a juicy meat. We're definitely going to enjoy her tonight," the leader of the group jeered, his voice dripping with lewdness. His eyes roamed over innkeeper Greta's unconscious body, lingering on her voluptuous figure. She lay motionless, blood pooling beneath her where her right arm had been severed at the shoulder, the wound still fresh and seeping. The man's underlings chuckled darkly, their eyes glinting with perverse anticipation, as they envisioned the night's horrific plans in bed. The stench of alcohol and sweat clung to them, mixing with the iron scent of blood in the air. "Yes, boss. Let's move quickly. If other city officials see us, we'll be in big trouble." "Even bribes might not save us then," one of the underlings warned cautiously, glancing around nervously. "HMPH, let them come." "I'm not afraid of them," the leader spat, arrogance seeping from every cell. "First, get this stupid child out of my sight. Kill her or whatever, just get it done." "Okay, boss." The thugs grinned wickedly, one of them stepping forward and grabbing Emily by her hair. He yanked her up roughly, lifting her small body off the ground as she screamed in agony. A broken bar. Emily's cry was a piercing wail of pain. The sensation of her hair being torn from her scalp was unbearable. "Let go." A broken bar. Her voice was strained, her throat raw from screaming. But her words were cut off as another thug wrapped his hand around her throat, squeezing tightly. Her breath hitched, her vision blurring as the pressure increased. She clawed at his hand, her small fingers struggling to pry it away, but her strength was fading fast. As the world around her began to dim, Emily's thoughts drifted to the one person she had always believed would protect her, Ethan. "Big brother, where are you?" Ethan's timing could not have been more critical. The moment he arrived at the scene, his heart turned to ice. He saw Emily dangling helplessly, her life hanging by a thread. As the thug's grip tightened around her throat, his blood boiled with rage as he witnessed the depths of cruelty these so-called humans could sink to. They were worse than demons, the parasites of humanity. Ethan's eyes flashed with a dangerous light as he activated Shadow Step, his form blurring as he appeared beside the thug in an instant. Startled by the sudden interference, The hooligans fumbled for their weapons, but Ethan was already moving with lethal precision. His only focus was on saving the little girl. The thug holding Emily barely had time to react before Ethan's hand transformed into deadly claws, a result of his razor claws skill. His fingers elongated into sharp, gleaming blades, resembling the talons of a ferocious wolf. Slash! With a swift, decisive motion, Ethan severed the thug's hand at the wrist. Blood spurted from the wound as the severed hand fell to the ground, freeing Emily from its deadly grip. As Emily began to fall, Ethan caught her gently with his left hand, cradling her against his chest. "A broken bar, my hand, my hand!" The thug screamed in horror, clutching the bloody stump where his hand used to be. Too noisy. Ethan's voice was cold, devoid of any emotion. With another few casual strikes of his claws, he sliced through the thug's body with ease, the blade-like claws tearing through flesh and bone as if they were paper. The thug's body crumpled to the ground in a lifeless heap, his guttural roars silenced forever. The remaining thugs recoiled in fear, their faces draining of color as they stared at Ethan in horror. To them, he wasn't human, he was a monster, a force of nature that had descended upon them with the fury of 1,000 storms. The leader, who had been so confident moments ago, felt a cold sweat break out on his forehead. His hands trembled as he instinctively released innkeeper Greta, taking a cautious step back. Emily slowly opened her eyes, blinking as she found herself in Ethan's protective embrace. "Big brother, you're finally here." Broken bar. "I knew you would keep your promise." "Please, save my mother," she whispered, her voice weak but filled with trust and hope. Ethan looked down at her, a gentle smile breaking through the cold mask he had worn. "Don't worry, Emily. Everything will be all right. I'm sorry I took so long." The thought of what could have happened if he had been even a second later sent a chill down his spine. He gently set Emily down beside her mother, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder. "Stay here for a moment, Emily. I'll take care of these scums first." Emily nodded, her gaze fixed on her mother's pale, unconscious face, worry etched in her young features. Ethan turned his attention back to the remaining hooligans, his expression hardening as he drew his sword from its scabbard. Each step he took toward them echoed like a death knell in the silent evening, filling the air with a sense of impending doom. The leader's heart pounded wildly in his chest, the sound of his own fear drowning out all else as Ethan closed the distance. The leader studied the young man before him, noting the intensity in his eyes and the deadly calm in his demeanor. Despite Ethan's youth, the leader felt an overwhelming sense of danger radiating from him, a threat that it was impossible to ignore. As the leader scrutinized Ethan's features, something clicked in his mind, a flash of recognition. His eyes widened in shock as he realized who he was facing. "Why you? Why are you here? Shouldn't you be in jail?" The leader's voice quivered with disbelief as he finally remembered the boy he had encountered before the Fire Toad's dungeon nearly a week ago. Ethan's gaze narrowed as he looked at the leader's face and then at his prosthetic right arm. The realization hit him like a bolt of lightning. This was the same man who had led the group of thugs, the one who had tried to steal his sword and his locket. The memory of that encounter sent a chill through Ethan, and his resolve hardened. This time, he would not show any mercy. The underlings exchanged uneasy glances, sensing the tension in their leader's voice and the palpable hostility radiating from Ethan. Unlike their leader, they had no personal history with this young man, but they could see the fear in their leader's eyes, and it made them nervous. They weren't the same underlings who had been with the leader during the previous encounter. Those men had abandoned him, unwilling to risk their lives for a man who seemed to attract danger like a magnet. But the leader, driven by pride and a thirst for revenge, had not learned his lesson. He had even bribed some officials to send Ethan to prison forever. However, he didn't know all of his efforts had turned into vain long ago. As Ethan continued his slow approach, the leader took an involuntary step back, his bravado grumbling under the weight of Ethan's silent fury. The realization that he was facing the same boy he had underestimated before, now stronger and more determined than ever, filled him with dread. He knew in that moment that there would be no escape. He turned to his subordinates and barked, "What are you waiting for? Go kill him, or we'll all be dead." But his men were no fools. They exchanged nervous glances before turning to flee for their lives. However, Ethan couldn't let them escape. He knew if they were spared, they would do this heinous acts once again. In an instant, he activated Shadow Step, repeatedly, swiftly decapitating them one by one. The leader of the group was paralyzed with fear. The thug leader's mind raced as he watched Ethan effortlessly cut down his men. How is he so strong? Just a week ago, he was nothing more than an F-rank hunter, and now, he slaughtered my men like they were nothing, and they were nearly D-rank. Despite being a D-rank himself, the leader found it impossible to track Ethan's eerie, swift movements. Don't come any closer. You demon. You must be using some kind of dark arts. I warn you, if you step any closer, I'll call the knights. But Ethan remained unfazed by the desperate threats. In a blink, he was beside the leader, his presence like a looming shadow. Goosebumps crawled over the thug leader's skin, his instincts screaming at him to act. Fueled by adrenaline and sheer terror, he gripped his sword and swung it down at Ethan with a manic grin. Die, demon, die. Ha ha ha. His crazed laughter echoed in the silent evening, until it was abruptly cut off. In the span of a heartbeat, Ethan's blade flashed, and the leader's body was severed cleanly at the waist. As his vision dimmed, the manic grin faded, replaced by the haunting realization of his sins. He saw the faces of the innocents he had tormented, the children, the elderly, young girls, all flashing before him as he fell into the abyss, the gates of hell welcoming him to an eternity of torment and repentance. Ethan looked at the dead body without a trace of remorse. Instead, his mind weighed the decision of whether to use skill absorption. He decided to use it at last, and what he got left him disappointed, but it was as expected of such a trashy person. He got some basic sword skill and physical enhancement skill which he assimilated using synthesis to make progress with the skill levels. His expression twisted with disgust as he turned away, walking toward Emily and her mother. When Ethan reached them, his gaze softened as it fell on innkeeper Greta. Her severed arm lay lifeless, the same arm that had once provided warmth and comfort to those she loved. Deep, angry slap marks marred her aged face, telling a silent story of brutality. Emily, standing beside him, stared at the scene, her tears falling silently as she processed the horror before her. With a heavy heart, Ethan turned to Emily and asked, "Did those thugs do this too?" He was talking about the severed arm. From its look, it didn't seem so. Emily shook her tiny head, her voice trembling as she spoke. "No, big brother. My mother's arm was cut off by a big monster. She tried to protect me, and she became like this. It's all my fault." Tears welled up in her eyes as she remembered the terrifying moment. She sobbed quietly, continuing, "Fortunately, there was a powerful guest at Taran who saved us from that monster. But after he left, we encountered these bad people." Her voice quivered with fear and anger. "They stole all our hard-earned coins, and then they tried to do bad things to my mother." Ethan nodded, his expression filled with sympathy as he looked at the mother-daughter duo. They had endured so much pain and suffering. As he listened to Emily's words, a pang of guilt stirred within him, a gnawing regret for not being able to protect them in time. If only he was present at their time of need. He knew that he couldn't change what had happened, but he could make sure they were safe from now on. "I'm sorry I wasn't here sooner," Ethan said softly, his voice filled with resolve. "But I promise you, no one will hurt you again." Emily felt the sincerity in Ethan's words, and her trembling began to subside. With a hesitant nod, she left his embrace and hurried over to her mother, checking her condition with anxious hands. Ethan stood in the midst of the carnage, his cold gaze sweeping over the lifeless bodies of the thugs. After a moment, he knelt down and quickly collected the coins they had stolen from Emily and her mother. Without wasting any time, he lifted innkeeper Greta's injured form and, with a sense of urgency, carried them both back to the campsite, determined to get Greta the help she needed as soon as possible. As soon as they entered the tent, Iris looked up, her eyes widening with concern. "Ethan, who are they?" Ethan gently laid innkeeper Greta down on an emergency bed and let out a weary sigh. "They're the closest people I have in this world," he replied, his voice heavy with concern. He then quickly recounted the incident, explaining who they were and how innkeeper Greta had gotten injured. Meanwhile, Emily and Luna, noticing that they were around the same age, began to bond. Luna offered Emily some food and tried to cheer her up, easing the tension in the air. Ethan turned to Iris, his expression serious. "Can you use your healing skill on her wound?" "I've already given her some healing potions, but they don't seem to be working." Iris nodded and quickly began to examine the injury, focusing on the torn flesh on Greta's shoulder. As she inspected the wound, she noticed dark remnants of an ominous aura clinging to the injury. Despite her uncertainty, Iris cast Rapid Heal repeatedly, but the wound refused to close, the dark aura resisting her efforts. With a sigh, Iris looked up at Ethan, concern etched in her features. "Ethan, it looks like her wound has been inflicted by a demonic aura. Healing potions and regular healing magic won't work. We'll need to find some holy water to cleanse the wound." Ethan's brow furrowed. "Holy water?" Iris nodded, explaining, "Yes, holy water has purifying properties that can cleanse demonic energy. Without it, the wound will continue to fester, no matter how much healing skill we use. You can find holy water in churches, though it's usually quite pricey," Iris explained, her tone serious. "I see." Ethan nodded, deep in thought. "Now where is this church?" "Purifying demonic energy." "Purify holy." Suddenly, a realization struck him like lightning. He remembered that his holy dragonian sword had a similar ability. He quickly unsheathed the sword, recalling its unique power, Holy Purge, an ability that emitted a burst of holy energy capable of purifying and damaging undead and demonic entities, while also healing the wielder slightly. Ethan's eyes lit up with hope as he read the description carefully. "Yes, there it is," he muttered, a hint of excitement in his voice. Without hesitation, he activated Holy Purge, directing the purifying energy toward the dark remnants clinging to Greta's wound. Seeing Ethan draw his sword and carefully place its tip near Greta's injured shoulder, Iris's eyes widened in alarm. "Ethan, what are you doing?" she exclaimed, her voice tinged with panic. But her words caught in her throat as she witnessed what happened next. A soft, radiant light began to emanate from the sword, enveloping the wound in a warm, golden glow. The dark, ominous aura that had been resisting their efforts started to dissipate, burning away like shadows in the face of the morning sun. Iris watched in astonishment as the wound on Greta's shoulder began to heal before her eyes. The torn flesh knitted itself back together, the purifying energy not only banishing the demonic taint but also accelerating the healing process. The once stubborn wound now closed, leaving behind only a faint scar where the dark energy had been. Ethan let out a relieved breath as he sheathed his sword. "It worked," he murmured, a small smile of satisfaction crossing his face. Iris stood there, speechless, as the realization of what had just happened sank in. She had known Ethan was strong, but this was something else entirely. "What kind of sword is this?" Emily and the others watched the scene unfold, their curiosity evident, while Emily let out a breath of relief. "Big brother, can my mother's arm never grow back again?" she asked, her young face etched with worry. Ethan smiled reassuringly and said, "Of course. Your mother just needs a health restoration potion, and she'll be as good as new in seconds." Emily blinked in surprise. "A health restoration potion? I've heard they're really expensive. We could never afford one in our lifetime. Where will we find all that money?" She quickly fumbled through their backpacks, taking out the small pouch of coins Ethan had recovered from the thugs. "Here, big brother. This might not be much, but it will help a little, at least." She offered the coins without a moment's hesitation, fully aware that it was all they had left. Ethan felt a warm sense of gratitude, knowing he didn't help anyone ungrateful or selfish people. He gently placed a hand on her shoulder and said, "You don't need to do that, sweetie. I'll take care of it. You don't need to worry about the money. Now, why don't you get some rest? You have dark circles under your eyes. Please relax. Your mother is going to be just fine." Emily hesitated for a moment but then nodded, her trust in Ethan clear. She returned to her mother's side, comforted by his words, and finally allowed herself to close her eyes, the weight of the day's events lifting slightly as she drifted into sleep. "Emergency! Emergency! Calling all hunters for help at the front line. This is not a drill, I repeat. This is not a drill. A beast rampage has broken through the outer defenses. All available hunters are to report to the front lines immediately. Civilians are advised to seek shelter immediately. This is a high-level threat." As Ethan reassured Emily, The campsite was suddenly filled with the distant but unmistakable sound of an emergency call. The horns blared through the air, echoing across the city, signaling another beast rampage. The city's hunters were being called to assist, and the urgency in the air was undeniable. The message repeated itself, the desperation in the announcer's voice clear. Ethan's eyes narrowed as he listened intently. He knew that such a call meant the situation was dire, and time was of the essence. He decided to go and check the situation for himself. What if the beasts breaks in and threaten their safety once again? Iris, I should go and check the situation, Ethan said, his voice calm and measured. He glanced at Iris and the others. You should stay here and watch over them. Iris started to protest, concern etched on her face. No Ethan, you shouldn't go alone. Let me. But Ethan shook his head firmly. No, it's better if I go alone. I can move faster on my own, and there's no time to waste. If this is as bad as it sounds, we'll need to move out of form here quickly as possible. Ethan's determination to protect those he cared for pushed him to act quickly. As he made his way toward the source of the emergency, the urgency of the situation weighed heavily on him. The possibility of the beasts breaking through and threatening the safety of his companions and the people in the city spurred him on. Iris, left behind, was conflicted. Watching Ethan disappear into the distance, her thoughts drifted to her own aspirations. She had always dreamed of becoming a saintess, inspired by the legendary radiant Saintess Luminaria, a goddess of beauty and grace. But now, doubt crept into her heart. Was she truly on the right path? Could she be of more help if she focused on something else? As the evening sky dimmed, Iris pondered her future, wondering if she could ever reach the heights of her idol or if her current path would lead her to the same greatness. Ethan hurried toward the source of the announcement, weaving through a crowd of hunters who were also heading in the same direction. The group was diverse, composed of people from all walks of life. Some were young like him, eager and determined. Others were middle-aged men and women, seasoned by years of experience. Finally, there were the elderly veteran hunters, their faces lined with the scars of countless battles. Despite their differences, they all shared the same purpose: to protect the city with everything they had. In moments of extreme danger, personal differences faded away, replaced by a unified mindset and spirit. Each hunter was ready to sacrifice their life to ensure the safety of their loved ones. As Ethan pushed forward, a familiar voice cut through the noise. Hey, Ethan, slow down a bit. He stopped and turned, scanning the bustling environment. He soon spotted Cedric, Yona, and Marcus approaching from behind. Their steps hurried, their faces a mix of worry, anxiety, and determination. Ethan furrowed his brows as they caught up. You guys? He asked, surprise evident in his voice. Don't tell me you're planning to join as well? What are you doing here? Don't you have family at home? It's going to be incredibly dangerous out there. He eyed their gear, noting how prepared they seemed. The ferocious beasts they were about to face were unlike anything from the dungeons, which were designed to train humans for the real threats outside. These beasts were in a league of their own, unpredictable, powerful, and armed with abilities no one fully understood. According to the latest information, there were tens of thousands of them. Not even Ethan was certain if he could handle the coming battle, so seeing his friends ready to join took him by surprise. Cedric, who usually wore a carefree expression, looked at Ethan with a seriousness that it was rare. We know the risks, Ethan, he said firmly. But we're not just going sit alone, while you fight alone. We knew you would surely join in this, that's why we came. Don't worry, our families are at the camp, and that's exactly why we're here. We have to do everything we can to protect them. Yona nodded, her usual calm demeanor replaced by a steely resolve. Ethan, besides that we are also here to take revenge for Marcus, she said while eyeing Marcus, who seemed really angry and frustrated for some reason. Ethan's brows furrowed. Revenge for Marcus? What happened? Did something happen to his family? Cedric replied, shaking his head. No, it's actually, how should I say it? His girlfriend had died at hand of the beasts. It was really brutal. He whispered slowly to Ethan in low voices. His girlfriend died? How unfortunate. Feeling sympathetic, Ethan sighed and patted on Marcus's shoulder. Marcus, I know your rage is justifiable, but you need to stay calm. Don't get your hate consume you. Ethan advised. It sounded so hypocritical coming from someone's mouth who couldn't control his own emotions in rage. Marcus looked at Ethan despairingly. How, Ethan? How can stay calm? They took my everything from me. She was the light of my life. Her laughter still echoes through my ears. Marcus's eyes turns red while remembering the past. How can I forget her warmth? The last time I saw her, she was so happy and cheerful. But now, Marcus's tears began to fall like a dam being broken. I am going to kill all of them, he said fiercely, as he wiped his teardrops that was about to fall on the ground. Ethan, are you not going to help me? Sigh. Exasperated, Ethan replied, of course, why not? All of us wants to do the same. But, you need to calm down. Ethan recalled the kind innkeeper Greta's severed arm, and resolved himself to kill those fierce beasts, especially the demons who were behind these attacks. Afterward, they quickly resumed their pace and reached the front line within minutes. As they approached, they were met with a formidable sight, rows upon rows of knights, archers, and hunters, each organized by their rank and ready for battle. The air was thick with anticipation, and every combatant's weapon was at the ready, their eyes locked on the horizon where the enemy would soon appear. The army was arranged into 3 distinct defense lines, each reflecting the combatant's skill level and experience. At the forefront stood the S&A rank powerhouses, forming the first line of defense. These were the most powerful beings, known for their exceptional strength and battle prowess. At the front stood the Solest rank powerhouse of Arcadia City, Longus Emberion, the city lord. His imposing figure commanded immediate respect and attention. Beside him were the representatives of the 5 great noble clans, clan leaders and esteemed elders, each adorned in their clan's regalia, signifying their high status and authority. Among them were also several notable A-rank powerhouses, distinguished individuals who, although not affiliated with any noble clan, had earned their place through extraordinary achievements and formidable prowess. This elite assembly formed the foremost line of defense, embodying the pinnacle of strength and leadership in the city. Their position at the front was no accident. They were there to take on the most formidable foes and absorb the heaviest blows. Their weapons were finely crafted, their armor reinforced, reflecting their status as the elite. This front line was designed to be an impenetrable wall, capable of withstanding even the fiercest onslaught of the high-level beasts. Behind them, the second line consisted of B and C rank hunters. These hunters, though not as powerful as those in the front, were still formidable in their own right. Their role was to provide crucial support to the vanguard, reinforcing the line where needed and ensuring that any breaches were quickly sealed. Arya and some her fellow companions were present in this section, and Ethan noticed her immediately because of her striking features. She was like a crane amongst a flock of chickens, standing out with her beautiful white combat dress. Although she didn't notice Ethan yet, her eyes were darting around as if in search of a certain someone. They were arranged in a staggered formation, allowing them to easily move forward or back as the situation demanded. This line of defense was also responsible for maintaining the momentum of the battle, pushing forward when the opportunity arose or holding the line if the enemy attempted to break through. Finally, the third rank was made up of D&D rank hunters. These hunters, though less experienced, were far from insignificant. Positioned at the rear, their role was to protect the flanks and ensure that the army's formation remained intact. They were also responsible for providing support to the ranks ahead of them, ready to step in if casualties occurred or if additional strength was needed. This rank served as a reserve force, their primary task being to maintain the integrity of the army's structure and to provide a final line of defense should the enemy break through the higher ranks. Ethan and his friends were organized in this last section. Due to their low ranks, the formation was a testament to careful planning and strategy. By positioning the strongest warriors at the front, the army ensured that the most dangerous threats were met with the greatest force. The B and C rank fighters provided essential reinforcement, while the D&D rank warriors ensured that no gap went unguarded. This layered approach allowed the army to adapt to the ebb and flow of battle, with each rank ready to step up and take enemies head-on. This strategic arrangement maximized the strengths of each rank, ensuring that the army could withstand the enemy's assault while minimizing the risk of casualties because of their own power gap. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the once warm glow of the evening gave way to the cold embrace of the approaching night. Nearly 10,000 combatants stood in formation outside the temporary walls of Arcadia City, their expressions a mix of emotions. For many, this was a moment of trouble, a battle that would determine not just the fate of the city but also the destiny of countless lives. The tension in the air was discernible. Some soldiers gripped their weapons tightly, knuckles white, nerves fraying at the edges. Others stood tall, their faces set with grim determination, eager to unleash their skills in battle any moment. Among them, Marcus's eyes were a storm of rage and sorrow, his teeth clenched as he struggled to contain the tempest of emotions roiling within him. Ethan noticed his friend's barely contained fury and couldn't help but worry. What if Marcus's grief drove him to reckless action? The last thing they needed was for one of their own to fall because of unchecked rage. Cedric and Yona, standing close by, exchanged uneasy glances. This was their first time participating in such a large-scale war, and the sheer magnitude of the moment weighed heavily on them. The promise of 200 gold coins for their participation was a tantalizing reward, but it did little to soothe their nerves. They knew that no spoils could be claimed, as the city government had made it clear that all loot belonged to Thema, a necessary measure to ensure the city's financial stability after the war. The cost of compensating the combatants was already staggering. The thought of tens of millions of gold coins exchanging hands was mind-boggling. Rumble. Suddenly, the sky, which had been clear just moments before, suddenly darkened as thick clouds rolled in, blotting out the last vestiges of sunlight. A low rumble of thunder echoed across the battlefield, sending a shiver down the spine of every soldier present. The evening, already dim, was now plunged into near total darkness. Cedric's voice broke the tense silence, filled with unease. "They're here. But how are we supposed to fight in the dark? I can't see anything. Can you guys?" He looked around, but all he saw were the shadowy outlines of his allies, their faces barely visible in the gloom. Nearby soldiers echoed his concern, their voices tinged with fear. As if in response to their anxiety, a powerful voice rang out from the front, booming like a clap of thunder. It was City Lord Longus, his commanding presence unmistakable even in the dark. "Sunfire Crow, he bellowed, his voice carrying over the ranks of soldiers. In an instant, the sky was ablaze with light. A massive, fiery crow appeared above them, its wings outstretched as it soared through the air. The creature radiated an intense heat, turning the battlefield into a scene bathed in the warm, golden glow of a second sun. The darkness was banished, replaced by a light so bright it cast sharp shadows across the ground. Every detail of the landscape was now visible, and the soldiers felt the warmth on their skin, a stark contrast to the chill that had gripped them moments before. Ethan gazed up at the fiery crow, its presence both awe-inspiring and frightening. "So powerful," he muttered to himself, his voice barely above a whisper. There was something about the sight that stirred a mix of emotions within him: an admiration, fear, and a deep yearning to be a S-rank hunter. The ground beneath them began to tremble, a rhythmic, ominous rumble that grew louder with each passing second. It was the unmistakable sound of the enemy approaching, their numbers vast and their intentions deadly. "Archers, into your positions!" The Knight Commander's voice boomed once more, cutting through the noise and chaos. His authority was absolute, and the archers responded immediately, moving with practiced precision. Yona and the other archers quickly took their places, forming a tightly knit formation. Their bows were drawn, arrows notched and ready, each one tipped with a different skill. Some glowed with elemental energy, while others shimmered with magical enhancements. The archers' eyes were locked on the horizon, where dark shapes began to emerge. Massive beasts, larger and more terrifying than anything they had faced before, appeared at the edge of the battlefield. Their forms were hulking and exoskeleton type, covered in thick, armored hides that glinted in the light of the Sunfire Crow. These were not ordinary creatures, they were obsidian terrors, a type of nightmare creature, born from the demon land, Abyss. They were nearly hundreds of meters tall with exoskeleton, monsters born from nightmares, with claws like scythes and eyes that glowed with malevolent intelligence. Following in the wake of the mighty obsidian terrors were hordes of different kind of beasts, each from different races and regions, yet unified in their purpose. These beasts, though varied in size, shape, and form, moved with a coordinated precision, as if driven by a single, malevolent will. Among them were massive, tusked warboars with hides as tough as iron, their red eyes burning with an unnatural fury. They snorted and pawed at the ground, their breath coming out in huffs of steam as they readied themselves for the carnage ahead. Flanking them were packs of swift, sinewy wolves, their fur bristling and dark as night, with elongated fangs that gleamed under the sunfire crow's light. These predators moved silently, their eyes locked on the battlefield, awaiting the moment to pounce and tear through the ranks of the enemy. Lumbering behind were towering, ape-like brutes, their muscles rippling beneath thick, leathery skin. These beasts carried crude, stone weapons in their massive fists, ready to crush anything that stood in their way. Their roars echoed like thunder, a terrifying chorus that added to the cacophony of the approaching horde. In the sky, dark-winged creatures circled, their shadows flitting across the ground like ominous harbingers of doom. These airborne predators, with talons sharp as razors and beaks that could pierce armor, screeched and swooped down to strike fear into the hearts of their enemies. Amidst this chaotic gathering were serpentine creatures with scales that shimmered like oil on water, their eyes cold and calculating as they slithered forward. Their forked tongues flicked out, tasting the air for the scent of blood. Even the more ordinary beasts, such as great horned elk, hulking bears, and swift-footed stags seemed to have lost their natural instincts, their eyes glazed over with a shared, terrifying focus. Despite their differences, these creatures were united, driven by a dark, commanding force that bent them to its will. They moved in perfect unison, their individual instincts overridden by a collective, relentless drive to follow the obsidian terrors into battle. It was as if they were drawn to the towering behemoths, compelled to march alongside them as extensions of the terror's wrath. This unnatural alliance of beasts, each more fearsome than the last, created a tidal wave of destruction that threatened to overwhelm anything in its path. As the beasts drew closer, their numbers became more apparent. Thousands, no, perhaps 30,000 or so, of them, all converging on the city with a single purpose: destruction. The ground shook with the force of their approach, and a primal fear gripped the hearts of even the bravest soldiers. Yet, despite the terror that these creatures invoked, the archers held their ground, fingers steady on their bowstrings. Ethan felt the weight of the moment pressing down on him. This was the battle that would decide everything. There was no turning back now. He glanced at Cedric, Yona, and Marcus, who stood by his side, their faces set with determination. Fire! The Knight Commander bellowed from the front. Swish ... swoosh. Instantly thousands of arrows flew through the air, a deadly rain aimed straight at the advancing horde. The skills embedded in the arrows activated mid-flight, creating a dazzling display of light and energy. Arrows of lightning struck down beasts, electricity coursing through their bodies and causing them to collapse in convulsions. Others were pierced by arrows imbued with explosive force, detonating on impact and sending fragments of the creatures scattering across the battlefield. Flames roared as fire-tipped arrows ignited the air, turning the front lines into a blazing inferno. One by one the smaller beasts began to fall, their bodies lifeless. Then, driven by instinct, or maybe some unknown command, the obsidian terrors stepped forward and repelled the attacks with their sheer bodies' defense alone. Their defenses were really tough. The arrows couldn't even connect to their bodies, as if repelled by some kind of invisible aura. As the archers' arrows proved useless due to sudden interference, they retreated as per the commander's orders. But their work was far from over. They quickly reformed their party formations. Yona returned to Ethan's side, her favorite bow in hand. ZZZZZ. The moment she arrived, Ethan felt a sudden chill crawl across his skin, a sensation that only occurred when his predator's instinct kicked in. Yona! Ethan shouted immediately after understanding the threat. Reacting on instinct, Ethan swiftly pulled her away from her position. A split second later, A thin beam of condensed dark energy silently pierced the spot where Yona had just stood. It was so fine and quiet that no one had noticed a deadly, life-draining attack. Yona, still in shock from the sudden pull, looked at Ethan with wide eyes. What was that? Before Ethan could respond, a chilling sight caught their attention. The archers who had been raining arrows on the enemy now stood frozen, their eyes vacant and their bodies lifeless. The dark, needle-like beams had struck them down with terrifying precision, draining the very life from their bodies. Screams of horror echoed across the battlefield as the realization set in as the needle-like dark energy rays had specifically targeted not only Yona but all the archers. Ethan's heart turned cold as he took in the horrifying scene. The battlefield had turned into a graveyard, with the once valiant archers now lying lifeless. Cedric and Marcus were wide-eyed, not expecting to be in threat so soon. Yona, still trembling from the close call, gripped her bow tightly, her knuckles white. Her wide eyes reflected the horror she felt, unable to tear her gaze away from the fallen soldiers. "Ethan, what just happened?" she stammered, her voice quivering. Ethan's sharp eyes scanned the area, his mind racing to make sense of the sudden attack. "Those rays. They were targeting you and the other archers specifically," he said, his voice low but steady. "They are trying to cripple us slowly. Looks like someone is commanding them remotely." With just a single attack, the Obsidian Terrors had claimed over 400 human lives. The battlefield was littered with the lifeless bodies of archers who had been struck down by the deadly rays. Fortunately, some powerful hunters at the front lines managed to save a few of the archers in the nick of time, pulling them to safety. However, those stationed at the rear were not so fortunate. Their cries of pain and terror echoed through the air before being abruptly silenced, their lives snuffed out in an instant. At the front linear broken bar. "My lord, these Obsidian Terrors seem to be using another of their strange abilities. We need to step in." Zephyr Stormclaw, the leader of the Phantom Wolf clan, whispered urgently. His voice was calm, but the tension in his eyes revealed his concern. The other clan leaders gathered around him nodded in agreement, realizing the situation had become critical. Each of them was an experienced hunter, and they understood the danger that these new abilities posed. If they allowed them to do this again, more and more hunters would die needlessly. Among the leaders were Arya's father and his brother, their expressions grim as they exchanged glances. They had recognized a few members of their clan among the victims of the recent assault. The weight of the loss settled heavily on their shoulders, but they steeled themselves, determined to avenge their fallen comrades. "Let's go." City Lord Longus, a towering figure radiating authority, took a deep breath and stepped forward. His presence commanded respect as he prepared to confront the threat head-on. He was accompanied by the clan leaders and esteemed elders, each of them a force to be reckoned with. Together, they would face the Obsidian Terrors, who had already claimed so many lives. On the other side of the battlefield, nearly 500 Obsidian Terrors loomed, their massive dark forms exuding an aura of menace. Their black, crystalline exoskeletons shimmered ominously, and their eyes glowed with an unnatural, eerie light. Behind them, thousands of ordinary beasts of varying ranks surged forward, driven by primal instincts and bloodlust. The ground trembled under their combined weight, and the air was thick with the scent of battle. Roar! The Obsidian Terrors bellowed in unison, their deafening cries shaking the very earth. It was a signal, a call to war that sent shivers down the spines of even the most battle-maniac hunters. Without hesitation, the Obsidian Terrors charged, their movements swift and deadly. The ground beneath them cracked and smoldered as they advanced, their crystalline claws like scythes cutting through the earth like a hot knife through butter. On the human side, nearly 100 A-rank powerhouses prepared to meet the onslaught. They were the best of the best, each one capable of taking on a small army by themselves, but even they knew that this battle would push them to their limits. Sunfire Crow, City Lord Longus's voice boomed across the battlefield as he activated the same skill once again. This time, however, the ferocity and destructiveness of the Fire Crow were amplified several times over. The air around him crackled with intense heat, and the ground beneath his feet scorched from the sheer power he unleashed. With a commanding wave of his hand, the Fire Crow, a massive, ethereal creature composed of searing flame lunged forward into the heart of the nightmare creatures. Its wings spread wide, casting an ominous, fiery glow across the battlefield. Boom! As it descended upon the obsidian terrors, the very air sizzled with heat, and the ground beneath the creatures turned to molten slag. In mere seconds, several of the terrors were reduced to nothing but cinders, their menacing forms disintegrating in the inferno. Inspired by this display of power, the A-rank powerhouses charged forward, their confidence renewed. They knew that with City Lord Longus leading the charge, they stood a fighting chance against these monstrous foes. The moment the two forces collided, the battlefield erupted into utter chaos. Flames danced across the sky, lightning crackled and arced between combatants, and torrents of energy clashed with devastating force. The A-rank hunters unleashed their might with practiced precision, each strike a proof their years of training and battle experience. But the obsidian terrors were far from ordinary foes. Their strange, darkness abilities granted them an unnatural advantage. They moved with eerie fluidity, their attacks bypassing conventional defenses and striking with lethal accuracy. Even the veteran hunters found themselves struggling to keep up with the relentless assault. Amidst this intense battle, the ordinary beasts and giant birds, driven by primal fury and bloodlust, managed to break through the first line of defense. Their sheer numbers and ferocity overwhelmed the initial ranks, creating a breach that threatened to spill chaos into the heart of the defenders. Second formation. Charge! The command rang out, cutting through the atmosphere of the battleground. As if on cue, the B and C rank hunters sprang into action. They moved with coordinated precision, their movements a clear proof of their discipline and training. These hunters, though not as powerful as their A-rank powerhouses, were no less determined. They engaged the higher-level beasts head-on, their weapons flashing as they cut through the horde. They fought with a brutal efficiency, focusing their efforts on the more dangerous foes while avoiding the low-level beasts to conserve their strength. Arya, alongside her fellow clan members and cousins, charged into the fray with daggers in hand, their movements a blur of speed and precision. The battlefield around them was a chaotic storm of claws, teeth, and steel, but they navigated it with astonishing agility. Their void step skill allowed them to vanish and reappear in an instant, making them nearly impossible for the beasts to track them. One by one, they cut through their enemies, each strike swift and lethal, leaving a trail of fallen foes in their wake. Arya, however, stood out even amongst her clan members and cousins. She was in a league of her own, her movements a dazzling display of speed and skill. She moved like a silvery flash, her dagger glinting in the light as she struck down beast after beast with incredible proficiency. Each of her strikes was precise, clean, and devastating, slicing through the toughest beasts as if they were paper. Her agility was unmatched, allowing her to weave through the battlefield with an almost ethereal grace, her presence more akin to a deadly specter than a human warrior. Amazing! Ethan watched her from afar, his eyes following her every movement. Despite the chaos around him, he couldn't help but feel a deep sense of admiration for Arya. Her valiant profile as she fought, her unwavering determination, and her flawless techniques left him impressed. She was the exact combination of both beauty and brawn. Ethan, focus! Cedric's voice cut through the chaos, snapping Ethan back to the present. Their battlefield was swarmed with a variety of formidable beasts: hulking bears, brute apes, serpentine creatures, shadowfang wolves, and several giant flying birds. Their roars and shrieks filled the air, mingling with the sounds of clashing steel and explosive magic. Swish, swish! The sharp, rhythmic sounds of arcane arrows whizzed through the air as Yonan unleashed a barrage of explosive projectiles. Each arrow erupted in a burst of energy upon impact, scattering the enemy forces and leaving scorched ground in its wake. Cedric, spear in hand, surged forward with a powerful thrust. His spear skills triggered a series of precise, deadly strikes, each one aimed to pierce through the ranks of the approaching beasts. The spear danced in his hands, a blur of motion as he carved through the enemy lines. On the other hand, Marcus, with his greatsword raised, charged against a horde of giant apes alone. Seeing Marcus's madness, Ethan shook his head and followed behind him to ensure his safety if needed. With a swift, fluid motion, Ethan swung his dragonian blade, effortlessly decapitating a few of the brute apes that charged at him. Their massive bodies crumpled to the ground as their severed heads rolled away, leaving a trail of blood in the dirt. Screech! Suddenly, a giant raven, its feathers as dark as night, lunged at him from the sky. Its eyes glinted with a terrifying, predatory gleam, promising death. Reacting quickly, Ethan extended his hand, channeling his power into the ground. Earth manipulation, he commanded, and thick, multi-layered walls of solid earth erupted from the ground, forming a protective barrier between him and the raven. The enormous bird collided with the wall at full speed, the impact reducing the barrier to rubble. The force of the crash left the raven dazed, its head wobbling as it tried to regain its focus. Shaking off its dizziness, the raven opened its beak, and a dark, ominous energy began to gather within its mouth. Ethan's eyes widened. Whatever it was preparing to unleash would be devastating. Shadow step, he muttered, and in an instant, he melted into the shadows cast by the crumbling walls, reappearing 5 meters away from the raven. He knew he couldn't match the beast in raw physical strength, but he didn't need to. He had other ways to outmaneuver it. Inferno leap. With a burst of fiery energy, Ethan launched himself into the air, leaving a trail of flames in his wake. His target was clear, the raven's vulnerable head, while it's still preparing to unleash its breath ability. Slice! His blade cut through the air with deadly precision, and in one clean strike, the raven's head was severed from its body. The massive, blood-soaked head thudded to the ground, its once menacing eyes now lifeless. But as Ethan descended back to the ground, he noticed something disturbing. A demonic aura, dark and malevolent, began to seep from the raven's decapitated body, attempting to flee into the shadows. "Where do you think you're going?" Ethan grinned wickedly, his eyes narrowing to slits. "Holy purge!" he shouted, channeling holy energy from his sword. A brilliant burst of light erupted from the blade, washing over the demonic aura. The dark energy writhed and twisted in agony before it was completely purged, disintegrated by the holy power. Bang! Suddenly, before he could have a moment to rest, Ethan was directly hit by a serpentine creature's tail, sending him flying away, before falling onto the ground. Damn it all! Frustrated, Ethan stood up, blood covering his lips. His body was also feeling the pain, but he focused to finish the creature off. "Come!" he grinned, before charging forward while activating a Zilla sword strike. The giant serpent, sensing the growing threat from Ethan, widened its jaws and exhaled a thick, eerie white mist. The mist quickly enveloped the area around Ethan, its chilling touch creeping along his skin. His instincts flared, recognizing the dangerous nature of the mist. It was trying to petrify him, to turn his body into cold, lifeless stone. Ethan's eyes narrowed, and he let out a low, disdainful scoff. "HMPH. Trying to petrify me? You're too slow for that." Before the mist could take full effect, Ethan moved with blinding speed, disappearing from within the fog like a shadow slipping through the cracks of light. In an instant, he reappeared beside the serpentine creature, his sword poised for a strike. Slash! With a swift and powerful motion, Ethan's blade cut through the serpent's thick scales and flesh as if it were nothing more than butter. The massive serpent's head was severed cleanly from its body, crashing heavily onto the ground with a dull thud, its lifeless eyes still open in shock. Ethan wiped the blade clean, taking a quick survey of the battlefield. "Guys, are you handling things all right?" he called out, his voice carrying over the noise of the ongoing battle. But there was no response. The clash of weapons, roars of beasts, and the shouts of his comrades filled the air, drowning out his words. It was clear they were too preoccupied with their own battles to reply. Scanning the area, Ethan's gaze fell on Marcus, who was locked in a fierce struggle with 2 giant apes. Marcus's movements were frantic, his great sword swinging wildly as he tried to fend off the powerful blows of the towering beasts. Sweat dripped from his brow, and there was a desperate, almost reckless determination in his eyes, one that concerned Ethan deeply. "This guy," Ethan muttered as he stepped forward, concerned about what Marcus might do in his heartbroken state during these difficult times. Meanwhile, at the first line of defense, City Lord Longus and his allies had slain nearly 300 obsidian terrors, working in perfect coordination. Only a few of the nightmarish creatures remained on the battlefield, and victory seemed within their grasp. Smiles spread across their faces as they surveyed the piles of monster remains in blood-soaked ground, each creature's body a treasure trove of valuable materials. "Brother, allow me, you should rest for a moment," Arya's uncle said to his brother. "All right." Arya's further nodded and let Astrid take charge of his position. The battlefield, now littered with the remains of slain beasts, felt as if it were on the verge of calm. The overwhelming presence of the obsidian terrors had been significantly diminished, thanks in large part to the relentless efforts of City Lord Longus and the other A-rank powerhouses. A few minutes passed, and the beasts' numbers dwindled rapidly, far outpacing the human casualties. "Congratulations. You have leveled up. You have received 5 attribute points to distribute freely. Current level, 18. As Ethan received the familiar notification, he allowed himself a moment to rest. He had slain so many beasts that their corpses now formed a small mountain around him. Despite that, it was frustrating that he couldn't use skill absorption because of all the prying eyes nearby. Clap, clap, ha ha, well done, young man. You young people are the real hope of humanity. A group of elderly veteran hunters cheered, clearly impressed by Ethan's party's performance. Cedric scratched his head, a bit embarrassed. "Don't exaggerate, seniors. It's you who did most of the work." "Ha ha ha, is that so?" "It's good to see you're modest." "The world is unpredictable, so always stay true to your nature," an old man said, patting Cedric's shoulder warmly. "Young man, are you married?" "What do you think about my granddaughters?" an elderly woman proposed, eyeing towards 2 beautiful girls. The girls blushed and took glances at Cedric from the corner of their eyes. Cedric blushed at proposal, and replied, "Sorry madam, I have a girlfriend already." Ethan looked dumbfounded at the sight. "Man, I did all the work. Where's my praise?" "We're almost finished," City Lord Longus murmured, wiping the sweat from his brow as he surveyed the battlefield with relief. The once formidable obsidian terrors, towering beasts of shadow and steel, were now reduced to a scattered, disoriented few. The relentless onslaught led by his forces, coupled with the loss of their keens, had broken their ranks, leaving them vulnerable and aimless. "Congratulations, Lord Longus." Myrrel Nortel's voice cut through the atmosphere of the battlefield, his tone a blend of sincere admiration and calculated flattery. He stepped forward from the sidelines, his regal armor gleaming despite the grime of battle. "It's thanks to your leadership and unmatched strength that we were able to bring down these nightmare creatures so swiftly. Your power knows no bounds." "Over flattery," City Lord Longus chuckled, though his eyes narrowed slightly as he regarded Myrrel. The corner of his lips curled into an amused smile, yet there was a hint of wariness in his expression. He knew the leader of the Winged Tiger clan well, an upright and righteous man, not prone to such overt praise without reason. "That's rare coming from you, Myrrel. Tell me, what do you need?" "Ha ha." Myrrel Nortel chuckled awkwardly, a faint blush creeping up his neck. "Well, it seems I can never hide anything from you, can I?" He took a deep breath, clearly weighing his words carefully. "You see, my lord, it's about my son," he began, pausing to let the weight of the words settle in the air between them. "Continue," City Lord Longus urged, his interest piqued. With the battle nearly won, there was time to engage in this unexpected conversation while keeping a watchful eye on the remnants of the battlefield. He had heard rumors about Myrrel's son, a young man notorious for his arrogance and conceit, who seemed to revel in bullying the weak and tormenting commoners. The complaints had reached Longus's ears more than once, each more troubling than the last. Longus often wondered how such a person could be Myrrel's son. The difference between father and son was like heaven and earth. Myrrel was known for his integrity, his sense of justice, and his unwavering dedication to the greater good. It baffled Longus how the offspring of such a righteous man could stray so far from the path of virtue. Seeing that the city lord wasn't annoyed, Myrrel continued, his voice tinged with a mix of hope and reluctance. "Actually, my lord, my son is a bit upset about not receiving a recommendation for the ancient land. I fully understand that he's not as talented as those who were chosen, but I can assure you he's incredibly hardworking. That's why I wanted to request, if possible, that you consider giving him one of your personal recommendations. I promise you, he won't let you down." Myrrel paused briefly, his eyes flickering with concern before he continued. Our clan, as you may know, wasn't fortunate enough to receive a single recommendation this time, while others have secured at least one. This puts our clan's future in jeopardy, weakening our position in the coming years. A personal recommendation from you would be an invaluable boost to our standing. He hesitated, then added in a quieter tone, moreover, my son heard about a commoner boy receiving a recommendation from the city. The news has made him even more upset. It's difficult for me to see him like this, feeling overshadowed and overlooked. As he spoke, the fatherly concern in Miral's voice was unmistakable. For the sake of his son, he was willing to break his own moral code, even if it meant snatching away an opportunity meant for someone else. The weight of guilt hung heavily on him, but he was prepared to bear it alone if it meant securing a better future for his son and the Winged Tiger clan. City Lord Longus nodded in understanding. He had indeed heard about a commoner boy receiving a recommendation for exceptional talent, though he had yet to meet the young man himself. All right, Miral. No need to say more. I understand. You just need a recommendation, right? Don't worry about it, City Lord Longus said with a reassuring smile. Considering all the contributions you've made to this city over the years, it's a small favor. Besides, maintaining the power balance in Arcadia is crucial, and granting you one of those recommendation spots will help in that regard. He could see the lengths to which Miral had gone for his son, and while the boy might be less capable, the gesture of fatherly love was something Longus couldn't ignore. It impressed him, seeing Miral lower his pride for the sake of his family. City Lord Longus had been entrusted with 3 recommendations, 1 for his own clan, and 2 for the most talented individuals in Arcadia City. Though this information was supposed to be kept top secret, he suspected the noble clans had already caught wind of it. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, Miral Nortel said, tears of gratitude welling up in his eyes. No need to thank me, City Lord Longus replied with a sigh, waving off the gratitude. Those spots were going to be given out eventually. With that, he turned his attention back to the battlefield, his mind already shifting back to the final stages of the battle. He nodded to his men, signaling them to prepare for the final push. Victory was within their grasp, the prospect of returning home, albeit with new scars, tantalizingly close. Rumble. But just as those thoughts began to solidify, a deep rumble echoed across the battlefield, causing the ground beneath them to tremble ominously. The smiles that had begun to form on the hunters' faces faltered, their eyes darting anxiously across the horizon in search of the disturbance. What's that? One of the A-rank hunters whispered, his voice barely concealing the unease that rippled through the ranks. Boom! Before anyone could respond, the earth erupted near the center of the battlefield. From the gaping chasm that formed, a massive, hulking figure of darkness began to emerge. It was another demonic creature known as Dreadnought Colossus in Demon Land. It was even more terrifying than the Obsidian Terrors. The Dreadnought Colossus is a towering 250-meter embodiment of pure darkness, a demon forged from shadow and void. Its skull-like head, crowned with jagged obsidian horns, bears hollow eye sockets filled with swirling voids that devour light. The Colossus's chest houses an abyssal core of darkness, surrounded by veins of pure shadow that pulse with malevolent energy, drawing in and consuming all life. Its colossal arms end in claws of blackened obsidian, capable of tearing through the fabrics of space itself. Its back was lined with jagged, shadowy spines flickering with dark energy. As the demonic creature's ominous aura spread far and wide, it drew every beast and bird from the nearby wilderness, as if summoning them to its call. The remaining beasts on the battlefield turned their eyes a deep crimson, their bodies thrumming with a newfound, berserk energy. Their strength increased exponentially, and they attacked the hunters with an unprecedented ferocity, cutting down hunters and knights alike with terrifying ease. City Lord Longus's heart sank as he realized he didn't recognize the newly arrived demonic creature at all. There was only one explanation, of it must be from the deepest part of the demon land, the abyss. Despite his extensive knowledge of demonic species, this creature was entirely unfamiliar to him, with abilities yet to be discovered. Fall back! Longus bellowed, his voice slicing through the shock that had gripped his men. Regroup and prepare for the final battle, everyone. The experienced hunters and leaders obeyed without hesitation, their earlier confidence now replaced with grim determination. They knew all too well that the odds had just shifted drastically, and this battle was far from over. "My lord, it looks like they're playing their final card." Zephyr Stormclaw, the leader of Thunder Leopard clan, approached Longus with a grim expression, his voice laced with concern. Other clan leaders quickly gathered round, their faces etched with worry. "I know." City Lord Longus remained resolute, his gaze fixed on the colossal beast. He tightened his grip on his weapon, readying himself to face it head-on. "Brother, will the City Lord be able to handle this one alone?" "The demonic creature is so massive and powerful," Arya's uncle asked, his voice trembling with fear. Arya's father stood beside him, his expression solemn as he watched the monstrous abomination before them. The air was charcoaled with tension, the stakes became higher than ever. "Oh, Lord, what a monstrosity!" Ethan and the others nearby stared in shock at the colossal demonic entity on the front line. The creature, nearly 250 meters long, loomed over them like a mountain, its massive form dwarfing everything around it. Even with the Sunfire Crow's illumination, they struggled to see its full shape. The creature's pitch-black color blended seamlessly with the darkness. The dreadnought Colossus was the embodiment of pure darkness, a demon forged from darkness and skeletons. Its skull-like head, crowned with jagged obsidian horns, bears hollow sockets filled with swirling voids that could devour light. With each step, its legs, pillars of darkness, crush the earth beneath them, leaving voids where the ground has been consumed by shadow. Its entire being exudes an aura of dread, bending light and space around it. As the air grows cold and hope fades in its presence. Some hunters had already lost control, wetting themselves in terror after locking eyes with the monstrous entity. As soon as Ethan was about to activate appraisal, he felt an overwhelming amount of dread. It's as if his instincts were screaming not to do it at all cost. He felt like he could be turned to ashes instantly upon doing it. Ethan felt cold head to toe, shivering all over. What the hell? Who in their right mind would face this thing? Roar, howl, screech. But their horror was short-lived as they watched yet another horde of beasts began to emerge from the wilderness, charging directly into the fray. Damn it, Marcus cursed in frustration as he saw thousands of more beasts were on the way. His eyes turned red, but he felt overwhelming despair inside. "Oh no! Are we going to die like this?" Panic spread among the ordinary hunters as the newly arrived beasts swarmed them. By this time, they had nearly depleted all their mana reserves and supplies. Exhaustion weighed heavily on them after the prolonged battle. Struggling to keep up with the berserk beasts' relentless assault, several hunters were crushed in the chaos. "Run, run!" Some scrambled away in fear, dragging their exhausted bodies. "O source of all being, in your hands, the stars are born, and the earth finds form. Guide us, your humble servants, as we walk the paths you have shaped. May we be ever mindful of your eternal light, which breathes life into all creation." Some prayed earnestly, preparing for what seemed like their inevitable deaths. A girl screamed as she saw a giant serpent propelling itself toward her, its gaping mouth and sharp teeth ready to seal her fate. Ethan moved swiftly, his sword slicing through the air as he killed the serpent instantly, saving the girl from certain death. Thank you." The girl, snapping back to her senses, expressed her gratitude with a trembling voice. Without wasting a moment, Ethan dashed off to aid another person in need. With plenty of mana still at his disposal, he was determined to keep fighting. To him, these berserk beasts weren't just threats, they were experience points. As the essences of the fallen enemies flowed into him, he felt himself inching closer to leveling up. Phew. Cedric, being exhausted, watched Ethan in disbelief and shook his head in defeat. How can anyone keep up with the sky? Still, he felt pride knowing such a person was his friend. Meanwhile, Yona was fully engaged in battle with a giant bird in the sky, her mind focused and sharp, while Marcus fought recklessly as ever. Roar! Without warning, a giant humanoid beast with long, fiery horns charged at Ethan. He was wielding a heavy stone axe that resonated through the air. The sound of the Minotaur's hooves pounding against the ground was like distant thunder, each step resonating with primal force. Ethan's predator instincts flared, his senses sharpening as he turned to face the beast. The Minotaur swung its axe with immense power, the sheer force of the blow sending a gust of air that made Ethan's hair nestled round. Damn it! Ethan felt the crushing weight of the attack and knew he needed to act quickly. He activated Shadow Step, vanishing in a blur of shadow hoping to evade the strike. Yet, to his dismay, the axe seemed to have the ability to track his every movement, its arc following him through the air. Shit! Realizing that fleeing wasn't an option, Ethan stopped mid-movement, a cold sweat forming on his forehead. He swiftly activated Earth Manipulation, channeling a substantial amount of mana into the ground. With a focused effort, he conjured a massive stone boulder, hurling it into the path of the descending axe. Boom! The collision was deafening. The stone boulder and the axe met with a thunderous impact, sending a shockwave rippling through the surrounding area. Bang! The force of the blast knocked Ethan off his feet, sending him stumbling backward, his body crashing into the ground. But the Minotaur stood like mountain, his face turned into a scowl. Appraisal: Netherhorn Minotaur. Power level, 31. Health, 7000. Abilities: A. Devastating Swing, unleashes a powerful axe swing with the potential to cause massive damage and create shockwaves. A. Netherhorn Burst, channels nether fiery energy through its horns to create a massive, explosive shockwave that radiates outward. The burst inflicts substantial fire and dark damage, ignites and disorients enemies, and can cause structural collapse within the impact zone. A. Horned Rampage, uses its fiery horns to gore and smash through enemies, delivering both fire and physical damage. A. Minotaur's Outburst, enters a berserk state when their health falls below 10%, increasing its strength, speed, and attack power, allowing it to perform rapid, ferocious strikes. Level 31. Tough nut, aren't you? Ethan muttered, his eyes narrowing at the imposing Minotaur. He quickly realized that the beast must have slipped through the front line due to the sudden chaos. Normally, such a powerful creature wouldn't breach the third defense line. Surveying the battlefield, Ethan saw that the sight of the Minotaur had left everyone around him trembling with fear. It meant everyone was in utmost danger. Roar a broken bar, roar a broken bar. The ground shook with each thunderous roar, and the echo of more Minotaurs arriving became apparent. The rhythmic pounding of their hooves was like a relentless storm, making everyone's hearts pound with dread. Ethan cast a complicated glance over his surroundings. His mind raced to find a solution. There were nearly 10 of these monstrous creatures, their power ranging from level 30 to level 35. Marcus, his face a mask of despair, stared at the approaching Minotaurs. Despite his fierce determination, he knew that facing even one of them alone was an almost certain death sentence. Still, he resolved himself and went to Ethan, to fight beside him, in company. That seemed to be the best option. Cedric and Yona also followed along, finding no other options. All right, time to get serious. Ethan glanced at them, then activated Lava Juggernauts, his most destructive skill. In an instant, he transformed into a towering 7-meter giant, a fearsome amalgamation of molten rock and searing magma. Inferno Leap, he commanded, charging upward amidst the Minotaurs. The onlookers, frozen in terror and awe, gasped in amazement. Wow! They collectively exclaimed. Good heavens! What is this power? Who is this young man? The elderly veteran hunters marveled, their eyes wide with shock. In their entire lives, they had never witnessed such a display of power. Though they were familiar with transformation skills are typically possessed by individuals with powerful bloodlines, like those from the 5 great clans, Ethan's form was entirely unprecedented. Some veterans noted a resemblance to the lava giants from the newly discovered Rock Giants Cave. Guys, maybe he got that skill from the newly formed Dungeon Owner Rock Giants Cave. I've seen similar monsters down there. Broken bar, a young man suggested to his companions, capturing everyone's attention. Oh, really? What luck! They whispered among themselves, their eyes gleaming with a mix of envy and excitement. They began to plan a visit to the dungeon, hoping to survive and potentially acquire such incredible skills for themselves. However, no one knew that it was just their wishful thinking. As the dreadnought Colossus began its catastrophic charge toward the city wall, City Lord Longus knew he had to act now. The ground shook beneath the beast's colossal weight, and the very air seemed to tremble with its impending destruction. City Lord Longus, his heart heavy as he stepped forward, fully aware of the dire consequences if he failed to defeat it. If this monstrosity breached the walls, the human casualties would be catastrophic, far worse than they had already endured. 1/3 of the city's defenders had already fallen at the hands of these beasts, and the numbers weighed heavily on his shoulders. If it increases more, the lives inside the city would be massacred in minutes. Of course, he full well knew that there was also his wife and daughter inside the fortress. With hardened determination etched into his handsome face, Longus glanced at the other A-rank powerhouses who were locked in fierce combat, holding back the tide of smaller beasts. Their efforts were praiseworthy, but this was his burden to bear. If he couldn't kill the dreadnought Colossus, the city would be lost. With a resolve forged in countless battles, City Lord Longus launched himself into the sky, his body a blur of motion. Heavenly Crow transformation, S. He roared, his voice echoing through the battlefield. In a blinding flash, his form began to shift, enveloped in flames that burned with the intensity of a dying star. His body expanded, feathers of dark fire sprouting from his back as he transformed into a massive, crow-like creature of nearly 100 meters long. His eyes blazed like a molten gold, and his wings, now immense and awe-inspiring, crackling with fiery energy. K.O. As the transformation completed, City Lord Longus was no longer merely a mana, he was an heavenly fire crow, a living embodiment of celestial fire and wrath. With a powerful flap of his wings, he ascended higher, the heat radiating from his body scorching the very air around him. The sky above darkened, as if night had fallen early, and the battlefield was illuminated by the eerie, fiery glow of his presence. He fixed his burning gaze on the dreadnought Colossus below, its massive form still hurtling toward the city. K.O. With a cry that shook the heavens, Longus unleashed a torrent of searing flames from his wings, cascading down like a hellish rainstorm. The flames were not just ordinary fire, they were the heavenly crow's flames, capable of reducing even the mightiest of beasts to ashes. The flames struck the Colossus with explosive force, engulfing it in a swirling inferno. The beast roared in pain and fury, its thick hide beginning to crack under the relentless heat. But the dreadnought Colossus was no ordinary foe. It continued its charge, undeterred, though its movements slowed as the flames ate away at its colossal form. City Lord Longus circled above, his fiery wings leaving trails of light in the darkened sky. He knew that one attack would not be enough. Gathering more of the celestial fire within him, he prepared for another strike, determined to bring it down. Then, the Colossus had enveloped itself in a shroud of pure darkness, becoming nearly invisible and intangible as it merges with the shadows. This shroud began to absorb all forms of light and energy, rendering most of the attacks useless. City Lord Longus muttered, a flicker of surprise crossing his usually stoic face. He hadn't expected the dreadnought Colossus to devour his celestial fire so effortlessly. Let's see how many times you can do this, he growled under his breath, his determination unwavering as he unleashed another torrent of celestial fire upon the beast. But as the flames engulfed the dreadnought Colossus, something unexpected happened. Instead of being consumed by the searing heat, the creature absorbed the fire, its massive form pulsing with newfound strength. Each time it fed on the celestial flames, its power grew, the dark energy swirling around it becoming more intense. City Lord Longus watched in disbelief as the beast not only withstood his attacks but seemed to grow stronger by devouring on them. His flames, which was meant to reduce the beast to ashes, were only making it stronger. Realizing the futility of his current strategy, Longus ceased his assault, hovering in the sky as he stared down at the dreadnought Colossus with bewilderment. What is this creature?" he murmured, the words barely escaping his lips. In all his years of battle, he had never encountered such a strange and overwhelmingly powerful ability. The creature was not merely resisting his attacks, it was feeding on them, growing stronger with each strike. "Isn't this too unfair?" he thought, filled him with irony. He narrowed his eyes, the realization dawning on him. "This must be the work of the damned demon god," he concluded, his voice tinged with both anger and concern. Something much larger was at play here. A dark force must be manipulating events from the shadows. Longus's sharp, piercing gaze scanned the battlefield, searching for any sign of a lurking presence, someone pulling the strings behind this monstrous power. But despite his efforts, he found nothing and no trace of the demons, no sign of any sinister figure orchestrating this chaos. Left with no other choice, Longus refocused his attention on the dreadnought Colossus. The time for hesitation had passed. If he was going to defeat this monstrosity, he would need to go all out. Unbeknownst to him, several figures were indeed watching him intently, hidden from sight. These shadowy beings blended seamlessly into the void, their presence so perfectly masked that even the most vigilant eye would pass over them without notice. Had Arius further been present, his unique affinity for the void might have revealed their lurking forms. But in the absence of his keen senses, the figures remained undetected, silently observing every move as the battle raged on. Seeing his magical attack not working on the creature, Longus opened his mouth and let out a terrifying scream as if it shook the heavens. K.O. City Lord Longus watched intently as the dreadnought Colossus convulsed from the sound attack. The piercing scream had shaken the heavens, and it was clear that the creature was vulnerable to this auditory onslaught. This was a crucial discovery, one that he could exploit. Seeing the effect, he grinned. He finally found its weakness: a physical damage. In his heavenly fire crow form, he knew he had to press the advantage before the Colossus could recover. With a swift motion, Longus spread his massive, phoenix-like wings, each feather bristling with energy. These weren't ordinary feathers, they were forged from the toughest components of the celestial flames and imbued with holy power, each one capable of delivering devastating damage. He focused his energy, channeling all his power into his wings. The feathers began to glow with a fierce, golden light, their edges sharp as blades. He could feel the destructive potential within them, each one ready to unleash holy retribution upon the dark creature below. With a powerful flap of his wings, he sent thousands of these deadly feathers hurtling toward the dreadnought Colossus. The sky above the battlefield darkened as the barrage of fiery daggers rained down, each one trailing a streak of light as it descended. Boom, boom, boom. The feathers struck with explosive force, each impact resonating across the battlefield like thunder. The holy power infused in the feathers tore through the dark shroud that surrounded the Colossus, each strike causing the creature to roar in agony. The holy energy seared its flesh, leaving behind gaping wounds that sizzled and smoked. The damage from the attack was significant. The creature's once impenetrable darkness veil was now riddled with injuries, its dark energy wavering as the holy power disrupted its form. The dreadnought Colossus staggered, its massive body trembling under the relentless assault. Buzz! The creature unleashed a terrifying pulse of darkness that spread like an inky wave, melting everything in its path, as if it were glue. Even the relentless barrage of destructive feathers attacking it was consumed, disintegrating into nothingness upon contact with the malevolent energy. No! City Lord Longus's heartbeat quickened, but he maintained his composure, quickly assessing the situation. The darkness pulse wasn't just an ordinary attacker, it was an annihilation force. He watched as the thick walls, once sturdy and impenetrable, began to collapse under the immense corrosion of the darkness. Beyond the crumbling walls, stationed guards who had been caught off guard by the sudden assault were engulfed by the darkness pulse. Their bodies were instantly liquefied into a gooey, black substance, horrifyingly merging with the ground they once defended. As the creature opened its gaping maw, a sickening sound reverberated through the air as it began to devour everything in its path: concrete, dirt, soil, and anything else unfortunate enough to be within reach. The devastation was nothing but brutal, leaving nothing behind but a barren, corrupted landscape. Taking advantage of the chaos, hordes of beasts began pouring into the city through the newly created breach in the walls. The city's defenses were faltering, but the city lord was calm. Instead, he focused on taking down the demonic creature, or else it was going to devour the whole city eventually. Clang, 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 thud, thud, thud. Then, from within the city, a battalion of knights surged forward like a bolt of lightning, their armor gleaming in the dim light as they raced toward the breach. The air was thick with tension, but their resolve was unshakable. Knights to arms! The city calls upon you, to protect Arcadia with your very lives. The battalion commander shouted, his voice carrying over the chaos, a rallying cry meant to bolster their spirits. For honor, for glory, long live Arcadia City! We raise our swords to protect. The knights roared in unison, their voices echoing through the city streets. Swords drawn and shields raised, they charged toward the invading beasts, a wall of steel and courage ready to defend their home. In the sky above, City Lord Longus activated his ultimate skill with a commanding presence. Body of Ruination, S. Instantly, his massive fire crow form was enveloped in an ethereal glow of pure destruction. The once majestic and fiery feathers now crackled with dark, destructive energy, transforming each feather into a potent weapon of chaos. The very air around him seemed to tremble as the aura of annihilation radiated outward, creating ripples of devastation in every direction. With the power of ruination coursing through him, City Lord Longus became a living embodiment of destruction. Now, time to end you, you abominable demon, City Lord Longus declared, his eyes piercing like blades. Meteoric Dive, S. As he activated the skill, the power of ruination seamlessly overlapped with this S-rank skill. Overlapping skills was possible in rank B or above. Although, Ethan's case was totally different. In the next moment, the massive fire crow ascended to an astonishing height of nearly 1 kilometer. The sound of massive crow's wings flapping was a constant, thunderous whoop whoop whoop, reverberating through the sky with each powerful beat. Swoosh! From this towering height, it began its descent with the unstoppable force of a meteor. As it plummeted, City Lord Longus's form was enveloped in a fiery aura, transforming him into a blazing, celestial projectile. The ethereal cocoon of ruination energy encased him, amplifying the destructive impact of his attack. The fire crow, now a formidable comet of annihilation, hurtled towards the ground with unimaginable velocity, preparing to deliver a cataclysmic blow to the abominable demon below. The dreadnought Colossus, sensing the imminent danger, ceased its annihilative actions. It turned its gaze skyward and released a fearsome roar, unleashing a devouring ability that resembled a small black hole, aiming to engulf the fire crow completely. Despite the overwhelming force pulling him in, City Lord Longus remained steadfast, undeterred in his ruination charge. The colossal wings of the fire crow continued their whoop 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 rhythm, each beat a testament to his unwavering resolve. In the next moment, the fire crow was swallowed by the creature's gaping maw. To those watching from the city below, it appeared as though City Lord Longus had been defeated and utterly annihilated. Tension gripped the clan leaders and influential figures as they witnessed the dire scene. Their nerves were stretched taut, their thoughts racing with fear for the worst. Before they could fully process the unfolding disaster, an earth-shaking vibration surged through the dreadnought Colossus. The ground trembled violently, and a deafening roar followed. Boom! The boom that followed was not merely a sound but a tremendous explosion of energy. The dreadnought Colossus's body cracked open, fissures spreading like lightning across its dark, menacing surface. Its once ominous aura of devouring darkness was abruptly disrupted, and the very essence of the creature began to unravel. A blinding flash of light erupted from within the Colossus, searing through the darkness and casting an intense, purifying glow over the battlefield. The Colossi demon's roar turned into a gurgling, agonized wail as it struggled against the force tearing it apart from the inside. Chunks of the dreadnought Colossi's body were flung into the air like shattered debris, raining down upon the landscape. The ground trembled and split apart, with shockwaves rippling outward from the epicenter of the explosion. Dust and debris blotted out the sky, and the very fabric of the surrounding terrain was reshaped by the colossal blast. The force of the explosion generated a massive shockwave that swept across the battlefield, toppling structures and sending debris flying in all directions. The once imposing Colossus was reduced to fragments, its remains scattered across the battlefield in a chaotic display of destruction. In the moment of the cataclysmic explosion, the battlefield fell into a stunned silence, except for the distant echoes of the firecrow's wings, still beating rhythmically in the sky. The once feared dreadnought Colossus was no more, obliterated by the overwhelming power of City Lord Longus's final, devastating attack. In the aftermath of the cataclysmic explosion, the battlefield fell into stunned silence. The once feared dreadnought Colossus lay shattered, obliterated by City Lord Longus's final, devastating attack. However, in that moment of victory, as the battlefield lay in silence, no one noticed the small, yet ominous object that silently slipped away. The abyssal core of the dreadnought Colossus, no larger than an apple, drifted through the air, cloaked by a veil of invisibility. It moved with an eerie, deliberate purpose, heading toward the city. But there was some presence that did notice the lurking entities hidden deep within the void, far from the sight of those on the battlefield. They whispered in hushed, demonic language as they observed the core's silent journey. #@. Their voices, once barely audible, began to rise in urgency and concern as the core floated inside the city. As the dust settled, City Lord Longus descended from the sky, transforming back into his humanoid form. His steps were unsteady as he clutched his stomach tightly, his usually composed demeanor strained by an overwhelming fatigue. "Impressive as always, my lord," one of the clan leaders said as they approached him. Having finished their own battles, they wore exhausted smiles, their faces lined with weariness after the long and grueling fight. Yet, despite their fatigue, they couldn't help but flatter the city lord, their voices carrying a tone of reverence. "How could those abominable demons ever stand a chance against you? Only if they're tired of life would they dare to invade our city." Another old man chimed in, his tone filled with reverence. "Truly, my lord, you are the shield and sword of Arcadia. With you leading us, no force in this world or the next could ever hope to breach our defenses." But the city lord barely registered their words. His vision blurred, and he felt a wave of nausea washing over him. His body, once brimming with immense power, now felt weak and drained. "Arg!" Cough, cough. Without warning, he coughed over violently, spitting out a large amount of blood that stained the soil beneath him a deep red. The clan leaders, who had been so absorbed in their praises, froze in shock as they watched the city lord collapse to one knee, his hand still pressed tightly to his stomach. The sight of the blood left them speechless, their expressions shifting from admiration to horror. They had never seen the city lord, the unshakable pillar of Arcadia, in such a weakened state. "My lord, what's happening to you?" Myrrel Nortel asked, his voice trembling with rare anxiousness. Alger Silvermoon rushed forward, concern etched deeply into his face. "Someone, fetch a high-grade healing potion, quick!" Myrrel Nortel hurriedly rummaged through his space bracelet, his hands shaking slightly as he searched for something that could help. "Here, Brother Alger," he called out, his voice tinged with urgency. "I have an A-grade health restoration potion with me." In a flash, Myrrel pulled out a small vial filled with a shimmering red liquid, the glow of which seemed to pulse with potent life-giving energy. That was no ordinary health potion. This was an A-grade health restoration potion. It could restore one's health to a normal condition in mere seconds. Alger Silvermoon, who had been anxiously watching over the city lord, exhaled a breath he didn't realize he'd been holding. "Oh, an A-grade health restoration potion? That's even better," he said, relief washing over his face. Without wasting a moment, Arias further carefully poured the potion into City Lord Longus's mouth. The City Lord, still barely conscious, instinctively gulped down the liquid. The effect was almost immediate. His face began glow of the healthy color. Then he recalled the horrifying experience of entering that black hole of the dreadnought colossal demon. As soon as he entered that void, he had felt that his strength and life force was slipping away fast. It was really a panicky situation. Fortunately, he was eventually able to break the void confinement due to the ruination force that had corroded the space, shattering the place in explosive force. He regretted his rash action, clenching his fist. He should have handled it more carefully. But now, there was no use crying over spilled milk. He had to pay the price here, and it was no small one. He stared at his system panel with a melancholic expression. He had lost 10 levels, dropping back to level 90. It was horrifying, to say the least. Who knew how long it would take him to recover his full power now? Yes, victory. We won. The triumphant shouts echoed across the battlefield as the colossal demon's demise became apparent. Knights and hunters alike cheered. With unrestrained joy, their voices rising in a chorus of relief and exhilaration. The sight of the monstrous dreadnought Colossus being obliterated had turned the tide of the battle, filling the air with renewed hope and the sweet taste of victory. But the battlefield was now covered with corpses of humans, beasts, and demonic creatures, a gruesome sight. Some mourned for their loved one's death, recalling their despairing tale. Fortunately, at the last moment, the reserve forces from the multiple city outposts joined in the fray, and turned situation around. More importantly, as soon as Dreadnought Colossus died, the demonic enchantment from the beasts wore off, and became vulnerable. Then the beasts suddenly fled from the battlefield, seemingly confused about how they had ended up there. Huff, huff, huff. Ethan panted heavily, as he transformed back to his human form. He gasped for breath, feeling fatigue all over his body. After using overlapped skills again, his body had been tormented beyond recognition. The pain was not only physical but also from the soul. He laid on the ground, closed his eyes for a moment to recover, surrounded by mountains of corpses. Although his body was aching from all the pain, a faint smile could be seen at the corner of his lips. And why not? His gains were not small. Status: name, Engustigro, Ethan Smith. Occupation: hunter. Race: human. Level: 21. Class: none. Age: 18. Strength: 40. Agility: 37. Defense: 35. Mana: 568,190. Attribute points: 15. Skills: Active, Inferno Leap 59, D, Berserker's Might 30, D, Earth Manipulation 12D, Lava Juggernaut -12, D, Azula Sword Strike 35, E, Paralyzing Breath 10E, Shadow Step -9, E, Razor Claws 4, E, Netherhorn Burst, E, Passive, Rage of the Titan, D, Blaze Guard 8, E, Fire Serpent's Digestion -5, E, Predator's Instinct -23, E, Health Regeneration -4, E, Minotaur's Outburst, E. Special Skills: Monster Breeding, Level 1, Blood Regeneration, Level 1, Unique Skills: Appraisal, Basic, Skill Absorption, Mythic, Universal Synthesis, Ultimate, Equipment, Holy Dragonian Blade, C. His level had increased 3 levels. Beside gaining a few new skills from the Minotaurs, he took the risk to gain them, finding them intriguing. As Ethan finished distributing his 15 attribute points, a sweet, floral fragrance drifted under his nose, so dense it felt as though it was right beside him. Curiosity piqued, he slowly opened his eyes and began to rise. But before he could fully sit up, something unexpected happened. Smooch. By accident, Ethan's lips were met with another pair of soft and warm lips. The unexpected fluffy sensation sent a tingling shock through his entire being. As his eyes focused, he realized the source of the sweet lips, Arya. She was impossibly close, her calm, emerald green eyes gazing into his. Ethan's breath caught in his throat as he took in her face, the delicate curve of her pink lips still lingering on his. Arya seemed to be in confusion but didn't overreact. Their eyes locked, and for a moment, the world around them seemed to fade, leaving only the two of them, as if adrift in a sea of unspoken emotions. The air between them grew warmer, charged with the growing effect hormones. Slowly, almost instinctively, they leaned closer, closing the small distance between them inch by inch. When their lips met again, the sensation was electrical, a connection that was both exhilarating and divine. On the dirt ground, their bodies were pressed together, creating an sensual atmosphere. Their kiss was awkward at first, due to inexperience and the uncertainty of new feelings. Yet, as their lips pressed together and their breaths exchanged, they began to find a rhythm. What started awkwardly soon became natural, as if they were learning together in that very moment. The world outside their embrace ceased to matter, the intensity of the kiss pulling them deeper into each other. The closeness, the warmth, the softness of the moment, it was something neither had expected, yet something they both surrendered to fully. Although Ethan had kissed before, there was no spiritual connection between them. However, with Arya, he felt an overwhelming peace. As their kiss deepened, Ethan's mind began to wander, painting vivid pictures of a future he had never allowed himself to hope for. He imagined a life with Arya, getting married, sharing the joys of a wedding day, having children, and growing old together. He could see themselves being as grandparents, playfully taunting each other over their gray hair, surrounded by the warmth of a family they had built together. How peaceful that might be! He could finally fulfill his wish of getting familial love, fulfilling his long emptiness inside. It shouldn't be that impossible, right? Ahem. Cedric and the others cleared their throats awkwardly, exchanging glances as they witnessed the passionate scene unfolding before them. Their curiosity was piqued by the identity of the girl Ethan was kissing so fervently. From their point of view, they could only see Arya's graceful yet elegant back, her white combat dress adorned with black streaks accentuating her curves. The sight drew the attention of everyone around, from the elderly to hunters of various age groups, who stared with a mix of surprise and amusement. What a pair of lovebirds. This brought me my old memories. Young people surely knows how to enjoy themselves. The battlefield, once filled with tension and bloodshed, now held a moment of unexpected tenderness, making it all the more striking against the backdrop of the recent carnage. So romantic. A girl muttered, her eyes shining. The difference between the fierce hunter they had seen moments ago and the tender moment now playing out left them intrigued and a little envious. For a brief moment, the weight of the battles they had fought seemed to lift, replaced by the simple wonder of young love. After what felt like an eternity, Ethan and Arya finally withdrew from their kiss, their lips glistening with a shared warmth. Arya's gaze met Ethan's, and the redness that had spread across her neck became more pronounced. Yet, there was no trace of regret in her eyes. Instead, the moment was etched into her memory as something she would cherish forever. Ethan, on the other hand, scratched his head, a bit embarrassed as he realized the intimacy of what had just happened. His initial worry was whether Arya might be upset, but when he looked at her, he saw only happiness. Her blushing face and those captivating emerald eyes told the truth, she was in love. Ethan's heartbeat quickened, overwhelmed by the raw emotion of tenderness he felt toward her. He found himself captivated by her side profile, but when she noticed his gaze, Arya quickly looked away, her composure breaking in a rare moment of panic. Although both of them hadn't told each other their feelings, it just a matter of time. For now, a mutual understanding passed between them. Marcus, all alone, looked at the scene sorrowfully, remembering his past with a heavy heart. Wow, so beautiful. Yona, typically the calm and composed one, couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. She marveled at Arya's beauty and maturity, noticing the difference between herself, still a girl in many ways, and Arya, who was clearly more of a woman in every aspect. But, why does she look so familiar? Gradually, she began to find Arya increasingly familiar, noting a striking resemblance to someone from her past. This resemblance stirred a flood of long-forgotten memories, rekindling emotions she had nearly buried. Cedric, who had been standing nearby, hurried over and clasped Ethan's shoulder with a grin. Ethan, you're such a player. You told us you didn't have a girlfriend, and now here you are, openly displaying your affection. He teased, his voice filled with playful disbelief. Ethan could only chuckle at Cedric's playful comment. Let me see who's going to be my sister-in-law, Cedric said with a grin as he stepped to the side, trying to catch a glimpse of the woman Ethan had just kissed. But as soon as his eyes landed on Arya's face, all the color drained from his own. See Sister Arya, Cedric stammered, his eyes wide with shock. Arya's eyes narrowed slightly as she recognized the voice. Oh, Littlest, I didn't expect to see you here. You're also fighting alongside everyone. What a surprise. She responded, her tone warm yet teasing, as if she had known him for a long time. Cedric, who was indeed shorter than both Arya and Ethan, mostly due to his younger age, stood there, momentarily speechless. He knew Arya from his past, but seeing her now, in this context, caught him completely off guard. She was a frequent visitor of his house from his childhood. She mostly came to visit their house, because of the reason she was his big brother's childhood friend, and dungeon partner. She used to call him as Littlest from the beginning. He also knew about her noble background and unparalleled talent. So, The intimate connection between her and Ethan, a commoner, was mind-blowing to him. Exasperated, Cedric finally found his voice. "Sister Arya, what are you doing here? And how do you know Ethan?" The questions flowed out, his mind racing to make sense of what he'd just witnessed. Arya looked at Ethan and answered calmly, "Yep, just a few days ago." The details were not provided, but he understood their intimacy was real. How can a noblewoman from a renowned family get so close to a commoner like Ethan? Cedric wondered, his amazement evident. Not that he had any prejudice against commoners, his whole family was of common origins, after all. But the situation between Ethan and Arya was far from the norm. Ethan watched their interaction with intrigue. He understood that there was a big seniority problems here. Meanwhile, Yona, who had been quietly observing, finally recognized who she was as her savior. "Excuse me, are you really Lady Arya from the Silvermoon clan?" "No, you must be," Yona stammered, her voice filled with both awe and uncertainty. She paused before continuing, "Actually, I've heard your name a lot." "I am honored to meet your ladyship." Yona's respectful tone hinted at something more, a personal connection or circumstance yet to be revealed. Her demeanor was noticeably different, more respectful than the others had seen before. "Arya, let me introduce you. This is Yona, and over there is Marcus." "They are both members of our party and our friends," Ethan said, glancing at Marcus, who appeared disinterested. Arya's expression softened as she smiled at Yona. "There's no need for such formality, Yona. You're Ethan's friend, so my friend as well." Yona nodded, but the respect in her eyes remained, as if she knew something about Arya that the others did not. Yona's mind drifted back to a stormy night at their poor village, 3 or 4 years ago. It was a night that was unforgettable. At that time, during a fierce beast rampage, her family had been in grave danger, their lives hanging by a thread. It was Arya, like a valiant heroine, who had come to their rescue, fighting off the beasts with unmatched skill and bravery at the age of 16. She was most likely on an adventure near Yona's village. Of course she was protected by a few clan elders, which was set up by her father. The sight of Arya's heroism and the relief she brought was something Yona and her family could never hope to repay. From that moment on, Yona made a solemn promise to herself: she would become strong and serve Lady Arya's family for 3 generations, dedicating her life to honoring the debt of gratitude she felt. Yona, overcome with emotion and gratitude, knelt before Arya with a loud thud. "Lady Arya, I humbly request to please let me serve you as my master." "I will do anything you ask," she declared. With unwavering resolve, Arya's eyes, along with everyone else's, widened in astonishment. "Hey, girl, what are you doing?" Arya asked, clearly confused. "Why do you want to be my servant all of a sudden?" Her brows furrowed as she tried to make sense of Yona's unexpected plea. Still kneeling, Yona looked up at Arya with determined eyes. 3 years ago, during the beast rampage, you saved my family from certain death. Your bravery and kindness are something we can never repay, but I vowed myself to honor your kindness by dedicating my life to your service." Her voice was firm, filled with the fierce resolve of someone who had made a life-altering decision. The intensity of Yona's words hung in the air, leaving the group momentarily speechless. Arya, taken aback by the depth of Yona's dedication, could see the sincerity in her eyes. For a moment, she hesitated, unsure if she should accept such a serious vow. Arya glanced at Ethan for approval, and Ethan nodded in silent agreement. She knew this decision wasn't just about her now, it would shape their future together. So she started to think about his opinion already. If this was any normal time, she would have refused already. There were thousands of people like Yona waiting at their doorsteps, who seek to be her personal attendee every day. However, she didn't want to accept any of them, finding it exhausting to deal with. She didn't want to rely on others' strength for a single moment. On the other hand, Ethan agreed, recognizing that Yona could be a valuable support to Arya in these uncertain times. Moreover, Yona was his friend, and he felt a strong obligation to help. It wasn't such a bad thing for Yona to be an attendant for someone like Arya, with her noble background. With access to their resources and influence, Yona could quickly become more powerful. Arya felt her heart soften. Ethan's approval reassured her that Yona's loyalty would not only be a gesture of gratitude but could also serve as a valuable alliance in the future. Yona, Arya began softly, I never expected this, but I can see how much this means to you. If this is truly your wish, then I accept your offer. But know this, you are not just a servant to me. You are a friend, and I will treat you as such. Her eyes reflected the purity of her claim. Yona's eyes shimmered with a mixture of relief and gratitude. Thank you, Lady Arya. I will serve you with all my strength and loyalty. Cedric rubbed his eyes. Disbelief etched across his face. How did one of our party members suddenly become someone else's attendant? Who's going to help clear dungeons with us now? He muttered, trying to wrap his head around the situation. His thoughts were abruptly interrupted by a commanding voice that echoed across the battlefield. Arya, come here. Arya's uncle called out, his tone leaving no room for hesitation. Arya's gaze immediately shifted towards her uncle. Sensing the urgency in his voice, she quickly responded, but not before turning to Yona. Come, Yona, let me introduce you to my uncle, she said with a smile, glancing bashfully at Ethan, signaling him to follow along. As the trio moved towards Arya's uncle, Cedric and Marcus exchanged awkward glances. The sudden shift in dynamics left them both feeling a bit disoriented. Cedric, trying to lighten the mood, patted Marcus on the back. Don't worry, Marcus. You'll find another beautiful life partner soon enough. Marcus, his eyes still red from the painful memories, shook his head. I don't need anyone else. Emma was, and will always be, the only one for me. His voice was filled with sorrow and unwavering resolve, making it clear that no one could replace the woman he had lost. Hello, Uncle. Ethan greeted with a smile, his voice steady despite the slight awkwardness he felt. Though initially uncertain about addressing Arya's uncle so informally, he resolved to do so, considering the future they might share. Arya's uncle raised an eyebrow at Ethan's choice of words, a hint of surprise flashing across his features. Directly, Uncle, where's the sir part? He mused inwardly, his gaze shifting between Arya and Ethan. The familiarity in their interaction was unmistakable, and it became clear to him just how close they had grown in such a short period. He merely nodded in response, choosing not to comment further. Despite the unusual circumstances, he recognized that their futures weren't as uncertain as he had initially feared. Ethan's growth over the past few days had been nothing short of remarkable, and it was clear that he had become significantly more powerful. The boy was nothing but a miracle. As Arya's uncle observed Ethan's recent fights with the lower-level beasts, he couldn't help but be impressed by the young man's prowess. Each battle had shown Ethan's rapid improvement, his skills and strength evolving at a pace that was almost unbelievable. However, this realization brought with it a new concern. His thoughts turned to his own son, Drake. Just a few days ago, Drake and Ethan had been evenly matched in strength and skill. But now, it was evident that if they were to face each other again, Ethan would likely dominate the fight. A sense of protectiveness surged within him. No, he thought firmly, I must not allow them to duel again. Never ever. The idea of his son's confidence being shattered by such a defeat was something he couldn't bear to imagine. Shifting his gaze to the girl beside Arya, Arya's uncle asked, Who is this, Arya? Arya smiled warmly, glancing at Yona before answering, She's my attendant, Uncle. We've already completed the ceremony. Her uncle, Astrid, couldn't hide his surprise. Arya had been strongly encouraged before to get a personal attendant to enhance her image as a noble, but she had refused every time. This sudden change in her mentality was unexpected. What's your opinion on it, Uncle? Arya asked, her tone gentle yet curious. Astrid studied Yona for a moment, noticing the seriousness in her demeanor and the resolve in her eyes. He was impressed by her poise but couldn't shake the surprise that his niece had suddenly embraced this role reversal. His mind raced with questions. He recalled how stubborn Arya had been in the past, insisting on her independence despite the pressures of her noble status. What could have caused this shift? He wondered. His gaze shifted subtly to Ethan, standing confidently beside Arya. Is it him? Astrid mused internally. The thought lingered in his mind as he considered the possibility. Could Ethan be the exact reason for Arya's sudden change in attitude? After a moment, Astrid nodded approvingly. AMD replied with smile, That's great. If it helps you, Arya, then I have no objections. Just remember that being a noble comes with responsibilities, and having an attendant isn't just about enhancing your image, it's about trust and loyalty." Arya smiled at her uncle's words, feeling reassured. "Thank you, uncle. I know, and I trust Yona completely. She's already proven her loyalty." When she said this, she glanced Ethan's handsome profile, knowing full well that Yona was Ethan's friend and thus the unwavering trust. This action confirmed Astrid's suspicions entirely. He heaved a helpless sigh, realizing that the connection between Arya and Ethan was indeed influencing her decisions in ways he hadn't anticipated. "All right, Arya," he finally said, his tone carrying a hint of resignation. "Now, let's go. We're going home. Your father is waiting for you." The battle is over. Ethan and Cedric watched Arya and Yona walk away before exchanging glances. A mischievous smirk spread across Cedric's face. "Ha ha. Ethan, you've really caught a big fish this time. A noble's daughter, and an assassin at that. Should I start calling you brother-in-law from now on?" Ethan shrugged with a playful glint in his eye. "Sure, if you're looking to get smashed," he smirked. "Oops." Cedric instantly stopped laughing, realizing he might have pushed too far. "But seriously, Ethan," Cedric continued, his tone shifting to a more serious note, "you just had to get involved with Sister Arya? You know my brother has a crush on her too. It's going to be really awkward for me if you two ever meet." Ethan raised an eyebrow, considering Cedric's words. "Oh, I'll keep that in mind," he replied, sensing the underlying tension in the situation. As the battlefield slowly cleared, the hunters began their return to the city. Some limped toward the medical tents, seeking urgent treatment, while others walked with heads held high, their hearts swelling with pride from hard-won victories. A few, however, were weighed down by grief, their eyes hollow from the loss of comrades in the brutal fight. They carried their comrades' bodies like a lifeless statue. Not long after, a specialized unit of harvesters arrived on the scene to begin their grim work. The air was heavy with the stench of decay, mingling with the sharp, metallic scent of blood from countless fallen beasts. With practiced efficiency, the harvesters moved among the carcasses, their hands steady as they extracted demonic cores from the obsidian terrors and salvaged every valuable resource they could find: fangs, hides, rare organs, and even enchanted bones from the ferocious beasts. Their precision was unmatched, ensuring that nothing of worth was left behind, even in the aftermath of such devastation. The ground was stained with the remnants of battle, but the harvesters worked methodically, knowing that these spoils would fuel the city's economy and perhaps even the next great conflict. In their hands, the remnants of the fallen beasts would be repurposed into tools, weapons, and potions, turning the tragedy of the battlefield into a resource for survival. It was nighttime, and the full moon shone brightly in the clear sky, casting a serene glow over the cobblestone path towards the camp. After parting ways with Cedric and Marcus, Ethan walked by the cobblestone path to reach his tent, his footsteps light and casual. As he walked, his thoughts drifted to the earlier moments with Arya, and a faint smile curved his lips. For the first time in a long while, he felt a genuine sense of happiness. The thought of a bright future filled him with hope, a future he was determined to build, no matter the challenges. But Ethan knew that hope alone wouldn't be enough. To make that future a reality, he would need to work harder than ever before. His cheat abilities would give him an edge, but without hard work, even the most powerful skills would be wasted. For now, though, all those thoughts could wait. What he needed most at this moment was rest to a long-awaited, well-deserved sleep. Huh? What's this? Ethan's eyes were drawn to an eerie, apple-sized orb lying on the ground a few paces away. It pulsed with an ominous energy, dark and foreboding, casting long shadows in the moonlit night. A cold shiver ran down his spine as he instinctively took a step back, sensing something was terribly wrong. He became alert, and immediately activated his appraisal skill, hoping to discern the nature of the strange object. But the moment his ability latched onto the orb, a sharp, searing pain exploded in his eyes, as if they were being stabbed by red-hot needles. The pain quickly spread, enveloping his entire head in a blinding agony. "Arg!" Ethan cried out, his hands flying to his face in a desperate attempt to rub away the pain. His vision blurred, and for a few terrifying moments, he could barely see. When his sight began to clear, he saw something that made his blood run cold. The black orb, no longer inert, was now levitating a few feet off the ground, pulsating with dark energy that seemed to corrupt the very air around it. Tendrils of shadowy mists whirled around the orb, expanding outward like the creeping fingers of death itself. "Damn! Why is it coming towards me?" Ethan muttered, fear-lacing his words as he clutched his burning eyes with his hand. The orb, as if responding to his voice, began to move slowly at first, then faster, closing the distance between them with terrifying speed. Ethan's instincts screamed at him to run, and he bolted, pushing his exhausted body to its limits. His heart pounded in his chest, each beat a frantic drum urging him to go faster. But it was no use. The orb was unstoppable, darting through the air with unnatural speed. In a heartbeat, it closed the gap, and before Ethan could even react, it struck him from behind. A sharp, sickening sound echoed in the night as the orb pierced through his body, leaving a gaping, corroded hole in its way. The pain was immediate and overwhelming. It was as though a molten blade had been driven through his spine, and every nerve in his body screamed in agony. Ethan staggered forward, his legs giving out beneath him as he gasped for breath. The pain wasn't just physical, it was as if the orb was tearing apart his very soul. Yes, he could feel it deep inside him now. It was burrowing into his core. The dark energy spread through his veins like poison, burning him from the inside out. His vision dimmed, and the world round him began to blur, the edges of his consciousness fraying as he fought to stay awake. But the pain was too much. It consumed him, drowning him in a sea of darkness as the orb nestled itself within him. It was like it was trying to consume his very soul and claim his body of its own. Ethan's mind was clouded with agony and confusion, leaving him unable to think clearly or activate his unique skills. The ominous entity had overwhelmed him completely, leaving him helpless. As the darkness closed in around him, Ethan's thoughts drifted back to the beautiful moments he had shared with Arya. A fleeting smile crossed his pain-stricken face as he remembered her warmth and kindness. Is this finally the end? He wondered, his thoughts fractured and fading. Can I not even hope for a better future, where I might have a family of my own? He felt unconscious, and his body was slowly turning dark like the demons. Ding. Warning. Your unique soul making an interference with the system. System rewriting. System rewriting complete. Congratulations, you have acquired a new active skill, Manners, Divine, Description, Manners, Melanio Avanora Arabella Seraphine, is unique intelligent entity from higher dimensions, capable of doing tasks with unmatched intelligence. Ding. Due to lower dimensional restrictions, Manners level had been reduced to SS level, Transcendental. Ding. System rewriting again. Ding. Your system's default user interaction program is being replaced by Manners. Goodbye, user. It all happened in the blink of an eye, and no one had noticed. Not even Ethan, as he was unconscious. Otherwise, he would have been shocked to death. What type of power could interfere with system administration? Under the full moon's silvery light, Ethan's figure was bathed in its ethereal glow. Yet, instead of being illuminated, it seemed as though the light was being consumed by the darkness that surrounded him, swallowed into a void that defied the natural order. His body, now enshrouded in a sinister darkness, was scarred by streaks of crimson that pulsed like malevolent veins through the inky blackness. The transformation was unmistakably demonic, a grotesque fusion of shadow and corruption that marked him as something otherworldly. But even in the horror of the moment, a glimmer of hope emerged. Ethan's eyes, once burning red with pain and despair, began to shift. The crimson hue drained away, replaced by a vivid, glowing blue that radiated with an intense, otherworldly light. The blue light grew brighter and more intense, casting a brilliant glow that pierced through the surrounding darkness, illuminating his face with a fierce and determined energy. Universal synthesis, synthesize skills, lava juggernaut, D, plus rage of the titan, D, plus berserker's might, D. Create a body fortification skill, Ethan's internal AI, Manners, commanded with unwavering precision. As soon as the command was given, his three powerful skills began to merge, intertwining and melding into a single, cohesive force. The synthesis process flawlessly engraved this new power into his very soul. Synthesis successful. Your skills have evolved into a new active skill, Doombringer Fortification. See, Doombringer Fortification. Upon activation, it increases the user's overall physical capabilities by 1200%. Activate Doombringer Fortification. Manners commanded in the span of a millisecond, her thought processing speed far beyond human comprehension. In an instant, Ethana, or rather, Manazar, felt the surge of power flood through his body, fortifying and empowering him beyond anything he had ever experienced. His dark, transformed body was now coated with a thin layer of energy, enhancing his physique and making him stronger than ever before. But the next command she gave was far more ominous. Universal Synthesis. Synthesize the host's body with the demonic core. Manners commanded, her thought processes calculating and exchanging data with other skills as if this was the norm for her. She meticulously calculated all the variables, determining that the synthesis was now possible with minimal damage. Yet, what would happen to Ethan after this synthesis? Only time would tell. Initiating synthesis. The process began. 1%, 2%, 10%. Instantly, the chaotic movement of the dark entity within him began to slow, its influence diminishing as Ethan's body became encased in a cocoon of bright, ethereal light. The effect of universal synthesis. 45%, 47%, 67%. Suddenly, the process halted. Error, insufficient mana. Error, insufficient mana. Inside the cocoon, Manners hesitated, confusion rippling through her normally flawless logic. How could I forget to calculate this? Oh, it's because my rank is deteriorating. I'm even losing my memories, she murmured, a rare hint of emotion in her heavenly voice. Master Zero, it seems this humble servant still couldn't deliver the warning in time, she whispered with deep melancholy. Despite her vast capabilities, including the ability to implant memories into another's mind, Manners was now limited. With Ethan's body and soul in such a disarray, she couldn't perform this simple yet critical task. And without it, Ethan's far future was bleak. Use some of my micro-energy constructs as a source of mana, Manners commanded, her resolve as unyielding as a mountain. The moment she gave the order, her micro-energy constructs, small but potent reserves of power within her system, responded to her will. The synthesis continued without further interruption. Synthesis complete. With the process finished, the silent cobblestone path bore witness to Ethan's newly transformed body. He lay on the ground, still unconscious, but undeniably changed. Ethan's skin remained the same pale white, but something new and sinister had emerged. Two black, twisted horns emerged from his head, giving him a menacing, demonic characteristics. He had become something entirely different, neither fully human nor completely demon, but a fusion of both. A half-demon, half-human entity with a body that reflected the darkness and power now residing within him. This transformation marked the beginning of a new and dangerous chapter in his life, where the line between humanity and monstrosity was blurred. %@%. Although the area looked completely empty, there were some demonic entities lurking in the void, the same ones from the battlefield. They watched Ethan's transformation with their prying eyes through the void, with increased curiosity. Meanwhile, within the depths of his mind, Manners felt her own power diminish. Her level dropped to A rank, a significant decrease from her previous stature. The cost of aiding Ethan had been steep. Memories of her past, once vivid and clear, has become completely erased, and her abilities were now limited. But she still had a level of intelligence far surpassing most beings in this world. Though her capabilities were reduced, she never forgot her responsibility. Like an obedient, advanced, intelligent assistant, she was prepared to achieve astonishing feats to protect Ethan and ensure his survival, no matter the cost. In the void nearby, a group of entities conversed in a language both ancient and archaic, their voices resonating with a dark, guttural cadence. Mistress, did you see that? It's a miracle, an elder demon exclaimed, addressing the demoness who stood at the forefront. The demoness was unlike any other, with white flawless skin and long lustrous black hair. She boasted an array of striking features, captivating purple eyes, long, wavy horns curling elegantly from her head, large dark angelic wings extending from her back. She was a succubus of exceptional allure, standing about 1.8 meters tall. Her curvaceous figure with big breasts, ample bust, slender waist, and well-defined hips was accentuated by the minimal, thin dress she wore. She embodied a seductive blend of beauty and danger, a paragon of sensuality and power. "I can see that," the succubus demoness replied, observing the young man's sudden transformation. It left her in awe. It was the first time a human turned into a demon. Although there are demonized humans, most of them are grotesque with no bloodline purity. But the young man was clearly radiating powerful bloodline aura. A powerful one at that. Her captivating purple eyes glinted with unnatural light as she revealed a seductive smile, licking her luscious crimson lips. She was clearly somewhere attracted to Ethan. "Let's go. We need to save the boy. He is one of us now," the succubus commanded, her voice carrying a mix of authority and urgency. Her alluring, curvaceous figure moved with a fluid grace as she stepped out of the void, her black wings unfurling behind her like a shadowy shroud. Behind her, her servants and attendants followed, their eyes glowing with a dark, ethereal light, obediently trailing their mistress. The succubus could feel it. A dark, ominous force was on the horizon, creeping closer with every passing moment. It was a presence that sent shivers down even her spine, a foreboding sense of doom that threatened to engulf everything. She knew they had little time. "Master Zero, wake up, wake up!" The soft, melodious chimes of the heavenly voice from Manners reverberated through his mind, pulling Ethan from the depths of unconsciousness. His eyelids twitched, and slowly, they began to flutter open, revealing his hazy, unfocused gaze as he gradually returned to consciousness. He blinked several times, trying to clear the fog from his vision, and the disorienting sensation of waking in an unfamiliar place washed over him. The cold ground beneath him felt unyielding, and a faint chill lingered in the air, seeping into his bones. Slowly, with some effort, he rubbed his eyes and pushed himself up from the ground, his body heavy with exhaustion and confusion. "What's this?" he murmured, his voice rough and hoarse from the recent incidents. "Am I still alive?" His thoughts were muddled, and he struggled to piece together the fragments of his memory. The last thing he remembered was piercing pain from the back, followed by the sensation of his body being torn apart from within. Just as panic began to set in, Manners' heavenly voice responded to his query, her tone as soothing as a gentle spring breeze, cutting through the haze of his mind. "Yes, Master Zero." "You are indeed alive," she reassured him, her words a balm to his rising anxiety. "Your health is at 67%, mana depletion, 95.98%. The information sent a shiver down his spine, the reality of his situation sinking in. His health was dangerously low, his mana reserves nearly exhausted. Yet, despite the dire statistics, he was still breathing, still alive. Manners' voice, which had carried the depth and wisdom of a mature woman just moments ago, now shifted, becoming light and youthful, almost playful, as if a different persona had taken over. "Huh? Wait a second." Ethan was scared out of his wits upon realizing the sudden ethereal voice echoing in his head. He didn't realize it at first. He thought it must some kind of system notification. However, her melody's voice told the truth. "Who are you?" he asked cautiously. "What are you doing in my head?" A moment later, a live projection appeared before him, a small pixie, no more than a few centimeters tall, floating gracefully in the air. Her translucent wings shimmered with an ethereal light as she hovered in place. "Master Zero, I'm Manners, your advanced UI assistant. My mission is to serve you wholeheartedly. I will assist you in achieving anything you want," she said solemnly, her tiny figure exuding a surprising sense of authority. "Manners? That's a strange name you've got there." "Wait, did you just call me Master Zero?" Ethan's brow furrowed in confusion as he tried to make sense of the situation. "Did I get reincarnated again?" Panic surged through him as he hurriedly touched his face and then ran his hands over his body, searching for any signs that he might have been reborn in a new form. He needed to confirm if he was still himself or if something drastic had changed. But, to his relief, he realized that his body was mostly the same, his familiar features intact. However, something felt different, something foreign. He reached up and touched the top of his head, where he found something strong and long protruding from his skull. "What the?" he whispered, his heart pounding. His fingers traced the strange appendages until he realized what they were: horns. Wavy-shaped, with pointed sharp tips. What's this? A pair of horns? This is unacceptable, he muttered in frustration. His voice laced with anger and disbelief. He could accept the existence of a strange AI entity like Manners, but having horns like a demon was too much. He had always hated demons, and the thought of suddenly being one of them made his stomach churn with nausea. As Ethan struggled to calm himself, Manners hovered nearby, her delicate features showing a hint of concern. She was about to speak, but suddenly, the sky above them began to change in a way that neither of them could ignore. Rumble, rumble. The world roared as the sky darkened, thick shadows of storm clouds gathering ominously above. Thunderbolts crackled and flashed, illuminating the ominous scene with bursts of blinding light. It was as if an apocalypse had suddenly descended upon them, the atmosphere charged with a terrifying energy that made the air itself feel heavy. Ethan looked up, his new horns forgotten for the moment, as a sense of dread washed over him. "What now?" he asked Manners. "Do you have any answers, Manners? You said you're an advanced intelligent entity, right?" He communicated through mental communication. Manners, her ethereal form shimmering slightly, responded with a hint of embarrassment. "I'm sorry, Master Zero. I don't have the proper data yet. I could have provided more accurate information if only my levels were higher." Ethan sighed in frustration. "Oh, right. You aren't some omnipotent being, are you?" "I forgot." Before they could discuss further, an ear-splitting roar shattered the air, drawing their attention skyward. The voice, deep and resonant, echoed through the city with a bone-chilling intensity. WHO dares to kill my son? My son? You puny humans, you dare to lay your filthy hands on my son? Roar! I will kill you all. A nightmarish vision filled the sky as a colossal demonic creature manifested above them. Its immense figure was grotesque, swollen beyond natural proportions, and its skin seemed to ripple with an unnatural energy. The creature's eyes glowed with a fierce, malevolent light, and its mouth, gaping wide like a yawning chasm, was filled with rows of jagged, razor-sharp teeth. The beast's swollen form resembled a grotesque sun, its entire body pulsating with dark, chaotic energy as if it had consumed the very essence of the sky. The sight was both mesmerizing and horrifying, the sheer scale of its presence overwhelming. "Oh my God!" Ethan exclaimed as he became horrified. "Huala! Huala!" From the gluttonous mouth of the creature, a dark, swirling vortex emerged, its edges crackling with raw, destructive power. The mouth of the beast was so enormous that it could easily engulf an entire mountain ranges. As the vortex expanded, it began to suck in everything within its reach, pulling the city into its deadly embrace. Buildings, streets, and landmarks were torn apart and swallowed by the monstrous force. The black hole-like maw of the creature spewed forth a relentless torrent of destruction, consuming the city from the outer banks inward. The once proud city walls crumbled under the immense pressure, the commoner districts and noble quarters alike were reduced to rubble. Even the city lord's mansion, once a symbol of authority and stability, was engulfed in the catastrophic onslaught. The sky above the city darkened further, with ominous clouds swirling around the demonic entity, casting an eerie, foreboding light over the devastation below. The air was thick with the acrid stench of destruction, and the ground trembled violently as the city succumbed to the creature's wrath. No. Ethan stared in horror at the apocalyptic scene unfolding before him. How did it come to this? Just why? For a moment, he was paralyzed, his mind struggling to comprehend the scale of the destruction. Then, driven by a desperate need to save those he cared about, he charged toward the campsite, where Emily, Aunt Greta, Iris, her family, and his friends Cedric and Marcus's family were. "Master, you shouldn't go. There is a 99.99% chance of failure," Manners warned urgently, her voice filled with concern. Ignoring the warning, Ethan pushed forward, his heart pounding with anxiety. Every step felt like a struggle as he raced toward the campsite, hoping against hope that he could reach them in time. But, is it even possible? Buzz, buzz, buzz. The sound of devouring became intense, as it targeted the campsite next. No. Damn it! Ethan shouted in despair, tears mingling with blood as he watched the campsite being sucked into the abyss in the blink of an eye. His heart seemed to stop, his pulse racing uncontrollably. He shook uncontrollably, the faces of his loved ones flashing before his eyes are now all gone. What about Arya? Ethan's voice wavered as he turned to look at the nobles' district, but saw nothing but devastation. The entire area of Arcadia City, stretching 8 to 10 kilometers, had been consumed, leaving only a hollow expanse of dark, ominous radiation. The once bustling city was now a desolate wasteland, the remnants of its former glory swallowed by the monstrous force. In that moment, Ethan's heart sank into a void of darkness. The future he envisioned was now shrouded in sorrow and loneliness, a bleak landscape devoid of hope. He had nothing left anymore. Master, run, Menas urged, her voice trembling with urgency. Ethan, overwhelmed by the magnitude of the destruction and the loss, could only stumble backward, his mind reeling as the full weight of his grief and despair pressed down on him. The world around him had turned into a nightmare, and all he could do was try to escape the all-encompassing darkness that had claimed everything he once held dear. Menas was unable to take control of Ethan's body without his permission, and her attempts to move him to safety failed. Realizing the gravity of the situation, she quickly employed her prediction ability to find a viable countermeasure. To her dismay, the best course of action was to do nothing. It sounded bizarre, but it offered the highest chance of survival she predicted. Just as the situation seemed dire, a seductive succubus emerged from the void, followed by a group of royal blood demons. Her black wings unfurled as she moved with urgency towards Ethan. In her hands, she held a strange disc-like ancient artifact adorned with intricate runes. Without hesitation, she thrust the artifact into the air. It spun and glowed with an otherworldly light, opening a shimmering portal to a dark, unknown realm. Swoosh! Pulling Ethan forcefully, she and others hurriedly moved toward the portal, just as the devouring force of the demonic creature reached the edge of their location. The devouring demonic creature, its rage evident, watched their departure with a wrathful glare. Its eyes burned with fury as it roared in anger. "You traitors! You're dead!" The creature's voice echoed through the void as it disappeared quickly, its rage fading into the darkness that enveloped the city. A lonesome dark mountain stood tall against the raging hot winds. Jagged and proud, it dwarfed other peaks of the mountain chain, cutting the night sky with its sharp edges. A bloody moon bathed its slopes in the ghostly light. Under that light, a young man with pale skin and black hair sat quietly, gazing upon the horizon. The landscape around Ethan was desolate, the same as him. The barren land stretched out as far as the eye could see, devoid of life or hope. The dark, hollow ground seemed to echo the grim reality of this forsaken place. It was as if the very soil had been drained of its essence, just as Ethan felt his soul had been. The pair of black horn protruding from his head were a constant reminder of the transformation he had undergone marked him as something no longer entirely human. He sat still, a figure of despair amidst the raging winds of emptiness. It had been 5 days since he had arrived in the abyss, the demon land. He now loathed with every fiber of his being. The demons had destroyed everything he had. Their cruel. Beside him, Menas floated in a pixie form, a small but radiant figure adorned in delicate fairy-like clothes. Her tiny wings fluttered as she hovered near him, her eyes filled with concern. Her loyalty toward him was unwavering. She watched him closely, her worry growing with each passing moment. Her master, who had once been full of determination and fire, now seemed on the brink of collapse, crushed by the weight of his grief and the enormity of his loss. Ethan's mind was a storm of thoughts, each one more painful than the last. Faces of his friends and loved ones flashed before his eyes, their expressions filled with sorrow as they bade him farewell in his memories. The image of Arya, the woman he had shared a fleeting moment of happiness with, lingered the longest. He wondered what she had felt in those final moments. Had she thought of him? Had she remembered him as the darkness closed in? The reality was too painful to accept. The chance of her survival was slim, almost non-existent, and the thought of her suffering, of her dying alone in fear and despair, tore at his heart. The agony of that possibility was a burden he didn't know how to bear. His thoughts drifted through the complexities of this world. Why was he reincarnated this world? Was it just to suffer? What's with all this talk about righteous and demonic factions, heroes and demon lords, Solace and Abyss? Why does such a stark division exist in the first place? Moreover, why wasn't he reborn into a world of peace and prosperity, where he could have lived without the constant shadow of death looming over him? Menas, ever attuned to his emotions, felt a sharp pang in her heart, seeing her master so vulnerable and lost. "Master, I told you before," she said softly, her tiny voice filled with concern, "there's a 0.9% chance of reviving them if we could somehow kill that demon lord and take over his body." Succubus Bella had revealed the true culprit to the demon lord Beelzebub, a terrifying entity with the demonic power to devour everything in his path. He had led the attack to their city with a motive to grow his child Rena Dreadnought Colossus stronger. There are a total of 99 demon lords in the demon land, each ruling over their own region with unmatched authority. These demon lords possess the terrifying ability to summon wind and storm with just a flick of their fingers, showcasing their immense control over the demonic powers. Among them, 7 demon lords stand out as the most powerful, each representing one of the 7 deadly abilities tied to the 7 deadly sins. These 7 are feared and revered above all others for the sheer destruction they can unleash. Beelzebub is one of these 7, embodying the deadly ability of gluttony. His power is not just in his ability to consume, but to devour everything in his path, though whether it be physical matter, energy, or even souls. His insatiable hunger knows no bounds, making him a force of nature that even other demon lords fear to confront. The sheer magnitude of his power is enough to bring entire cities to ruin in an instant. With Devour as his weapon, Beelzebub's strength is unparalleled, and the devastation he can cause is beyond imagination. Defeat the demon lord? Ethan found the idea both absurd and oddly amusing. Ha ha ha. Defeat demon lord Beelzebub? What a joke. His laughter rang out, tinged with bitterness as he recalled that horrific memento, the moment when that demon devoured an entire city of 200,000 souls as if they were nothing. How could anyone hope to defeat such a monstrous entity? Even the city lord, with his S-rank power, had been utterly powerless. So, how could he possibly do it? And how much time would it take to even reach that level of power? This demon land was devoid of mana, replaced instead by a corrupting demonic or abyssal energy. He couldn't even go back to human land at his condition. His own kind would butcher him if they would have seen him. He couldn't even use his unique skills. His mana reserves were dangerously low, teetering on the brink of depletion. Who knows how long Menas would last by his side? After all, she relied on his mana to exist. Although he had acquired some demonic abilities that allowed him to tap into this abyssal energy, it wasn't nearly enough to challenge a being like Beelzebub, a demon lord with the terrifying power of gluttony, devour. In the past 5 days, Ethan had done nothing but wallow in despair, wasting away his time in this forsaken land. Succubus Bella, who had been surprisingly tolerant of his behavior, merely watched his lazy actions with silent disapproval. As his maniacal laughter echoed through the barren landscape, Menas, usually calm and composed, found herself growing irritated to a rare occurrence. "Master!" she shouted, her tiny voice laced with urgency, her brows knitting together in frustration. But Ethan didn't respond, lost in his hopeless thoughts, a foolish grin plastered on his face. Manas's irritation deepened, her brows furrowing further. "Master!" she yelled again, her voice resonating louder, amplified by the sheer force of her will. Ethan halted his laughter, his curiosity piqued as he turned his gaze to her, wondering what could provoke such a reaction from his usually serene companion. Manas met his eyes, her expression fierce despite her small stature. "How can you be such a coward?" "My master can never be a coward." "Don't you care about your friends at all? If you truly cared about them, you would already be searching for a way to grow stronger, to save them as soon as possible." She paused, catching her breath, her stern gaze never leaving his face, which now bore an expression of shock. So what if the chance is only 0.9%? So what if he's a demon lord? No one shall stand a chance against your might as long as you keep pushing forward. Her eyes glowed a fiery red as if trying to sear these words into his very soul. She was desperate to wake him from his stupor, to reignite the hope that once burned so brightly within him, to remind him that his journey had only just begun. A deep sense of shame washed over Ethan. Here he was, wallowing in self-pity, while Manners, a tiny pixie, was the one reminding him of his responsibilities. She was right. Did he really not care about his friends? He asked himself, the question gnawing at his conscience. Was it simply because he hadn't known them for long? It had only been 2 weeks, after all. No. He shook his head vigorously, casting away the nonsensical thoughts. Of course, he cared about them, and he would prove it to himself. He would save his friends. He would resurrect Arya and others, no matter what. A powerful surge of determination welled up within him, his spine straightening as his resolve hardened like steel. He stood up tall, like an unyielding mountain, and spoke with newfound conviction. Yes, you're right, Manners. I'm sorry for putting you through so much. His voice was heavy with guilt as he stared out at the desolate mountain ranges, the landscape a stark reminder of the challenges ahead. He turned to Manners, meeting her gaze with unwavering resolve. Now, tell me how to conquer the whole world, not just these filthy demons. Ethan's voice echoed through the desolate land, filled with newfound determination. He stood tall, shedding the weight of his past and embracing the resolve that surged within him. I shall rise above everyone else, he declared, his eyes burning with intense fire. The person he had been was gone, replaced by someone stronger, forged through pain and suffering. I shall have a new identity. His voice grew stronger, each word of awe etched into his soul. The name he now chose was not just a name, but a symbol of his rebirth and destiny. From now on, my name is Engustigro, he said coldly, embracing his new identity with unshakable conviction. The name seemed to be calling out to him to embrace this identity. Name, Engustigro. Occupation, demon servant. Race, half human half demon. Bloodline lineage, Beelzebub. Partial royal. Level, 20. Class, none. Age, 18. Strength, 43. Agility, 40. Defense, 39. Mana, 00398,190. Nether energy, 34. Attribute points, 0. Skills, active, Doombringer fortification, C. Inferno leap 59, D. Earth manipulation 12D, Azula sword strike 35, E. Paralyzing breath 10, E. Shadow step -9, E. Razor claws, 4, E. Netherhorn burst, E. Passive, Blaze guard 8, E. Fire serpent's digestion -5, E. Predator's instinct -23, E. Health regeneration -4, E. Minotaur's outburst, E. Special skills, monster breeding, level 1, demonic abilities, gluttony of darkness, basic, darkness pulse, basic, darkness veil, basic, darkness haki, basic, heart of darkness, peak, blood regeneration, basic, unique skills, appraisal, basic, skill absorption, mythic, universal synthesis, ultimate, equipment, none. As Ethana no, Engusa descended from the dark mountain. Manners projected his system panel before him. From now on, he didn't need to give commands. Manners would execute them with just his thoughts. Engus took a brief glance at the screen but said nothing. His focus was singular, his mission clear, to grow powerful, no matter the cost. Master Zero, I will now enter standby mode to conserve mana. You just need to gather the materials I asked for. Once you have them, I'll help you complete the process. Only then can we solve our mana shortage. Until then, use your demonic skills to grow stronger. Engus still didn't know why she insisted on calling him Zero. When he asked, she simply replied that Zero was the name registered in her system, though even she didn't know how or why. The name itself was a mystery. Engus just nodded without a word and continued along the hollow, elongated path. His duty as a demon slave of the Incubus Demon Duke's mansion awaited. Succubus Bella had granted him shelter in exchange for his service, and for now, he was bound to her command, like a servant. The change in occupation was more than just a title. Angus had indeed become Bella's servant, though her treatment of him was unexpectedly kind. There was a strange, unspoken understanding between them, despite the nature of their relationship. What gnawed at Angus, however, was the bitter irony of his situation. Through a twist of fate and the powerful synthesis with the demonic core of the dreadnought Colossus, Angus now carried the bloodline of his greatest enemy Beelzebub. His level, which had previously been 21, had dropped to 20 due to the damage inflicted by the dreadnought Colossus, and the fusion. After the synthesis, Angus's body had gained the unique ability to hold two opposing energies, a mana and nether energy, each contained within a newly added created space, where his demonic core and mana reserve pool floated opposite to each other. These energy storages existed in a precarious state of harmony, as if compelled to coexist. However, if they ever fully embraced each other, it could be catastrophic, potentially destroying his already weakened body entirely. The idea of synthesizing these energies storages into something greater had crossed Manas's mind, but she knew his current body couldn't withstand the process. So, she devised another plan to create an energy converter within him, allowing nether energy to be transformed into mana and vice versa. This innovation will solve their immediate mana problem, providing a temporary yet vital solution to keep Angus alive and growing stronger. Coming to his newly obtained demonic abilities, he had received 4 from the dreadnought Colossus, and the heart of darkness had been formed inside within him because of the despair and hatred he felt due to the recent incidents. 1. Gluttony of darkness, basic, a dark, consuming force that allows Angus to absorb energy, life force, or even objects to increase his own physical stats and recover power in time of need. Its both offensive, defensive ability are the most powerful one. 2. Darkness Pulse, basic, a pulse of dark energy that emanates from Angus, disorienting and weakening those around him. 3. Darkness Veil, basic, a shroud of darkness that cloaks Angus, making him nearly invisible and allowing him to move unnoticed. 4. Darkness Haki, basic, an intimidation aura that exudes from Angus, allowing him to command lower rank demons and beasts, even against their will. This ability bends weaker minds to his will, making them submit to his authority. 5. Heart of Darkness, Peak, the most profound change within Angus. This ability represents the embodiment of his despair, hatred, and resolve. The Heart of Darkness grants him heightened control over dark energy, a near immunity to lower-tier darkness attacks, an increased capacity for regeneration and endurance. It is the core of his darkness power, constantly feeding on the emotions that brought it into existence. This power has a passive ability to keep his mind calm, no matter the situation. However, as a side effect, he can no longer feel any emotions within him. And lastly, he had lost his precious sword, the last equipment, that had the memory of his old self or bright and cheerful self. Soon, Angus arrived at the imposing mansion of the Demon Duke, an incubus lord who wielded considerable control over the region. This grand estate, reflection of his power, was the residence of the Incubus Duke, a figure renowned for embodying lust and charm. As it happened, he was also Bella's father. The Incubus Duke's influence extended over millions of demons within his vast dukedom. His domain included several marquis states, each governed under his strict authority. His political power was far-reaching, while his military prowess was equally formidable, with an army numbering nearly 1 million demon soldiers. His force contains different kind of demonic species and creatures, their ranks ranging from lesser demons to elder demons, each bringing their unique strengths to his need. The Incubus Duke's individual might was unmatched, marking him as a demon general rank powerhouse. His abilities were legendary, with a reputation for both his strategic acumen and sheer combat prowess, making him a central figure in the demon world's power structure. There are far more powerful demons out there. The Demon Lords and Primordial 7 deadly demons, each representing their sin. A demon general could just be said placed at the third stage in the hierarchy. "Hey, did you know the madness we stirred up last night?" a hellhound demon asked, his eyes gleaming with mischief. "No, I was occupied at the brothel at that time," the other demon replied, shrugging. "What did you do anyway?" "Ha ha, we had quite the feast. We cooked a human alive and devoured him." The look of terror and desperation on his face was something to savor. "It was absolutely delicious." "Wait, why would you do that?" "Didn't Master explicitly forbid us from harming humans?" "What if he finds out?" "BFFT, who cares?" The first demon sneered. "Everyone's doing it these days, and nothing ever comes of it. Why should I deprive myself of a good time?" The second hellhound demon sighed, frustration evident on his face. He didn't want to be dragged down by his companion's reckless behavior, especially with the risk of drawing Master's wrath. He turned away, his attention shifting to a figure entering the Duke's mansion. "Look, that half-breed is here again," he said, pointing with a clawed finger. "What's he doing this time?" "TSK, I heard he's just a servant of Lady Bella," the hellhound demon sneered, his eyes narrowing with contempt. "Why should we bother with these ugly half-breeds? Humans are already repulsive, and these half-breeds are even worse. They should just vanish already." "Hey, be careful with your words," his companion said, panic creeping into his voice. "Don't forget, Lady Bella is also a half-breed. If she hears you, it could mean big trouble for us." The second demon quickly distanced himself, as if trying to escape from the danger of his friend's reckless comments. Angus overheard their conversation but chose to disregard it. Now his demonic bloodline had granted him the ability to understand their language. He didn't know if he should feel lucky or not. As Angus walked further down the grand hallway, he encountered a group of stunning spacious lawn. The space was adorned with multiple intricately designed stone statues, and furnitures of luxury ambience. There, a group of beautiful succubuses were gathered around an ornate table covered with an array of delicacies and fine wines. They were engaged in animated conversation, their laughter ringing out melodiously as they playfully teased one another. Their seductive charm spread far and wide, making the atmosphere sensual. The succubuses, in clear different from Lady Bella, exhibited an otherworldly allure. Their skin, a mesmerizing shade of deep, regal purple, seemed to shimmer with an ethereal glow, highlighting their royal lineage. Their elegantly curved horns and blood-red wings, symbols of their exalted status, set them apart as the elite among their kind. Despite their stunning appearance, Angus knew better than to be deceived by their beauty. Beneath their alluring exteriors, these succubuses were among the most dangerous of their kind. Renowned for their predatory nature, they wielded their seduction skills with ruthless efficiency. Through sexual and emotional contact, they drained the life force of their victims, leaving them like empty husks. This predation was particularly effective on males, who were most vulnerable to their charms. Angus passed them, his darkness shroud demonic ability ensuring he went unnoticed. The mansion's guards, highly alert and perceptive, allowed him to pass without incident, recognizing him as new personal servant of Lady Bella. Before that, he deactivated the darkness shroud near the guards to avoid drawing any suspicion. A slip of suspicion could lead to his immediate execution. Even Bella's influence wouldn't be enough to save him then. Soon, Angus found himself standing before a massive, heavy metal door, its surface etched with dark, intricate runes that pulsed with a faint, ominous light. Guarding the door were two towering skeleton knights, an undead, their armor rusted yet formidable, with skeletal hands gripping ancient, corroded swords. Their hollow eye sockets glowed with an eerie, unnatural light, radiating an aura of death and decay that would make most men tremble. The stench of death and decay of the grave clung to them, an oppressive presence that suffocated the air around them. But Angus remained unperturbed, his expression calm and composed as he addressed them. "I wish to seek an audience with Mistress Bella," he declared, his voice steady, betraying not a hint of fear. The powerful aura of the undead knights did not faze him. In fact, he seemed almost indifferent to their presence. Though he had accepted his current role as Bella's servant, his mind was already working, plotting the steps he would take to break free from this dark allegiance. As if in response to his words, the oppressive silence was broken by a sudden, seductive melody that drifted through the air, weaving its way through the heavy door. It was a hauntingly beautiful tune, one that seemed to reach into the depths of the soul, stirring emotions of both desire and dread. The melody lingered for a moment before being replaced by the sultry, inviting voice of Bella herself. "Come in," she said loudly, her tone as alluring as it was commanding. The skeletal guards heaved open the heavy metal door, its hinges groaning under the weight. Angus stepped through the threshold, the chill of the room seeping into his bones as the door clanged shut behind him. Angus, calm and composed, stepped inside, ready to face the seductress who awaited him. Inside, the atmosphere was dimly lit with demonic pressure, the air almost heavy with the energy radiating from the woman seated on a high-raised throne at the far end of the chamber. Bella Belfrost, now Angus' master, sat on her throne with an air of regal dominance. Her posture was both relaxed and commanding, one leg draped elegantly over the other as she rested her chin on her hand, her elbow propped against the armrest. Bella's appearance was nothing short of mesmerizing. Her dark angelic wings, with feathers as black as the void, spread partially behind her, casting ominous shadows across the room. Twin black horns curved gracefully from her head, adding to her otherworldly allure. The black dress she wore clung to her voluptuous figure, accentuating every curve, from her ample breasts to her long, toned legs. The fabric shimmered in the dim light, enhancing the seductive aura she effortlessly exuded. Her crimson lips curved into a wicked smile as she regarded Angus with a mixture of amusement and desire. "So, are you finally ready, sweetheart?" She spoke, her voice a silky caress that sent shivers down the spine. Her words were laced with a potent mix of seduction and command, the kind that made it clear she was used to getting what she wanted. As she spoke, Bella's overwhelming charm flooded the room like a storm, an intoxicating presence that threatened to consume anyone who dared to resist. The air was thick with her allure, making it difficult to think clearly, let alone defy her will. Her attendants, who stood neatly in front of her, were the picture of obedience, their heads bowed in reverence and submission, further emphasizing Bella's absolute control over her domain. They lost their will, and a single command from her would put them to death by their own hands. As Bella's charm took on a tangible form, it manifested as a dense pink mist, rolling off her like waves of heat and flowing towards Angus with an intent as clear as it was sinister. The mist coiled around him, tendrils of enchantment seeking to ensnare him, to draw him into an intoxicating embrace designed to captivate and subdue, reducing him to a mere puppet, her love slave. Yet, as the mist thickened and pressed against him, Angus remained steadfast, as unmoved as a mountain rooted deep in the earth. His gaze, cold and unwavering, locked onto Bella's eyes, refusing to yield even a fraction to the overwhelming allure that had brought countless others to their knees. The heart of darkness ability within him pulsed with an ancient power, a dark shield that repelled her enchantments, turning her seductive mist into nothing more than a fleeting illusion. The room, heavy with anticipation, seemed to still as Bella's gaze narrowed. Her smile, once confident and predatory, faltered slightly, a crack in the facade of her otherwise unshakable composure. For a brief moment, frustration flickered across her elegant features as she realized her charms, which had ensnared so many before him, were powerless against Angus. A broken bar quite impressive, Bella giggled, her voice a melody of amusement and delight. Her eyes sparkled with a mix of admiration and cunning as she observed Angus, clearly intrigued by his resistance. "I knew you were nothing like these filthy men," she continued, her tone laced with a playful yet dangerous edge. With an effortless grace, she rose from her throne, her dark wings unfurling slightly as she took a few slow, seductive steps toward him. Each movement was deliberate, calculated to draw his attention to the way her dress hugged her curves, the sway of her hips, and the sultry rhythm of her approach. She closed the distance between them until she was right in front of him, her presence overwhelming and intoxicating. Bella leaned in, her face just inches from his, lips curling into a seductive smile. "Now, tell me, what do you want, sweetheart?" she whispered, her voice soft and alluring. Her striking red lips hovered close as she exhaled a warm breath across his face. Angus stared at the seductress with cold, indifferent gaze, Even as she stood mere centimeters away, her presence overwhelming in its seductive power. Her crimson-red lips, perfectly shaped, enticingly plump and juicy, were undeniably tempting. They looked soft and smooth, the kind of lips that could draw any man in like a moth to a flame. A normal man, faced with such proximity to her beauty, would likely have been unable to resist, driven by primal instincts to close the distance and claim those lips as his own. But Angus was no ordinary man, not after the catastrophe at least. Though he could acknowledge her beauty, his face remained impassive, his expression betraying no hint of desire or emotion. It wasn't that he lacked the ability to feel her, he had not become impotent or numb in any physical sense. It was simply that her allure had no hold over him, his heart hardened like stone by the heart of darkness within him. This powerful ability made him immune to the kind of small, superficial temptations that might have ensnared someone else, leaving him unmoved by her efforts. He understood that Bella was trying to seduce him for a reason, attempting to bend him to her will with her charms. Yet, even as he saw through her intentions, Angus felt no anger toward her. In fact, there was a sense of understanding, almost gratitude beneath his icy exterior. She had been his savior, after all. Without her intervention, there would be no Angus Tegro, nor would Ethan Smith exist to carry the hope of reviving his lost loved ones. After what felt like an eternity of silence, Angus finally spoke, his voice calm but edged with a grave seriousness. "I would need some materials for myself, Lady Bella," he began, his tone measured and deliberate. "There are residual dark energies corrupting my body. If I can't gather the necessary resources, I might not survive," he added, feigning a frailness as if he could collapse at any moment. Bella's seductive smile vanished, replaced by a furrowed brow as concern flickered across her alluring features. The thought of losing Angus was not one she could take lightly. She had invested too much in him, not merely out of a whim, but with a clear purpose. If he died now, all her efforts to save him would have been for nothing. Bella's mind stirred, recalling the events that had brought them to this point. She had seen with her own eyes the moment when Angus had been imbued with the bloodline of Beelzebub, one of the most powerful demon lords among the 7 deadly demon lords. The memory was vivid and astonishing, almost miraculous moment. Receiving Beelzebub's bloodline meant that some of the demon lord's abilities might awaken within Angus' body. Even if they were inferior to Beelzebub's true powers, their potential could not be underestimated. "Really? Tell me quickly, what do you need?" "I'll gather everything as soon as possible," Bella demanded, her voice laced with urgency as she gracefully backed away. With a subtle motion, she extinguished the radiant charm that had enraptured the room. The servants, who had been spellbound, blinked and exchanged puzzled glances. It wasn't the first time they had been caught under her charm, and they silently acknowledged it with a nod, understanding that their mistress had once again used her overflowing charm against them. Angus, sensing the shift, allowed a sly smile to curl his lips as he dropped his act. "Thank you, mistress," he said smoothly, his tone casual yet deliberate. "I need a void stone, Etherium dust, and a drop of dragon blood." "What? Preposterous!" A voice erupted from the shadows, filled with outrage. It belonged to a powerful female vampire, one of Bella's most feared servants. Her presence was commanding, and her crimson eyes glinted with anger as she stepped into view. "Mistress, this servant is beyond audacious and insatiably greedy. How dare he make such demands of his master?" Her voice dripped with venomous disdain. She bared her elongated, blood-stained fangs, their gleam accentuating her fury. "Such insolence cannot be tolerated. He should be executed immediately," she continued, her voice cold and merciless. Hearing the vampire's outburst, Bella Belfrost turned her icy gaze toward Vespera. The temperature seemed to drop as her cold, unyielding stare fixed on the offending servant. "Silence, Vespera. We're discussing matters here." "Do not interrupt." Bella's voice was icy and authoritative, carrying a palpable chill that made the air feel even colder. Vespera flinched visibly, her confidence shattering under Bella's penetrating gaze. "I'm sorry, mistress." "You're right," she stammered, her voice barely a whisper. Trembling with fear, she swiftly retreated into the shadows, vanishing from sight as though swallowed by the darkness. Then, Bella turned her focus on Angus, who seemed calm, even at the sudden deathly threat. She was impressed by his calmness, once again reminding herself that he was no ordinary boy. "That's quite a lot, sweetheart," she finally managed to say, her voice softer now, almost a whisper. She locked eyes with him, searching for any hint of uncertainty. "Those are not just ordinary items. They're real treasures, each worth a fortune in cause. To gather them all would be no small feat." "I think I'll have to discuss this with my father," she said, her expression thoughtful, weighing the cost. Then, her gaze sharpened as she asked, "But what will you offer in return?" She stared directly into his soul, as if to see through him. Angus didn't miss a second. His lips curved into hidden sly smirk as he leaned in slightly, his eyes gleaming with mischief. "What do you desire, mistress?" "My whole being is yours," he replied with exaggerated sincerity, his voice dripping with charm. Not a trace of shame colored his expression. Instead, there was only confidence and a hint of something more daring. Bella's eyes narrowed slightly as she studied him, her curiosity piqued. With a slow, deliberate motion, she licked her lips, the gesture both seductive and thoughtful. Her gaze never left his, the intensity of her stare growing. "Sweetheart, are you being serious?" she asked, her voice low and tinged with a mix of suspicion and intrigue. She looked deep into his eyes, as if trying to decipher the truth hidden behind his words. "Yes, mistress," Angus responded without hesitation, his tone unwavering. "I'll do whatever you command." His shameless confidence radiated from him, leaving no doubt about his commitment. He just wanted to achieve his goal, for that whatever needs to be done, he would do it within a heartbeat. He. Bella's lips curved into a smile, her earlier shock melting away into amusement. She let out a melodious giggle, the sound light and airy, like a breeze through wind chimes. The hall seemed to brighten with her laughter, filling the space with a sound that was almost otherworldly, as if the very walls resonated with the joy she exuded. She leaned in closer, her voice dropping to a provocative whisper. "What if I told you that you must sleep with me? How would you respond?" Her eyes glinted with a mixture of curiosity and challenge, testing the limits of his sincerity. Angus hesitated for a moment. For a fleeting instant, Arya's face flashed before his eyes, a brief, poignant memory that quickly dissolved. Replacing it was a steely resolve, hardened by the relentless effects of the Heart of Darkness. After a pause, his expression remained unwavering. "If that is your desire, mistress, I will comply." "I will sleep with you as you wish," he replied with a calm determination, his voice betraying no hint of hesitation. This was the moment to fake his loyalty, to gain her trust and get what he wanted. Whether she would sleep with him or not, it didn't matter either way. Even if she did, she wouldn't be able to use her charm to make him her puppet. As for any other malicious intentions, if she had, she would have revealed them already. He was powerless in front of her. He was truly puny and insignificant compared to her vast power. Not only did she possess charm and life-draining abilities, but she was also much more powerful. He could feel it. "Ha ha ha!" Bella suddenly burst into laughter, her voice echoing through the room. "Relax, sweetheart. I was just teasing you," she said, her tone softening as she realized she had secured another loyal ally. To Bella, Angus was more than just a servant. He was a potential partner in her grand plans for the future. "Now, let's go. I'll take you to my Lord Father. He will decide whether to grant your request or not. But don't worry, I'll personally recommend you," she added with a reassuring smile. With a graceful motion, Bella Belfrost signaled for Angus to follow her. As she led the way, her hips swayed with a seductive allure, her dark, angelic wings unfurling to their full span, adding an ethereal beauty to her already captivating presence. Angus followed her out, leaving the servants behind, still shaken from the intense exchange that had just unfolded. "Ho ho, look who it is!" A half-breed master and her half-breed servant. Truly, a disgustingly fitting combination. A mocking voice suddenly echoed through the corridor. As Bella and Angus approached the Duke's court, they were confronted by a succubus whose words dripped with disdain. Her voice was sharp, cutting through the air like a blade. The succubus had an air of arrogance, her eyes narrowing as she took in the sight of Bella and Angus. The succubus turned with a sneer, addressing the group of succubi behind her. "Didn't I say that right, sisters?" she asked, her tone laced with venom. The succubi behind her were a stark contrast to Bella. Their skin was a deep, rich purple, a stark difference from Bella's pale, almost human-like complexion. Each of them exuded a dark, seductive energy, their eyes glowing with malicious amusement. Ha ha ha! In response, the group of succubuses burst into laughter, their voices filled with cruel delight as they echoed the insult. The sound of their mocking laughter filled the corridor, a twisted harmony that resonated with their shared contempt. Bella's eyes flashed with a brief, icy fury, but she remained composed, her expression unreadable. "Ruby, you're as immature as ever. Have you already forgotten your last lesson, or do I need to remind you again?" Bella's eyes glinted dangerously as she spoke, her voice laced with a chilling threat. A powerful aura emanated from her, suffocating the very air with an unrelenting intensity. Ruby's eyes flashed red, anger and fear mixing in her gaze as she recalled the humiliating defeat she had suffered the last time they fought. The memory of that bitter encounter clearly still haunted her, as it did the others who were watching closely. Ruby and the other succubi were all Bella's half-sisters, sharing the same father, but different mothers. Their mothers were of royal demon blood, boasting lineage that was pure and powerful. Bella, however, was different. Her mother was human, a rarity in the demon world. No one could explain how a human woman could give birth to a demon's child, a mystery that had baffled the entire realm at the time. Shortly after Bella's birth, her mother vanished from the Duke's mansion, possibly leaving the demon lands altogether. Rumors swirled that she had another lover, and that she had fled to avoid making a cuckold of the incubus Duke. Yet, the Duke seemed unfazed by the rumors. Instead, he decreed that no human was to be harmed within his territory, a law that was strictly enforced. Despite the whispers and the scandal, the Duke's affection for Bella was undeniably. He cherished her more than any of his other children. Bella had many half-brothers, half-sisters, and stepmothers, but she was the only half-breed among them. This distinction often made her a target of scorn and envy, yet none of her siblings could rival her power. Despite their royal blood, they were no match for Bella. There was something else within her, a different, ancient bloodline that granted her strength far beyond what any of them possessed. It made her a formidable opponent, one that few dared to challenge, and even fewer could hope to defeat. It wasn't like all of them were bad. She had some people who seemed to be unsupportive of her. Among them her father's support was most prominent. "Let's go, sweetheart, and goodbye, my dear sisters," Bella called out with a mischievous grin before sweeping Angus into her arms and launching into the sky with a powerful flap of her black wings. Ruby glanced at them angrily, throwing fit like a child. Well, she was Bella's younger half-sister after all. The Duke's court was located a bit away from the mansion, nestled in a more secluded area. As she flew, she cradled Angus in her arms like a prince carrying his princess. The wind rushed past them as they ascended, and Angus found himself gazing down at the dark, desolate landscapes below, avoiding Bella's playful attempts to catch his eye. "So, Angus, I forgot to ask, do you still have that system thing with you?" Bella asked, her curiosity piqued as she glanced at him. Angus, ever cautious, responded, "Number." He knew that revealing the truth could put him in grave danger. His body harbored a secret, to one capable of miracles. Within him, two powerful energies coexisted, a rare and unique phenomenon. If Bella were to discover this, it could lead to unpredictable consequences. "Oh, I see," she replied, nodding as a hint of melancholy crept into her voice. Her gaze drifted to the sky, lost in thought. "Humans are so blessed," Bella began, her voice tinged with bitterness. "They have fertile lands, delicious foods, and the system granting them power just by killing monsters and beasts. Meanwhile, we have to train relentlessly to master our bloodline abilities. And those of us without any special bloodline, we're just cannon fodder, expendable. Isn't that unfair?" She paused, her eyes darkening as she continued, "Why do we have to suffer so much? What have we ever done to humans? Just because our abilities differ from theirs, they brand us as demons or their mortal enemies." Angus listened quietly, feeling the tension in Bella's words. Her tone was a mix of bitterness and longing, a deep-seated resentment for the world she was born into. He could sense the weight of her thoughts, the frustration of being judged and hunted simply for existing. Bella continued, her voice carrying over the wind as they flew. "We didn't choose to be born like this, Angus. Yet, we're the ones branded as demons, forced to fight for our survival every day. It's not just the humans' land and their so-called blessings that make me envious, it's their freedom. The freedom to live without being hunted, without constantly having to prove their worth or their right to exist." Angus remained silent, understanding the pain in her words but knowing better than to reveal too much of his own thoughts. He could feel the tension in her grip as she held him, the weight of her frustration and despair pressing down on her. Despite her seductive exterior, Bella was a creature burdened by her existence, struggling against a world that sought to destroy her simply for what she was. As they neared the Duke's court, Bella's wings flapping began to slow down, the massive structure looming ahead. She glanced down at Angus, her eyes still holding that melancholy gleam. "I don't want to lose what little I have, Angus. I have big dreams for the future, for our people. I want them to live peacefully alongside humans. But it's hard when the world is against you. So, I need every bit of help I can get to convince everyone in this demon realm that humans and demons can coexist peacefully, if only they choose to." Capital City, Arranes Kingdom. In the heart of the capital city of the Arranes Kingdom, stood the majestic King's Castle, an imposing structure that dominated the skyline. Encircled by an artificial river that shimmered under the sunlight, the castle was a masterpiece of architecture and design, reflecting the wealth and power of the kingdom. The castle itself rose like a colossal mountain, its towering height nearly 500 meters, with a sprawling radius of 50,000 square meters. The castle's front walls were adorned with statues of legendary heroes, kings and the three guardians of Arranes Kingdom, their lifelike features carved with such skill that they seemed ready to spring to life at any moment. Their power unmatched. The thick stone walls, nearly impenetrable, wrapped around the castle like a fortress, their rough-shaped surfaces bearing the marks of countless battles fought and won. The air around the castle was charged with an aura of invincibility, a silent declaration that this was a stronghold not to be trifled with. The King's Castle was not just a seat of monarchy, it was a symbol of the Arranes Kingdom's unyielding might and the unwavering rule of its king. The castle's very presence inspired both awe and fear, a proof of the legacy of kings who had ruled from its halls for generations. Passing through the expansive garden, where vibrant flowers bloomed in every color imaginable, we find a scene of royal leisure. The air was filled with the joyful laughter of princes and princesses, some chasing each other in playful games, while others engaged in friendly duels, their wooden swords clashing in spirited displays of skill. Among them, a few valiant young princes, clad in gleaming armor, sparred with the precision of seasoned knights, their movements graceful and disciplined. The serene beauty of the garden, with its meticulously trimmed hedges and sparkling fountains, was a stark contrast to the tense atmosphere awaiting within the castle. We arrive at the King's Council Hall, a grand chamber where the weight of the kingdom's fate rested. The hall was immense, its high ceiling supported by towering marble columns, and its walls adorned with banners representing the different houses and regions of the realm. The room was filled with the most powerful figures in the kingdom. Officials, nobles, ministers all gathered to discuss matters of great importance. At the far end of the hall, behind the king's grand throne, sat the three guardian generals, their presence alone a reminder of the kingdom's might. The air in the council hall was heavy with tension. The faces of those gathered were solemn, reflecting the gravity of the situation at hand. The atmosphere was almost suffocating, as if the room itself could barely contain the immense power of those present. Each figure seated at the long table emanated an aura of overwhelming authority, their mere presence bending the air around them. These were individuals whose strength could defy the very laws of nature, capable of reshaping the world with their will alone. At the far end of the long table, seated on a majestic throne, was the King of Arranes. He was a man of 70 or 80 years, his once vibrant hair now thinned and worn by the passage of time. Yet, despite the marks of age, the light in his eyes had not dimmed. Those eyes, sharp and discerning, spoke of the wisdom and experience that comes from over 4 decades of rule. They were the eyes of a king who had weathered countless storms, whose knowledge ran deep, far beyond what any of his subjects could claim. As the room fell silent, the king finally spoke, his voice carrying the weight of authority and the sorrow of recent events. "This king has heard of the disaster that has befallen Arcadia City," he began, his tone solemn. "The once prosperous and lively city is now a hollow, dark land, devoid of any life. There were at least 200,000 souls within its walls. And the noble clans. But, alas!" The king paused, a deep sigh escaping his lips as the gravity of the loss settled over the room. "May the creation God offer them peace in heaven." He then shifted his gaze, his eyes sharp and piercing as they fixed on the chancellor seated at the right side of the table. "Now, we would like to hear the full report about the incident." "Chancellor, what do you have to say on this matter?" "This king would like to hear it." The king's voice, though calm, carried an edge that demanded the truth. The room held its breath, awaiting the chancellor's words. The chancellor, the kingdom's prime minister, drew the attention of every powerful figure in the room as he prepared to speak. Despite the immense pressure weighing on him, he remained steadfast, though a slight tremor betrayed his inner anxiety. He stood up from his seat, his eyes quickly scanned the room, noting the presence of the marshal, the three great guardian generals, the minister of finance, the Minister of Justice, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, a few patriarchs of prominent aristocratic families, and even a representative from the Kairos Empire. The responsibility on his shoulders was immense. With a respectful bow to all present, the Chancellor began, "Your Majesty, from what we've gathered so far, the events leading up to the catastrophe in Arcadia City are deeply troubling." Before the disaster struck, the city was embroiled in a fierce battle against a beast rampage, which we now believe was orchestrated by demonic forces. The defenders fought valiantly, united against the threat, and during the struggle, they encountered a darkness-type colossus nearly 200 meters long. That creature was entirely unknown to them. Lord Longus, the city's lord, led the charge and ultimately defeated the colossus, but it came at a tremendous cost. The Chancellor paused, his expression grim as he continued. "Then, just an hour or so later, something far more dreadful occurred. According to the few survivors who managed to escape the city's territory, a colossal shadow, a demonic creature of unimaginable size, appeared, seemingly enraged. The creature was so vast that its mouth alone could engulf an entire mountain range. In mere seconds, it devoured the entire city. The citizens, caught completely off guard, had no time to react, let alone comprehend what was happening. In the blink of an eye, Arcadia was reduced to a hollow, dark pit, to a void where life once thrived. The Chancellor finished his report with a bow, then straightened up as he added, "That is all the information we have been able to gather so far, Your Majesty. Given the circumstances, your esteemed self may already have an idea of whose work this might be." With a final nod from the king, the Chancellor took his seat, the tension in the room thickening as everyone awaited the king's response. King Aranes VIII, Milfamar Aranes, turned his gaze to the three guardian generals seated beside him, his expression firm as he sought their counsel. "What do you think, Leon?" the king inquired, his voice steady yet etched with the weight of his thoughts. "Is it the same person I suspect it to be?" General Leon, whose face was etched with a serious and contemplative expression, met the king's gaze and nodded solemnly. "Indeed, Your Majesty," General Leon replied, his ocean blue eyes narrowing with a cold, steely resolve. "Your guess is correct. This devastation is undoubtedly the work of the demon lord of gluttony, Beelzebub, one of the 7 deadly demon lords." As he spoke, a fierce anger flashed across General Leon's face. His grip on the armrests of his chair tightened until his knuckles turned white, the tension in his body reflecting the deep hatred he harbored for the creature responsible for the horrific destruction of Arcadia City. The room grew even more silent as those present absorbed the gravity of the revelation, understanding the peril that now loomed over the kingdom. Bang! A resounding crack echoed through the council hall as General Leon's grip shattered the armrests of his chair. The air around him grew icy, a chill that seeped into the bones of those nearby. The armrests, crafted from the strongest materials known in the kingdom, crumbled under his immense strength, now reduced to splintered fragments on the floor. The king and the others present immediately noticed the intensity of his reaction, their eyes narrowing in concern. It was unlike General Leon to lose his composure, especially in such a grave tone. The visible fury in his usually controlled demeanor hinted at something far deeper, an anger fueled by some type of personal grudge. King Aranes leaned forward, his gaze locking onto Leon with a mix of curiosity and concern. "Leon, what happened, or why do you look so mad?" he asked, his voice calm but tinged with a note of inquiry. King Aranes knew General Leon well. He was not someone with such strong emotions, usually the calm and composed one. Leon remained silent for a moment, his eyes still burning with cold fury as he stared at the shattered remains of the chair. His chest heaved slightly, the only sign of the inner turmoil that raged within him. Finally, he looked up, meeting the king's gaze, and the depth of his hatred became evident. "Your Majesty," Leon began, his voice low and laced with a venomous edge, "this isn't just about Arcadia or the destruction it has suffered. The reason of my hatred is personal." He paused, his eyes narrowing further as memories seemed to flood back, darkening his expression even more. "Years ago, before I took on the mantle of Guardian General, Beelzebub ravaged my homeland. My family, my entire village was consumed by that monster. I watched as everything I loved was devoured by his insatiable hunger. I was powerless to stop it. And now, years later, it has happened once again," General Leon murmured, his voice thick with regret. He lifted his gaze to meet the king's eyes, the pain in them unmistakable. "Your Majesty, a few days ago, I was there, in Arcadia, on a routine check. There had been reports of disturbances with demons, but I thought it was nothing serious, just another skirmish, something the local forces could handle." But Leon's expression darkened, the weight of his words bearing down on everyone in the room. "Because of my ignorance, because I underestimated the threat, the city has been completely destroyed. If only I had stayed. If only I had investigated further, I might have been able to save them. I could have saved them all." His voice faltered as the memory of the city's devastation washed over him. "There were some talented children who caught my eye during my visit, to young prodigies with the potential to become the future powerhouses of our kingdom. Among them was one who stood out, a boy of exceptional promise. But now, he too is gone, taken by the same darkness that consumed Arcadia." Leon's fists clenched at his sides, the pain of his failure evident in every line of his face. "It is a grave loss for our kingdom, Your Majesty. Not just the city, but the future that those children represented. The blood of the innocent is on my hands, and it is a burden I will carry for the rest of my days." The room fell into a heavy silence, the enormity of the tragedy sinking in. The king's expression softened, a mixture of understanding and sorrow in his eyes. He knew that Leon's regret ran deep, but there was no time to dwell on the past, only the future, and the battle that lay ahead. "Leon," the king said softly, "you cannot blame yourself for what has happened. It happens sometime. You don't have ability to predict future, do you? It's all those abominable demonic forces' fault." Leon nodded in understanding, however the guilt still remained in his heart. "Your Majesty, should we lead the troops to war against the demons? Although, it's unlikely that we would win on our own," Marshal Tyrant suddenly spoke, his voice tinged with a mix of apprehension and determination. His eyes darted around the room, seeking some form of reassurance or approval from the other council members. The grand hall fell silent as all eyes turned to King Aranes, who sat upon his throne with an air of calm authority. The king's dark, contemplative eyes met the marshal's, and after a moment of silence, he shook his head slowly. The gesture was mirrored by the other formidable figures seated around the grand table, their expressions grave. "No, Marshal Tyron," King Aranes finally spoke, his deep voice resonating through the hall. "It would be reckless, like the impulsive actions of a child. A war at this moment, without proper preparation and alliance, would lead to our downfall. We must not act out of desperation." The marshal lowered his head, understanding the weight of the king's words. King Aranes continued, "We need to wait for the Emperor's command. Only when Emperor Kairos himself calls for battle will we move against the demons. To do otherwise would be to court disaster." As the king's words settled over the room, he shifted his gaze to the far end of the table. There, sitting with a posture that bordered on insolence, was Envoy Foda. The man appeared almost bored, his fingers casually tapping on the armrest of his chair, as if this royal council was of little consequence to him. Envoy Foda, King Aranis addressed him, his voice cold. What is your opinion on this matter? When will Emperor Kairos make his move against the other imperial alliances? Foda barely lifted his eyes to meet the king's gaze, his expression one of indifference. The envoy's attire, adorned with the intricate symbols of the Kairos Empire, added to his air of arrogance. He had the backing of the most powerful empire, and he knew it. He took these kings and generals were mere pawns in a game dictated by his emperor. Your Majesty, Foda began, his tone languid, almost dismissive. The emperor is indeed preparing for war. But as to when that will happen, he shrugged nonchalantly. It's not for me to say. The timing is uncertain, and it will depend on factors known only to the emperor himself. The casualness of his response sent ripples of anger through the room. General Leon, a towering figure known for his icy demeanor and unwavering loyalty to King Aranis, clenched his fists. The temperature in the room seemed to drop as his eyes locked onto Foda, as if he were considering freezing the envoy in place for his blatant disrespect. Noticing the growing hostility, Foda quickly straightened in his chair, the lazy arrogance slipping from his face. A flicker of fear crossed his eyes as he realized that he might have pushed too far. Of course, Your Majesty, Foda added hastily, trying to regain control of the situation. I assure you, the Emperor is fully aware of the situation and will act when the time is right. We must remain patient and vigilant. The Empire does not move hastily, but when it does, it will strike with overwhelming force. King Aranis narrowed his eyes, studying the envoy for a long moment. The other council members waited in tense silence, their eyes darting between the king and the now uneasy envoy. Very well, Envoy Foda, the king said, his tone measured but carrying an edge of warning. We shall await the emperor's command. But remember this, his voice dropped lower, more threatening, we will not be pawns in your emperor's game. If Emperor Kairos intends to use us as such, he may find that we are not as compliant as he expects. There are a total of 13 affiliated kingdoms under Emperor Kairos' rule, and the kingdom of Aranis is one of them. These kingdoms have gathered together for survival against the demons and infiltrating empires like the Dragon Empire, which eyes their land like a juicy piece of meat. Foda swallowed hard, realizing that beneath the king's calm exterior layer will as unyielding as steel. He nodded, offering a more respectful bow than before. Understood, Your Majesty, he replied, his voice subdued. I will convey your words to Emperor Kairos. Just you wait, you old fart. I will tell His Majesty Emperor how you didn't showed respect to him. Then, we will see. Envoy Foda sneered inwardly. On the other hand, General Leon found the whole charade disappointing. He clenched fist as icy cold power emanated from his palm. He stood up and left the room in a huff. The others just looked at each other, while the king understood Leon's feeling. He didn't mind the offense. Instead, he grew increasingly concerned that he might act recklessly. Back in the abyss. So, Bella, my dear, you've taken this half-breed as your personal servant? Bella's father, the incubus duke, asked, his voice dripping with a mixture of curiosity and amusement. He was seated on a throne forged from the bones of countless creatures, their skeletal remains fused together in a display of ancient, terrifying power. Not to forget, 2 succubi demonesses were seated on Angus's lap in a sensual, arousing manner. However, the others were accustomed to this sort of display. Even Bella knew her father too well. The incubus duke, Belial Belfrost, was a figure of dark and overwhelming allure. Standing at 1.9 meters tall, his purple skin shimmered with an otherworldly glow, and his lean yet powerful muscles hinted at the strength he possessed. His twin horns, also purple, curved menacingly from his head, while his crimson-red wings spread out behind him, adding to his imposing presence. Belial's entire being radiated a charm that could ensnare the heart of any female he desired. Thankfully, his focus was not currently on anyone in particular, otherwise, even his daughter Bella might have found herself bewitched by his overwhelming allure. He was the very embodiment of lust and lewdness, traits that came naturally to his kind. Belial's harem was vast, comprising hundreds of wives from various demon species, including a number of succubi. It was well known, however, that despite his infamous appetite, he had never engaged in incestuous relationships, a rare restraint in the demon world, where such taboos were often ignored. His power was undeniable. He controlled a vast territorial dukedom spanning tens of thousands of square kilometers, home to millions of inhabitants' demonic species. Suddenly a wave of invisible pressure descended upon Angus from the Duke seated on the throne with a casual expression of intrigue. Angus felt the invisible pressure, as if it was trying to crush him. Yet, he remained composed, determined to withstand the Duke's formidable presence. He understood this was a test, one he had to pass to reach his goal. Bella and the other court officials observed with keen interest. "Let's see how long you can endure, half-breed," the incubus Duke smiled devilishly, gradually intensifying the pressure. If he unleashed his full aura all at once, Angus would be reduced to nothing more than a pile of flesh and bones in an instant. He was demon general rank powerhouse after all, and of course, there were demons far more powerful than him. In the demon race, the social hierarchy was ruthlessly determined by strength alone. However, it wasn't just about individual power. A formidable army could elevate one's status to the pinnacle of the demon world. But therein lay the challenge. Resources in the demon realm were scarce compared to the bountiful lands of humans. The few resource-rich territories were tightly controlled by the most dominant powers, leaving the rest to scramble for scraps. Returning to the present, Angus felt the pressure intensifying with each passing second, his chest tightening as if a massive mountain was bearing down on him, crushing the air from his lungs. Gritting his teeth, he quickly channeled his dark power, drawing from the nether energy within him to activate the heart of darkness, followed by a darkness pulse. Buzz, buzz. Dark energy pulsed from his body, spreading throughout the court in waves, pushing back against the overwhelming pressure, if only by a little. Then he released darkness haki, to make it more stronger. Still, it felt like nothing more than a faint tickle to the incubus Duke and the other high-ranking demons. But, the mere fact that Angus could summon such power was surprising. For an ordinary demon, such a feat would be akin to reaching the heavens. Bella, seated among the court officials, raised an eyebrow in mild surprise, a faint, almost imperceptible curve forming on her lips. "Hee, the game has begun, sweetheart," Bella Belfrost mused silently. "You will be my new pawn to conquer this demon world, and then the human lands. The secret within your body is far more valuable than anything else. If you can absorb the bloodlines of others, you'll become unstoppable. And I just have to make you mine," she thought, her confidence unwavering. She didn't completely tell the truth about his transformation to her father. She only said that she tried to make him demonized, but he became half-breed with noble blood instead, like a miracle. The Duke obviously took it for granted because of his trust on her. Still, it was unknown if her ambition would come to fruition, or the opposite would happen. After a while, even his full darkness power was unable to resist the relentless pressure. Angus was forced to his knees, gasping for breath, sweat beading on his handsome face. Despite his exhaustion, he remained resolute, his gaze lifting to the Duke with an expression of indifference. Seated on the skeletal throne, the incubus Duke watched with a mixture of amusement and admiration. His two harem members, a beautiful succubi draped across his lap in a sensual display, glanced at Angus with impressed expressions. "Power of the darkness element. Impressive," the Duke praised, his voice resonating with approval. He then turned his attention to Bella. "All right, Bella, my dear. I approve of your servant. However, we must place a slave seal on him, to ensure he doesn't betray you in the future." Angus's eyes narrowed with coldness at the proposal, but he quickly masked his expression, ensuring no hint of his thoughts betrayed him. He glanced toward Bella, trying to discern her intentions. Bella met his gaze, her expression contemplative as she weighed the suggestion. The idea of the slave seal wasn't entirely unappealing. It would ensure his loyalty completely. However, she knew that such a measure would only hinder his growth. More importantly, she desired to win his allegiance on her own terms. For her, the real thrill lay in making him hers through sheer charm and seduction. Anything less would rob her of the satisfaction she craved. She knew that Angus wasn't entirely hers yet, but that would change as she would bind him to her, little by little, until he became her devoted love slave. "There's no need for concern, Lord Father. I can manage him on my own. All I ask is that you grant his request. His condition is severe." The incubus duke nodded, unconcerned. He had complete faith in her ability, so her prowess was unrivaled among her peers. The half-breed still had much to learn, and by the time he grew into his potential, the Duke would have gauged Angus' loyalty. He trusted his daughter to handle the situation, knowing she would bring the half-breed to heel in due time. "All right, Bella, my dear. We shall grant his wish as you requested. We'll gather the necessary materials and send them to you soon. For now, take him to your territory and train him well. He must fully shed his old identity as a human. Train him to be stronger, to serve your cause. We don't nurture the weak or the idle. Remember that well, Bella." Bella nodded, a fleeting smile playing across her lips. "As you wish, Lord Father. I will make him the strongest." With that, she rose gracefully and began to walk out the court, signaling Angus to follow her. As Angus finished his preparations for the journey to Bella's Marquis territory, which a portion of her father's vast dukedom, he reflected on how little he actually needed to prepare. He packed only a few clothes, all made in the demon lands, and now he wore a black coat-like garment adorned with spiky bones jutting from the shoulders. The leather was likely from some demon or beast skin, and its rarity made it quite expensive. However, given his royal bloodline, they had made at least some investment in him. The coat also had defensive properties, which might prove useful later on. With everything ready, Angus followed behind Bella, along with her servants Vespera and several other noble-blooded demons. He mounted a dark, Pegasus-like flying creature and seated himself directly behind Bella, their proximity close enough to feel her presence. Angus gripped the creature's black fur tightly, trying to keep his eyes off Bella's alluring, curvaceous hips just inches away. Though he couldn't truly feel emotions, his body had a way of betraying him, reacting to the temptation before him. Vespera, riding another dark Pegasus, shot daggers at him with her gaze. She despised his presence near her mistress, suspecting him of being deceitful and manipulative. To her, this new servant seemed too calculating, too willing to exploit Bella's trust. The treasures he had demanded before pledging his loyalty only deepened her mistrust, making her question his true motives. From time to time, Angus pretended to be in pain, feigning weakness to lower the other's guard. He knew how important it was to keep them from becoming too vigilant. The journey to Bella's Marquis would be a long one. Despite having wings of their own, so both Bella and Vespera and others chose to ride these dark Pegasus horses, whose shiny black wings radiated a powerful aura of majesty unlike any other. Whoosh! With a mighty flap of its wings, the dark Pegasus ascended higher into the sky, which was bathed in the eerie, dim light of the blood-red moon above. The landscape below grew smaller, swallowed by shadows, as they climbed toward the heavens. The moon's crimson glow painted the clouds in sinister hues, casting a haunting light on the riders. As they flew, Angus glanced over his shoulder, noticing strange, dark fissures forming in their wake. The air itself seemed to tear open, leaving behind rippling voids of darkness that shimmered ominously. It didn't take long for Angus to realize the purpose of these fissures. They served as a warning, a deterrent for any demonic flying creatures that might be tempted to follow them. The Pegasus, a creature of immense power, was making it clear that it was not to be trifled with. Their journey through the sky remained unhindered for a time, the only sounds being the steady beat of the Pegasus's wings and the occasional rustle of wind. The vast expanse of the demon realm stretched out beneath them, a desolate, twisted landscape that seemed endless. Despite the ominous surroundings, their flight was calm, almost serene until they encountered the swarm. Screech! Screech! A dark mass appeared on the horizon, growing larger as it rapidly approached. Within moments, they were surrounded by a swarm of enormous, bat-like creatures, their leathery wings flapping noisily as they closed in. These weren't ordinary bats, they were vampiric creatures, with fangs as long as daggers and eyes that glowed with a malevolent red hunger. Their shrieks pierced the air, echoing in the vast sky as they moved to encircle the group. But before anyone could act, Vespera took charge. With an air of authority that left no room for challenge, she extended her hand and spoke a command in the ancient tongue of her kind. Her voice, cold and commanding, carried a power that resonated through the air. The effect was immediate. The vampiric bats hesitated, their movements faltering as if struck by an unseen force. Their red eyes flickered with recognition, and slowly, they began to retreat, their shrieks fading into the distance. Vespera's authority as a noble vampire was absolute. These creatures, bound by the hierarchy of the demon realm, dared not defy her. Within moments, the swarm had dispersed, leaving the sky clear once more. Their journey continued for 2 days, traversing thousands of kilometers of desolate, barren desert under the oppressive sun. The landscape was a vast expanse of shifting sands and parched earth, devoid of any significant landmarks or signs of life. The only relief came from the occasional gust of wind that stirred the dry, dust-mixed air. As they pressed on, a fortress-like structure eventually came into view on the horizon. The fortress was covered far and wide with approximately 10-20 square kilometers area. The site was both imposing and eerie, a sprawling complex of buildings, each with its own strange architecture. Some were tall and foreboding, while others were squat and angular, casting long shadows that seemed to writhe in the dim light. The entire complex was shrouded in a perpetual gloom, just like outside. As they approached, the dark Pegasus flew toward the fortress, ascending to the top of a massive, broad wall that stretched 200 meters high. The walls were constructed from ancient, weathered stone, giving them a foreboding presence. Atop the walls, several guard posts were manned by vigilant sentinels. These demons, with their sharp skeletal weapons, stood poised and alert, their eyes scanning the horizon for any sign of trouble. The moment Bella and her entourage arrived, the guards sprang into action. Lady Bella is here!" they roared in unison, their voices echoing off the stone walls in a chorus of relief and respect. However, for some reason their faces were etched with fatigue, bore expressions that suggested they had endured many long and sleepless nights. The weariness in their eyes spoke of countless hours spent on vigilant watch, their dedication unwavering despite the toll it had taken on them. Upon their arrival, the sound of gongs reverberated throughout the fortress, marking Bella's entrance with a traditional and ceremonious welcome. The gong's deep, resonant tones echoed through the fortress, signaling both the end of a long journey and the beginning of a new chapter within these ancient walls. Angus, seated behind Bella on the dark Pegasus, surveyed the imposing fortress with a blend of detached calculation and keen interest. The sight before him was a proof of the power and influence Bella wielded. Her subordinates and servants, exuding an aura of formidable strength, were clearly not to be underestimated. If Angus was to achieve his grand ambitions, this fortress would be a crucial starting point. To succeed in his plan of conquest, Angus knew he had to begin here. Gaining control over Bella Belfrost could provide him with a solid foundation for his future operations. To do so, he needed to meticulously gather information, assessing both the strengths and weaknesses of those around him. Establishing his own dominance within this space was essential for his strategy. Manners had been advising him, had outlined a perfect plan for building his own army. According to Manners, conquering the world alone would be difficult. A formidable army was indispensable. Angus understood that to rise to power, he would need to amass a loyal and powerful force. His ultimate goal was not just to conquer but to seek vengeance against Beelzebub, who had billions of demons under his command. "Lady Bella, thank God you're here." One of her demon subordinates sighed in relief, rushing forward with a face full of exhaustion and relief. Several other demons also echoed, their tense expressions betraying their unease. Suppressing her charm, Bella gracefully descended onto the hard stone wall, followed closely by Angus, Vespera, and the rest of her servants. Her movements, naturally seductive and commanding, drew the attention of everyone present. As she approached the group, her purple eyes shimmered with a subtle glow, a silent warning that she expected answers. She raised an eyebrow, her tone both curious and authoritative as she asked, "Why? What's wrong?" The demons exchanged nervous glances before the leader of the group spoke up, his voice strained with the weight of the situation. "My lady, There's been unrest within our territory. Strange occurrences have been plaguing the vicinity of Dark Forest. Several lesser demons have gone missing, and those who return are broken by different, twisted, as if corrupted by something dark and malevolent. We've tried to contain it, but whatever it is, it's spreading. Bella's eyes narrowed, her gaze sharp as she processed the information. And you waited until now to inform me? Her voice was cold, laced with a hint of displeasure. The demon bowed his head, trembling slightly under her gaze. Forgive us, Lady Bella. We believed we could handle it ourselves, but the Baron of that place is not cooperative at all. He hindered us from investigating through force. He looked like he had gone out of control as well. We could confront a greater demon like with our lesser demon power, and other barons are really far away to offer support. That's why we're anxious. Oh. Bella remained silent for a moment, her mind racing through possible scenarios. She knew that whatever was happening could pose a significant threat to her territory, and possibly to her future. Angus, standing a few steps behind her, watched the exchange intently, already formulating his own plan on how this turn of events could play into his hands. He was not afraid of any greater demons. The power of ranks of demons were divided by 7 ranks: A. Imps, rank, not species; A. Lesser demons; A. Greater demons; A. Elder demons; A. Archdemons; A. Demon generals; A. Demon lords. Angus had battled lesser demons before and he won, proving his strength. He knew that with his current abilities, defeating a greater demon was within reach if he gave it everything he had. But to do so, he needed to have more nether energy to use his full power and defeat it. And he can increase nether energy by eating demonic cores. It might seem like a vile act to outsiders, akin to cannibalism, but in the demon world, it was simply a harsh reality of survival. Demon cores was like a currency here, with different qualities. Angus would need a lot of demon cow for his grand for raising an army using his monster breeding skill that was acquired from a dungeon. Manners had proposed a bold strategy to Angus. If he could gather a large number of monsters, demons, or other creatures within his domain, he could level up his monster breeding skill significantly. However, this required subjugating these creatures first, which meant defeating and weakening them to bring them under his control. Once subdued, Angus could use his synthesis ability to fuse these monsters and demons, making them more powerful and, more importantly, utterly loyal. They would never betray him. This was the cornerstone of his grand plan for conquest. It was just a matter of time. But there was a problem. Resources were scarce in this desolate territory. Gathering the necessary demon cores would take time. The scarcity of resources forced demons to resort to desperate measures, often consuming the flesh of their own kind to stave off hunger. Compared to that, consuming a demon core was a minor transgression. Bella's voice snapped Angus from his thoughts. Sweetheart, let's go and see what's happening there. It won't take long, she said with a charming smile, her eyelashes fluttering slightly. Angus met her gaze, his expression neutral as he nodded. As you say, mistress. Her subordinates exchanged surprised glances. They had never seen Bella act so intimately with anyone before. Many noble demon princes had tried to win her favor, only to be kept at a distance. Bella was like a thorny rosy, beautiful and tempting but dangerous to touch. Her beauty and grace were admired and envied, but they were never to be claimed. Bella then turned to Vespera. Vespera, you two will come with me. The rest of you, return to your assigned posts, she commanded, her tone leaving no room for argument. The servants quickly dispersed, leaving Bella, Angus, and Vespera to investigate the disturbance. They soared through the sky, wings unfurled, racing towards their destination like a comet streaking across the night. Bella's speed far outstripped Vespera's, leaving her trailing behind as Bella and Angus cut through the dimly lit sky together. Angus found himself once again in Bella's arms, her enchanting purple eyes fixed on his face with a bemused expression. Her gaze was alluring, the kind that could make lesser men falter. But Angus remained unbothered, his eyes cold and detached. He knew this woman had been trying to seduce him from the start, though her true intentions were unclear. Was she aiming to make him a puppet, ensnaring him in a web of desire to bend him to her will? Bella's lips curved into an imperceptible smile as she studied his expressionless face, her amusement growing. She enjoyed the challenge he presented, the resistance he offered. Angus, on the other hand, was fully aware of the game she was playing. But if she thought he would be an easy conquest, she was sorely mistaken. They flew in silence, each lost in their own thoughts, yet fully aware of the undercurrent of tension between them. Bella's smile widened slightly as she wondered just how long this boy could keep his guard up. But Angus was already 3 steps ahead, determined not to fall prey to whatever scheme she had in mind. As the sky turned a dark bloody red, signaling the imminent descent of night over the demon lands, Bella, Vespera, and Angus landed before a moderately sized mansion. The eerie glow of the setting red sun cast long shadows across the ground, making the mansion appear even more ominous. Bella moved with the grace and allure of the seductress succubus she was, her every step drawing attention as she approached the moderate-sized mansion's gate. Vespera and Angus followed closely behind her, Vespera ever vigilant, while Angus remained casual, confident that as long as he was with Bella Belfrost, his safety was assured. If not, no one would able to save them. "Hey, stop!" a gruff voice interrupted their approach. A demon guard with a crocodile-like head stepped forward, blocking their path. His eyes were wary, but he clearly didn't recognize the danger he was facing. "Audacious! How dare you try to stop Lady Bella?" Vespera snapped, stepping forward with an air of authority. Her eyes gleamed with a dangerous red light, and her vampiric red and black wings unfurled slightly, casting a menacing shadow over the demon guard. "Do you have a death wish?" Vespera asked coldly, her voice dripping with malice as she glared at the crocodile-headed demon. The sharp edges of her wings hovered ominously above him, like a set of swords ready to strike. Despite Vespera's looming threat, the crocodile demon remained defiant, his expression stubborn and unyielding. "No, you can't pass." "And who is this BTCH Bella you're talking about?" The crocodile demon sneered contemptuously, his voice dripping with disrespect. "You." Vespera's face darkened, her rage boiling over like a seething cauldron. The air around her seemed to ripple with the intensity of her anger, her eyes blazing with the promise of violence. But before she could act, Bella let out a laugh, a sound that was both chilling and amused. "Ha ha ha!" She laughed as if she found the situation incredibly entertaining, though a murderous intent simmered just beneath the surface. The idea that this insolent demon would dare speak to her in such a manner was both laughable and infuriating. Vespera, on the verge of cutting the insolent guard into pieces, was suddenly halted by the arrival of another demon, also with a crocodile-like appearance. Without hesitation, the second guard delivered a powerful slap across the face of the first, the force of the blow sending him crashing to the ground with a bang. The first guard's face twisted in pain, turning a deep shade of red, almost resembling a pig's liver. "You fool! What are you doing? Do you not even recognize Lady Bella? Are you blind?" The second guard berated the fallen demon sternly, his voice filled with authority and frustration. Turning quickly to Bella and her entourage, the second guard's demeanor shifted to one of deep apology. "I am sorry, Lady Bella, for this disrespect. I failed to ensure proper discipline among the guards. Please forgive us." Bella regarded the second guard with a cold, calculating gaze, the amusement gone from her expression. "And what has happened to him?" she asked, her tone icy as she gestured towards the fallen guard who was still writhing on the ground. The second guard hesitated, choosing his words carefully. "Lady Bella, it is not entirely his fault. Ever since the incident at Dark Forest, he's been different. His memory is failing him. He's losing it bit by bit, forgetting even the most basic things. It's as if something is eating away at his mind." Bella's eyes narrowed at this information. The Dark Forest. This was the same place where strange occurrences had been reported. It seemed whatever dark influence was spreading through her territory was affecting even her own guards. She turned to Vespera, who was still bristling with anger. "Vespera, stand down. It seems there's more going on here than we initially thought." Bella's voice was calm but carried an undertone of command. Vespera reluctantly obeyed, though her eyes remained locked on the fallen guard with barely restrained fury. "As you wish, Lady Bella," she said through clenched teeth, retracting her wings and stepping back, Bella then addressed the second guard. "Take this one away and keep him under close observation. I want a full report on his condition, as well as anyone else showing similar symptoms. Understand?" The second guard nodded quickly. "Yes, Lady Bella. I will see to it immediately." He then bent down, dragging the still dazed first guard away with surprising ease. "Hey, wait!" Vespera called out, halting the crocodile demon as he began to lead them inside. "Tell us about your Baron first." "Where is he? We need to speak with him immediately." The crocodile demon paused, glancing back at Vespera with a wary expression. "He is inside, my lady. But be careful. The Baron's mental condition is also not good," he warned, his voice tinged with unease. With that final caution, the crocodile demon hurried away, leaving Bella, Vespera, and Angus to continue on their own. The trio proceeded through the grand entrance and into the main hall of the mansion. The room was dimly lit, the air heavy with an oppressive atmosphere that matched the grim state of affairs in the territory. As they entered, their eyes fell upon a humanoid demon sitting in a large, ornate chair. His skin was covered in iridescent fish scales that caught the faint light, reflecting it in a way that made him appear almost otherworldly. However, despite his striking appearance, there was something deeply unsettling about the Baron. He sat slumped in the chair, his posture listless, and his eyes stared vacantly ahead as if his mind was far away, lost in some dark, unreachable place. Bella's gaze hardened as she took in the sight before her. This was the Baron who was supposed to be managing the area, yet he looked more like a broken doll than a powerful greater demon. Whatever had taken hold of him had clearly done significant damage. Vespera approached cautiously, her hand resting on the hilt of her sword. "Baron Voldemort," she called out, her voice sharp and commanding. "Can you hear me? We need to speak with you." The Baron didn't respond immediately. For a long, tense moment, it seemed as though he might not acknowledge them at all. Then, slowly, his head turned towards them, his eyes dull and unfocused. There was a flicker of recognition, but it was faint, like a dying ember struggling to stay lit. Lady Bella ... Miss Vespera," he muttered, his voice raspy and strained. "Why are you here?" "It's too late for this place." Bella stepped forward, her expression unreadable as she stared down at the Baron. "We are here because of the disturbances in Dark Forest and about the disappearance of demons," she said, her voice cold and firm. "What has happened here, Baron? What has caused this madness?" The Baron blinked slowly, his gaze drifting away from them as if he were struggling to hold on to his thoughts. "Darkness. It came from the forest. Corrupted everything. Even me. There's no escape. Only despair." His words were disjointed, fragmented as if his mind was barely holding together. Bella's eyes narrowed, and she turned to Vespera and Angus. "This is worse than I thought. The corruption has taken root in the Baron himself. We need to find the source of this darkness and eradicate it before it spreads any further." Angus, finding the situation mysterious, activated appraisal to know what exactly happened here. He had to use his precious mana for this. Appraisal. Name, Voldemort. Corrupted. Race, demon. Species, half-Hydrathrax. Rank, greater demon. Affiliation, Dark Valley Fortress, Lust Duke Dam. Abilities, 1. Water breathing, Hydrathrax can submerged in water for a long time. 2. Aqua Cloak, Hydrathrax can shroud itself in a thick layer of water, making it difficult to see and giving it resistance to physical attacks. The cloak also provides it with increased speed and agility in aquatic environments. 3. Tidal Surge, the demon can summon powerful waves to crash against its enemies, knocking them back and potentially drowning those caught in the surge. The strength and size of the wave can vary depending on Hydrathrax's will. 4. Dread Maelstrom, it creates a massive vortex of corrupted water that draws in enemies and shreds them with shadow-infused currents. The maelstrom also distorts reality within its range, causing illusions and disorientation among those trapped inside. 5. Scalebane Torrent, Hydrathrax unleashes a barrage of razor-sharp scales, each infused with dark energy, that can slice through armor and flesh. Angus quickly focused on the corrupted Baron, bringing up the information on the nature of the corruption. Corruption, Dark Wraiths, a type of darkness creature, have corrupted the target's mind. The wraiths are sinister creatures that gradually take control of the soul, leading to death. Corruption progress, 98.89%. Angus's eyes narrowed as he read the details. The Baron's corruption was almost complete, leaving him on the brink of losing himself entirely. The situation was more dangerous than he had anticipated. With the corruption at 99%, the Baron could become fully possessed at any moment. And just as Angus expected, the Baron's eyes turned pitch black, an ominous void replacing the dim light that had once been there. The transformation was swift. Whatever fragment of the Baron remained was gone, replaced by the malevolent force of the dark wraiths. Without warning, the Baron lunged toward Vespera with terrifying speed, his movements no longer his own. Angus, alert to the change due to his affinity with darkness, saw the attack coming. He remained calm, knowing Vespera's capabilities, but recognized the opportunity to earn Bella's favor. He called out in a voice that was steady yet loud enough to be heard clearly, "Watch out!" Vespera, caught off guard by the sudden shift, instinctively hesitated, unsure of the true nature of the threat. Before she could fully process Angus's warning, Bella, always composed and in control, stepped forward. With a casual yet powerful motion, she extended her flawless hand, intercepting the Baron's charge effortlessly. The impact was thunderous, as Bella's hand met the corrupted Baron with a force that sent a shockwave through the hall. Bang! The Baron was slammed into the ground with a deafening boom, the stone floor cracking beneath him from the sheer power of Bella's blow. Pinned under Bella's unyielding grip, the Baron struggled in vain, the dark entity controlling him writhing in frustration. Bella's purple shimmering eyes bore into the Baron's, her expression one of cold authority. My, what do we have here? What's with the sudden violence, Baron?" Bella's voice dripped with mockery as they surveyed the chaotic scene. #%%. The Baron responded with a series of eerie, unsettling cackles that sounded like a grotesque mix of laughter and growls. Bella and Vespera exchanged puzzled glances, unable to make sense of the distorted sounds. "What is it saying?" Vespera asked, her voice tinged with frustration as she struggled to decipher the Baron's response. "Menas, can you understand it?" he inquired telepathically. A flickering white light manifested beside him, and Manas's voice echoed in his mind with clarity. "Yes, Master. I can interpret its language. It says, bitch, we will soon take over this fortress and then destroy it by consuming everyone's souls. They plan to launch the attack within a few hours. Just you wait." The speaker's eyes narrowed. "Oh, I see." He was bewildered by the Wraith's audacity in revealing its plan. Was it simply a product of overconfidence, or did the Wraith know that Bella and the others could understand their language at all? "Mistress," Angus called out, his voice calm but his eyes betraying a deep seriousness. Bella and Vespera turned to him, maintaining their focus on keeping the Baron at bay. "What is it, sweetheart? Do you somehow understand its language?" Bella asked, her gaze fixed on Angus. "Yes," Angus replied evenly. "The Barona, the creature inside, says they plan to attack the fortress tonight and destroy it. They have a large army assembled." He deliberately left out the part about the Baron's bitch curse. Otherwise who knows what would Bella do out of anger. Bella's eyes widened slightly. "Oh, that sounds serious. But how do you understand their language? Even the residents here can't make sense of it." "How is that possible?" she asked, feeling curious. Her tone was also a tinge of suspicion as she studied Angus closely. That's because of my darkness affinity. This creature had similar darkness powers as I do." "I can understand it somehow," Angus said confidently, his tone steady despite the underlying tension. Bella's eyes glinted with approval. Phew, a broken bar. Very good, sweetheart." "See, I knew you would be useful," she smiled, her voice dripping with seductive charm as she approached him, the air around her charged with an intoxicating allure. Vespera, who had just been saved from imminent danger, regarded Angus with a mixture of gratitude and suspicion. Her sharp eyes narrowed as she tried to gauge his true intentions. "Do you know where their location is?" Vespera asked, her voice filled with concern. The urgency in her tone reflected the gravity of the situation. Angus shook his head slowly. Number. The creature did not reveal their exact location. Bella's smile widened, revealing a hint of satisfaction. No matter, sweetheart. You have done more than enough. For this contribution, you will be granted a barony over this territory. This one, she said, nodding dismissively at the bound baron, is of no further use. What do you think? Her offer was both generous and strategic, a move to secure Angus's loyalty. Vespera's eyes widened in surprise. A barony from the start? While she had to work hard for how long? She thought, feeling a pang of unfairness. She had been through trials and tribulations to earn her position. But as Bella's command was absolute, she stifled her discontent, knowing better than to challenge her mistress's decisions. Angus didn't miss the opportunity. His eyes gleamed with a cold determination. Yes, mistress. I shall do as you say. I will keep it safe no matter what, he replied with a resolute tone, his voice firm and unwavering. Inwardly, Angus was already formulating his next moves. The first phase of his plan had succeeded, and with the barony in his grasp, he had the means to set his long-term strategy into motion. All right, Bella said, her voice laced with satisfaction. As she nodded approvingly. I will send an official notice appointing you as the new Baron of Dark Valley, she continued, her tone firm and decisive, as if the matter was already settled. The weight of her words hung in the air, solidifying Angus's new position. She then turned her attention to Vespera, her expression shifting from indulgent to commanding. Let's go, Vespera. We need to prepare our forces to march into their hideout. Let's see who dares to invade our territory, Bella declared, her voice cold and resolute. Her eyes glinted dangerously, a reminder her words were not to be taken lightly. Okay, mistress, Vespera responded resolutely, her tone steady as she acknowledged Bella's command. Bella turned back to Angus, her gaze softening slightly as she addressed him. Sweetheart, you don't need to join us. For now. You can't handle it your condition, she said with a slight smile. For now, you need to focus on increasing your strength. Her voice was gentle, but there was an underlying firmness that made it clear this was not a suggestion but an order. She paused, reaching for the space bracelet on her wrist. The bracelet was a delicate piece, shimmering with a subtle iridescence that hinted at its otherworldly origin. Angus couldn't help but feel intrigued. A space bracelet was a rare and valuable artifact, capable of storing vast amounts of items in a small, easily accessible space. Its convenience was undeniable, but he knew its price must be equally astronomical. There are a total of 500 low-grade cores inside, Bella continued, withdrawing a few small pouches from the bracelet and handing them to Angus. Her jade-like hand extended gracefully, the gesture both generous and commanding. These cores will increase your nether energy and strengthen your physique slightly, she explained, her eyes meeting his with an intensity that underscored the importance of what she was giving him. Don't let me down. Use your talent wisely, so that we can continue on this path unhindered. Thank you, mistress. Angus replied, his voice filled with genuine gratitude. He accepted the pouches with a slight bow. He opened one of the pouches and peeked inside, revealing the glowing cores within. They were of various colors: black, red, yellowish, browner, each representing the essence of a different type of demons. These demonic cores, extracted from the bodies of powerful demons, were potent sources of energy that could be absorbed to enhance one's strength. Angus's eyes gleamed with determination as he looked at the cores. As Bella and Vespera left the room of the Baron's mansion, Angus found himself alone in the dimly lit chamber. The silence was heavy, pressing in on him from all sides, but his thoughts were anything but quiet. He looked at the demonic cores in his hands with a mixture of fascination and anticipation. Each core pulsed with a dark, almost hypnotic glow, the nether energy within churning like a storm trapped inside a small, hardened shell. These cores held the essence of demons, which can only be consumed by the demons. If a human attempted to consume these, they risked becoming something monstrous, mutated, wild, devoid of reason. Yet, Angus felt no fear. Instead, he saw only the potential for growth, the opportunity to harness the power of these demonic essences and bend them to his will. With resolve, he began consuming the cores one by one. The first one was bitter on his tongue, its taste sharp and acrid, but as he swallowed, the core seemed to dissolve instantly in his stomach, its energy flooding his veins. He felt a rush of power surge through him, followed by a series of notifications echoing in his mind. Strength +1, Agility +2, Strength +1, Defense +1, Agility +1. Each core brought with it a new wave of energy, the dark, swirling essence melding with his own. His muscles tightened, his reflexes sharpened, and he could feel his body growing stronger, more resilient with each core he consumed. Manners advised that the most effective way to use them for now is by eating them. While his Gluttony of Darkness ability could do the same, it wouldn't give nether energy. That's why he chose to consume them directly. The essences didn't only focus at his physical attributes. He felt his nether energy reserves also expanding, the dark, shadowy power within him growing more potent, more responsive. Nether energy +1, Nether energy +2, Nether energy +1. The process was invigorating, yet there was an undercurrent of something primal, something dangerous, in the way his body absorbed the demonic energy. The cores melted into pure energy, dissolving into particles that spread throughout his body, strengthening him from within. By this point, he had consumed nearly half of the demonic cores. Some provided a 0.5-point boost to his stats, while others offered as much as 2 points. The most significant increase, however, was in his nether energy core. The remaining half of the cores stayed in his pouch, as he felt fatigued and strained. It was as though a wild energy surged within him, needing to be released for his body to adjust to the growing power. With a thought, he examined his new improvement in stats. Name, Angus Tigro. Occupation, Demon Servant. Race, half-human half-demon. Bloodline lineage, Beelzebub. Partial royal. Level, 20. Class, none. Age, 18. Strength, 70. Agility, 66. Defense, 80. Mana, 26. 8190. Nether energy, 180. Attribute points, 0. Skills. Active, Doombringer Fortification, C. Inferno Leap 59, D. Earth Manipulation 12D, Azula Sword Strike 35, E. Paralyzing Breath 10, E. Shadow Step -9, E. Razor Claws, 4, E. Netherhorn Burst, E. Passive, Blaze Guard 8, E. Fire Serpent's Digestion -5, E. Predator's Instinct -23, E. Health Regeneration -4, E. Minotaur's Outburst, E. Special Skills, Monster Breeding, Level 1, Demonic Abilities, Gluttony of Darkness, Basic, Darkness Pulse, Basic, Darkness Veil, Basic, Darkness Haki, Basic, Heart of Darkness, Peak, Blood Regeneration, Basic. Unique Skills, Appraisal, Basic, Skill Absorption, Mythic, Universal Synthesis, Ultimate, Equipment, none. He looked at the screen, feeling satisfied. His base stats had increased by 30 to 40 points, though his level remained unchanged. This meant that the concept of levels no longer applied to him. A new, insurmountable gap was forming between him and both humans and demons. He now possessed the physical strength of a demon combined with the power of humanity's system. However, that didn't mean he could confront a high-level human powerhouse with physical strength alone. Demons generally had far greater physical power than humans, yet they often couldn't win against them because of the humans' powerful skills. Not everyone had bloodline powers like Bela and others. Most demons relied on their physical strength and their common species ability, blood regeneration, which wasn't bad in itself. Angus stood still for a moment, feeling the changes within him. His strength had increased, his agility had improved, and his defenses had solidified. More importantly, his nether energy core had expanded significantly. Angus felt as though he could crush an adult minotaur with ease. He was now comparable to a greater demon in power. After what felt like an eternity, the door to the dimly lit room creaked open, and two towering crocodile demons lumbered in. Their scales gleamed with a dark, oily sheen under the faint light, and their eyes glowed with a sinister red hue. The air in the room seemed to grow heavier with their presence, charged with the raw, primal energy they exuded. The demons paused as they entered, their gaze locking onto Angus, the half-breed demon who stood before them. They had been of his sudden rise to power, but now, seeing him in person, their curiosity burned even brighter. They were joined by 4 more of their kind, making a total of 6 crocodile demons, all neatly lined up in front of Angus. Their powerful tails dragged across the floor, leaving faint scratches on the stone, but their posture was one of obedience. "My lord, congratulations on becoming the new Baron of the Dark Valley," they said in unison, their deep, gravelly voices resonating through the room. There was a subtle undercurrent of respect in their tone, a recognition of the power and authority Angus now held. "We have been notified officially," one of them continued, bowing his massive head slightly. "Now, we hereby swear loyalty in the name of the demon god." Angus, who had been sitting quietly, deep in thought, furrowed his brows and rose to his feet. His muscles tightened as he stood, the recent influx of energy from the demonic cause making him feel stronger, more confident. He straightened his posture, his eyes narrowing as he regarded the crocodile demons before him with keen interest. These were no ordinary demons. Their loyalty was not given lightly. The fact that they had come to swear fealty meant that his new title as Baron of the Dark Valley had already started to ripple through the ranks. The power structure here was harsh and unyielding, but respect was earned through strength and cunning. Although their loyalty was not 100%, it was going to rise eventually. He would make them 100% loyal. He stepped forward, his gaze never leaving the demons in front of him. "Rise," he commanded, his voice firm, yet tinged with a newfound authority. "Your loyalty is noted, and it will be rewarded. Together, we will strengthen the Dark Valley, and any who dare challenge us will be crushed." "Yes, my lord." The crocodile demons straightened their backs, their eyes filled with a mix of respect and uncertainty. Their new half-breed lord was surprisingly ambitious, it seemed. Angus's words resonated with them, and they could sense the power radiating from him, a power that was still growing, still evolving. Angus studied them carefully, noting the raw physical strength they possessed, as well as the dark energy that seemed to ripple beneath their scales. "So, now tell me," he began, his voice carrying an edge of impatience, "how many people are in our ranks currently?" The crocodile demons lowered their heads in shame, their massive bodies hunching slightly as they spoke. "My lord, we only have 20 lesser demons in our ranks, including the butler and the maid who serve your needs," one of them admitted, his voice mixed with frustration. The number was seriously low compared to the other baronies under the fortress of Lady Bella's rule. "It's due to our previous baron's reckless spending and carelessness." Angus crossed his arms, his expression darkening as he absorbed the disappointing news. The room, which had been filled with a sense of triumph just moments before, now felt heavy with Angus' discontentment. They felt the indistinct pressure from their new baron, and shivered, not daring say anything out of proportion. "Anyway, did the former baron live alone or something?" "No family?" he asked, noticing their fear as he wanted to ease the situation a little. "Yes, my lord," the guards replied in unison, their heads slightly bowed. "He lived alone." Angus seemed to ponder this for a moment, his mind already working on a plan to address the situation. The former baron's mismanagement and reckless spending had left the Dark Valley in a vulnerable state, but Angus saw this as an opportunity. Such a small number of demons in his service could be a disadvantage, but it also meant there were fewer individuals to interfere with his business. "All right," he finally said, his tone decisive. "Gather everyone. I need to talk to them." The crocodile demons nodded and quickly left the room to carry out his orders. Angus watched them go, his mind racing with thoughts of what needed to be done. Loyalty would be the first thing he would need to secure. These demons had served under a weak leader, and their allegiance might still be shaky. He needed to ensure that they saw him as their only lord and master, that they understood their survival and prosperity depended on their unwavering loyalty to him. But loyalty alone wouldn't be enough. Angus would also need to assess their potential. The Dark Valley had been neglected for too long, and he needed to identify those with the strength and talent to rise above the rest. He would make them stronger using universal synthesis, but only if they proved their worth. Those who showed promising would be rewarded. Those who didn't have both they will be casted out immediately. He knew this process would take time. Rebuilding the ranks of his barony and transforming a disloyal and weakened force into a formidable one couldn't be done overnight. But Angus was confident. He would fill their mind with temptations of power, which no one could ever hope to possibly achieve. Angus observed the group gathered before him, his gaze sharp and unyielding. The demons stood in neat rows, their heads slightly bowed as they felt the weight of his darkness haki pressing down on them. The aura he exuded was palpable, filling the room with a sense of dread that made even the bravest among them tremble. Despite their attempts to stand tall, Angus could see the fear in their eyes, the uncertainty in their stiff postures. As he surveyed his new subjects, a wave of disappointment washed over him. These demons were of common blood, lacking the powerful abilities or noble lineage that could have made them valuable assets. Most of them relied on their physical strength, and while they had some species-specific traits like the crocodile demon's scale armor or the fish scale demon's ability to breathe underwater, there was little else to commend them. They were strong, but strength alone wasn't enough. Among the 20 demons present, 13 were combatants of imps and lesser demons power rank, their sole purpose being to fight and defend the territory. Imps equals lowest level demons, not the exact species. The other 5 were administrative demons, tasked with handling the official matters of the barony. And then there were the last 2, a butler and a maider, whose duties revolved around attending to the baron's personal needs. None of them stood out as particularly exceptional, and that was a problem. Angus needed more than just foot soldiers. He needed individuals who could help him execute his plans, expand his power, and ensure his dominion over the Dark Valley and beyond. He let the silence stretch, allowing the pressure of his haki to sink in deeper, making them feel small and insignificant. Then, in a voice that was calm yet edged with authority, he spoke. "Look at you," he began, his tone laced with disappointment. "A ragtag group of demons, barely capable of holding on to what little power this barony has left. Do you think this is enough? Do you think you can serve me, protect this land, and rise above your current state with just this?" The demons looked at each other uncomfortably, but no one dared to speak. They knew better than to challenge their new lord, especially when he was making it clear just how unimpressed he was with them. "You are weak," Angus continued, his words cutting like a blade. "But weakness can be overcome. I will not tolerate mediocrity in my ranks. If you wish to remain here, if you wish to serve me and not be cast aside as failures, then you must prove your worth. I will give you the opportunity to grow stronger, to rise above your current status. But no Caesar failure will not be forgiven." He paused, allowing his words to sink in. The demons were listening intently now, fear mixed with a glimmer of hope. Angus had them where he wanted them, desperate, eager to prove themselves, and willing to do whatever it took to gain his favor. "You all will have unimaginable power, and I will make sure it by myself," Angus declared, his voice growing darker. "Power that you could never hope to achieve on your own. But this power comes with a price. You will serve me without question, without hesitation. You will dedicate your lives to my cause, and in return, I will make you stronger than you ever imagined. Together, we will rebuild this barony, and we will make those who look down on us tremble in fear." The room was silent, the weight of his words heavy in the air. The demons looked at each other, uncertainty giving way to determination. They knew they had little choice but to follow Angus. He was their new lord, and he held their fates in his hands. "Now," Angus said, his voice dropping to a near whisper, yet still filled with authority, "swear your loyalty to me, and vow that you will never betray me. Those who prove themselves will be rewarded. Those who betrays me, they will be executed immediately." His words sent a chill down their spines, and they trembled with fear. His intimidation haki began to influence their mind to follow his command like as if it was the law. "My lord, we swear, you're the only lord and a god to us. We will never betray you." One by one, the demons knelt before him, pledging their loyalty. Angus watched them, a dark smile playing on his lips. He knew it would take time to mold them into the force he needed, but he was confident in his ability to do so. This was just the beginning, and with each step he took, his power would grow. As everyone else left the room to attend to their respective duties, only Angus and his butler Vidro, A fish-scale humanoid demoner remained. "So, your name is Butler, correct?" Angus inquired, his gaze steady as he addressed the butler. Butler bowed slightly, placing his right hand on his chest in a gesture of respect. "Yes, my lord," Vidro replied, his voice carrying a mixture of awe and caution. He met his new lord's calm and indifferent gaze with a sense of reverence. Despite Angus's youthful appearance, you had witnessed a powerful presence that suggested there might be new hope on the horizon if he served this half-breed with unwavering loyalty. "Do you need anything, my lord?" you asked, his tone more respectful and enthusiastic now, eager to attend to any needs Angus might have. Angus studied Butler with a scrutinizing gaze. The fish-scale demon was a striking figure, his scales shimmering subtly in the light. Though his appearance was less imposing compared to some of the other demons, his demeanor suggested both dedication and a sharp mind. The respect you showed was evident, but Angus could sense a flicker of hope in his eye, so a potential ally or a useful asset if handled correctly. "Yes, Butler, Angus said, his tone calm but carrying an edge of authority. "I need a detailed report on the current state of the barony. I want to know about our resources, the condition of the fortifications, and any other relevant information you think I should be aware of." Butler nodded, his expression shifting to one of earnest attentiveness. "Of course, my lord. I will provide you with a comprehensive overview of the barony. It will take a little time to gather all the necessary information, but I assure you it will be thorough." Angus raised an eyebrow, noting the butler's eagerness. "Good. I expect nothing less. In addition to that, I need you to prepare a list of potential allies and informants in the surrounding territories. We need to establish a network of intelligence and support if we're to secure our position and expand our influence." "Understood, my lord," you responded, his voice steady and respectful. "I will begin immediately." "Is there anything else you require at this moment?" Angus paused, considering the question. "Yes. Actually, I want you to begin assessing the capabilities and loyalty of our current staff and combatants. I need to know who can be trusted and who might need adjustment." His eyes flickered slightly, but he maintained his composure. "I will handle it with the utmost care, my lord. I will ensure that all assessments are conducted discreetly." "Excellent," Angus said with a nod. "I trust you will carry out these tasks efficiently. Your dedication will be rewarded in due time." As Butler bowed and began to leave, Angus watched him go, his mind already racing with plans and strategies. He knew that to achieve his goals, he would need to control every aspect of his new territory, from its resources to its people. After a while, Butler returned with a stack of documents and a map of the Lust Dukedom, along with comprehensive data on the hostile parties near Dark Valley. "My lord, this is all we have in our archives," you said, presenting the materials with a hint of apology. "I regret that I couldn't bring the entire map of Demon Land. The Demon Land is so vast and ever-changing that it's nearly impossible to map it accurately. Even the Demon Lord's single move can cause the very ground to shift, altering the landscape," he said as he placed the documents on the table. "Oh," Angus responded with a nod, taking a closer look at the documents. The documents revealed that there were nearly 5,000 demon households in this region, now under his rule. His territory spanned approximately 20 to 30 square kilometers and was encircled by hostile tribes from the Black Swamp and Dark Forest, who eyed them with a predatory interest. Beyond the Great Wall of the fortress to the west lay the Dark Forest, where Bella had ventured to fight alongside her personal army. "All right, I've reviewed everything. For now, let things remain as they are," Angus said, rising from his seat from the table. He rose from the seat, and continued, "I'm going to visit the Black Swamp to assess who controls that area. You handle matters here, Butler." Butler hesitated, concern evident in his voice. "But, my lord, wouldn't it be dangerous for you to go alone?" Angus remained steadfast. "No, I won't venture too deep. I just want to gauge their strength. You focus on your duties here. Leave the rest to me. Soon, we will conquer all the nearby tribes and strengthen our army." Butler sighed, realizing further persuasion would be futile. Despite Angus's seemingly boastful words, you couldn't help but feel a glimmer of hope for a better future. Nowadays resources had become increasingly scarce, and they often went hungry. The process of hunting demonic creatures was grueling and rarely yielded enough to fill their bellies. He watched his new lord's figure with hope and a rare emotion called worry. As Angus waded into the dark swamp, the eerie landscape stretched out before him like a twisted nightmare. The black, corrupted water lapped against his legs, its coldness seeping through his clothes, but it was more an unsettling sensation than a real discomfort. The water seemed to recognize him, parting slightly as he moved deeper, almost as if acknowledging his presence. The trees that dotted the swamp were ancient and grotesque, their gnarled branches reaching out like skeletal hands. Their bark was cracked and lifeless, devoid of any color or vitality, as if the very essence of life had been drained from them long ago. A thick mist clung to the air, swirling around Angus as he moved forward, making it difficult to see more than a few feet ahead. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the occasional ripple in the water or the creaking of the decaying trees. Despite the foreboding atmosphere, Angus felt a strange sense of belonging. The swamp was inhospitable, a place where ordinary beings would be overcome with fear or despair. Yet for him, it felt almost welcoming, as if the darkness of the swamp resonated with the darkness within him. He continued to move forward, the water sloshing quietly around him. Every step he took felt deliberate, as if the swamp itself was guiding him towards something hidden within its depths. The map he had studied indicated that this place held secrets, ancient, powerful secrets that could further his plans and solidify his control over the dark valley. As he pushed deeper into the swamp, the mist began to thicken, and the light from the gloomy sky above grew dimmer. The trees became more twisted and warped, their branches intertwined in unnatural patterns. Angus felt the air grow colder, and a sense of anticipation began to build within him. Suddenly, the ground beneath his feet shifted slightly, and Angus paused, looking down. The water rippled unnaturally, and a faint glow began to emanate from beneath the surface. He could feel the energy pulsing through the swamp, a dark and ancient power that resonated with his very being. It was as if the swamp was alive, aware of his presence, and responding to his approach. Without hesitation, Angus knelt down, submerging his hands into the cold, dark water. The energy surged through him, a rush of power that made his heart of darkness race. The water began to swirl around him, forming a vortex that pulled at his clothes and threatened to drag him under. But Angus remained calm, allowing the power of the swamp to envelop him. In an instant he used his Gluttony of Darkness ability. In an instant, a black vortex of darkness formed from his body in front. As Angus activated his Gluttony of Darkness ability, the atmosphere around him shifted dramatically. The dark power within him surged, manifesting as a swirling black vortex that spiraled out from his body. The vortex was an abyss of pure darkness, pulling in everything in its path with an insatiable hunger. The black, corrupted water of the swamp was no exception. It began to swirl violently, drawn into the vortex with a sound like a distant roar. The water gurgled and churned as it was consumed, the dark energy within it being siphoned off and absorbed by Angus. The vortex grew larger with each passing moment, expanding like a growing black hole that threatened to consume the entire swamp. The power coursing through Angus was intoxicating. He could feel his muscles tightening and growing stronger, his senses sharpening as his body adapted to the influx of dark energy. Every gulp of the swamp's tainted waters seemed to fortify his being, enhancing his physical attributes in a way that felt both exhilarating and overwhelming. Strength +1, Strength +2, Strength +1, Agility +1, Defense +2, Agility +2. Yet, despite the immense power he was drawing in, Angus was acutely aware of the limitations of his ability. Unlike the legendary Devour ability of Beelzebub, which could convert all consumed matter into raw, undiluted nether energy added with more unique capabilities, Gluttony of Darkness was more specialized on a specific category. It focused primarily on enhancing his physical form, his strength, agility, and endurance, but the amount of nether energy it provided was meager in comparison. Still, the power he was absorbing was substantial. The vortex continued to expand, consuming more and more of the swamp. The trees that stood near the water's edge began to tremble, Their roots pulled free from the muck as the ground itself started to be drawn toward the vortex. The once vast swamp was rapidly shrinking, its dark waters being devoured by Angus's insatiable hunger. As Angus stood in the corrupted swamp, siphoning the dark energy from the murky waters with his gluttony of darkness ability, the atmosphere was thick with an ominous stillness. The water around him churned, its malevolent essence being drawn into the vortex that swirled with increasing intensity. Just as Angus began to feel the intoxicating power surging through him, a sudden disturbance broke the eerie calm. Whoosh! Without warning, a pack of lizard-like demons erupted from the depths of the swamp, their scaled bodies slicing through the water with predatory precision. They moved with astonishing speed, their wet, armored scales reflecting the faint, sickly light that filtered through the canopy above. These creatures were monstrous in size, standing between 5 to 10 meters tall, with powerful limbs that ended in razor-sharp claws. Their elongated snouts were lined with jagged teeth, and their eyes burned with a primal hunger. Their dagger-like tails whipped through the air, slicing through anything in their path as they closed in on their target. To Angus, his predator instinct flared to life, alerting him to the imminent danger. Without hesitation, Angus pivoted on his heel, his reflexes heightened to near superhuman levels. The dark vortex that had been absorbing the swamp's energy shifted, directed by his will. It surged forward, expanding rapidly to meet the oncoming threat. The vortex's pull was terrifyingly strong, a force of nature that devoured everything in its path. The first few lizard demons, caught off guard by Angus's swift reaction, were sucked into the vortex before they could even react. Their bodies were twisted and distorted as they were consumed by the swirling darkness, their agonized draws cut short as they disappeared into the abyss. The sheer force of the vortex disintegrated their forms, leaving nothing but dark mist in the air where they had once stood. However, the remaining lizard demons were not so easily defeated. These creatures, though savage, were experienced predators, and their survival instincts kicked in. With a collective hiss, they recoiled, darting out of the vortex's reach. With fluid, practiced movements, their leader, a particularly large and cunning lizard demon with scarred scales and a fierce glare, barked orders at the others, his voice a guttural growl. "Men, this guy is bad news," the leader hissed, his reptilian eyes narrowing as they fixed on Angus. He recognized the threat that Angus posed, his gaze calculating as he quickly assessed the situation. "Number 3, go and inform the chief that a greater demon with darkness power is here. We need his immediate help." "Okay, boss." Number 3, a slightly smaller but equally fearsome lizard demon, replied with urgency. He didn't waste a moment, his body diving into the dark waters with a splash, disappearing into the murky depths with a powerful flick of his tail. The water rippled and then settled, leaving only the faint sound of his departure echoing through the swamp. Appraisal: Scaled horned lizard. Power rank: lesser demon. Abilities: blood regeneration, quick reflexes, sharp tail. In the midst of the black swamp, Angus found himself surrounded by the ferocious lizard demons, their predatory eyes glinting with hunger as they circled him. Recognizing the situation, Angus deactivated his gluttony of darkness ability. He knew it wouldn't be of much help here. It drained his nether energy rapidly, and when he swallowed the 2 lizard demons earlier, he felt a slight tremor around his soul, indicating that continuing to absorb living beings at its basic level would be too taxing. He remained vigilant, sharpening his focus as he kept watch on all sides. Whoosh! Without any warning, a lizard demon lunged at Angus from behind, its razor-sharp claws slicing through the air with enough force to cut through steel like tofu. Thanks to Angus's newly enhanced physical stats, he reflexively spun around just in time to counterattack, delivering a powerful blow. However, the other 4 lizard demons were already on the move, their spiked, dagger-like tails glowing with an eerie light as they swung toward him, intent on sabotaging him from behind. Despite his improved physical stats, Angus knew they weren't invincible, and these coordinated attacks could easily overwhelm him. The hairs on the back of his neck stood up as his predator's instinct kicked in, sensing the imminent danger in the span of a heartbeat. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated Darkness Shroud, instantly rendering himself invisible and silently slipping away from the lizard's deadly strikes. Angus knew he had to finish this quickly. His mana reserves wouldn't last long if his predator's instinct kept triggering repeatedly. Reappearing in front of a large, horned lizard demon, Angus channeled nearly 90 points of strength, about 12 times stronger than that of a normal humaner, into his fist. Still cloaked in invisibility, he drove his punch directly into the lizard's belly. Crunch! A broken bar boom. The lizard's tough scales shattered like glass under the impact, and the massive creature was sent flying 10 to 15 meters into the air. "He's here! Kill him!" one of the lizard demons roared, furious at seeing their comrade fall. In a coordinated attack, they swiftly swung their glowing long tails toward the spot where Angus had just struck, determined to cut him down. Thud! As the previously crushed horned lizard fell to the ground, a mangled corpse, Angus quickly activated his darkness pulse. Waves of corrosive darkness radiated from him, melting the lizard demon's tails like glue mere inches before they could reach his face. Angus watched them coldly as the horned lizards roared in agony, rolling on the ground in a desperate attempt to escape the searing pain. Their terror only deepened as they realized the extent of their injuries, and the futility of their struggle. "Don't kill us. We were just protecting our home. The tribe chief will be here very soon. Please, don't kill us," they pleaded, their voices trembling with fear. But Angus showed no mercy. His gaze remained indifferent, devoid of any compassion. He continued to advance, his intent clearer: to kill them and absorb their essence, strengthening himself in the process. Strength was all that mattered to him now. As the half-breed demon approached, their hearts raced with terror. They could feel the impending doom, knowing that their pleas for mercy had fallen on deaf ears. Just as Angus was about to crush the lizards into a bloody pulp, readying himself for their final desperate struggle, a powerful, commanding voice echoed through the swamp, halting him in his tracks. "Stop!" The voice was deep and resonant, filled with authority. Angus turned to find the source and saw a massive horned lizard, easily 20-30 meters wide and 10 meters tall, its presence imposing and undeniable. "Why are you trespassing and killing my men, young lord? May I have an explanation?" The tribe chief's tone was cautious yet firm, recognizing the powerful aura and royal bloodline in Angus. Despite the situation, the chief sought to understand and possibly negotiate, knowing that provoking such an opponent could lead to disastrous consequences. Angus remained calm and composed, even as he assessed the situation. The tribe chief was clearly on the same power level as him, and while Angus knew he could defeat the chief if he gave it his all, it would be a hard-fought battle. He also had the option to unleash the gluttony of darkness, though it would strain his soul. But the real issue was the 20-30 lesser demon rank horned lizards lurking behind the chief, ready to attack at a moment's notice. Understanding that this massive creature was likely the leader of the tribe, Angus decided to negotiate first, realizing that diplomacy might serve him better than brute force, at least for the moment. Standing before the towering 10-meter-tall giant, Angus finally spoke, his voice cutting through the tense silence like a blade. Every creature in the vicinity seemed to hold its breath, their eyes locked on the young lord. The atmosphere crackled with anticipation, and the lizard demons were poised to strike at any moment. "I am the new Baron of Dark Valley," Angus declared, his tone commanding and unyielding. "Surrender to me, or you will perish." His words were simple, but they carried an undeniable weight, radiating a sense of power and mortal threat. The ultimatum was clear, and his next words added a layer of temptation. "You will have the honor to serve me and become powerful beside me." The lizards hissed in outrage, their whispers filled with venomous disdain. How arrogant! Does he think that just because he has some royal blood, he can do whatever he wants? "Tribe chief, don't accept his offer. We won't bow to this arrogant upstart." "Yes, tribe chief, kill him already." Despite the uproar, the tribe chief remained calm and composed. His years of experience told him that engaging this new baron in battle might yield nothing but unnecessary loss. There was something in Angus's presence, a dangerous undercurrent that suggested he wasn't to be underestimated. However, the chief was still reluctant to simply submit. "But, young lord," the tribe chief began, his deep voice measured and steady, With you alone, I don't see why I should bow down to your power. Don't you think? He paused, his eyes narrowing as he assessed Angus more closely. There was a calculating gleam in his gaze as he continued. Besides, your army force in Dark Valley is nothing compared to us, the Horned Lizard tribe. So, I find your offer for a broken bar unacceptable. If you still wish to fight, then this old one will have to comply. His eyes glinted dangerously, a clear warning that he was not one to be taken lightly. The challenge was set, and the tension thickened as the two leaders stood off, each weighing their next move. Angus raised an eyebrow, his twin horns casting a shadow over his dark, piercing eyes. "Oh," he mused, his tone dripping with casual curiosity as he straightened up and surveyed the horned lizards before him, noting every detail with a keen eye. "So that's what you're so proud of?" he asked, his voice carrying a hint of mockery. The tribe chief was taken aback. Why wasn't the young baron taking this seriously? Was he arrogant, or was there something more to him, something elusive and dangerous? The chief couldn't help but feel a mix of confusion and unease. Angus took one last glance at the lizard demons, a small, knowing smile playing on his lips. Then, without another word, he turned and began to walk back the way he came, his movements slow yet brimming with confidence. His retreat was deliberate, almost as if he were making a point rather than showing any sign of defeat. "We will see you soon, tribe chief," Angus called out over his shoulder, his voice calm and steady. "Be ready to swear your loyalty to me." The lizards watched him go, their expressions a mix of anger and uncertainty. The tribe chief remained silent, his eyes narrowing as he processed the encounter. There was something about Angus that left him unsettled, something that hinted at a power yet unseen. But for now, they held their ground, watching as the young Baron of Dark Valley disappeared into the distance, their minds already planning for future defense. Name: Angus Tigro. Occupation: demon servant. Race: half-human half-demon. Bloodline lineage: Beelzebub, partial royal. Level: 21. Class: none. Age: 18. Strength: 102. Agility: 104. Defense: 101. Mana: 12. 8190. Nether energy: 340. 340. Attribute points: 0. Skills: active, Doombringer fortification, C, Inferno leap 59, D, Earth manipulation 12D, Azula sword strike 35, E, paralyzing breath 10, E, shadow step -9, E, razor claws 4, E, netherhorn burst, E, passive, blaze purge, D, E, predator's instinct -23, E, health regeneration -4, E, minotaur's outburst, E, special skills, monster breeding, level 1, demonic abilities, gluttony of darkness, basic, darkness pulse, basic, darkness veil, basic, darkness haki, basic, heart of darkness, peak, blood regeneration, basic, unique skills, appraisal, basic, skill absorption, mythic, universal synthesis, ultimate, equipment, none. 2 days had passed since the declaration of war on the Horned Lizard tribe. Angus was still waiting for the materials he had requested from the Duke's court, knowing that only then could he set his plan into motion. During these 2 days, Angus took the opportunity to familiarize himself with the barony and its territory. The citizens, though initially wary, welcomed him as per the Duke's orders. They were commoner demons, with no rights to object to his presence, especially since Angus had assured them that they would not have to pay any additional taxes. As he was deep in thought, strategizing his next move, Donna, his maiden caretaker, approached him. Donna was a blue-skinned demoness from the Ice Frigga species. Despite her humble position, she bore noble blood, albeit partially, which granted her some black ice abilities of a lesser demon rank. "Lord, please have something to eat." "I have made it myself," Donna said gently. Angus looked up at her, momentarily breaking away from his thoughts. He nodded appreciatively, acknowledging the effort she had put into preparing the meal. On the surface at least, the meal contained some demonic creature's meat, which was indigestible for humans but not for Angus. In the demon land, where delicacies were rare and costly. Angus finished his meal after studying the maps of nearby territories. His supply of demon cores had been entirely depleted, and he urgently needed them to grow stronger. The best way to obtain more was by hunting wild demonic creatures or defeating opposing forces. As he pondered this problem, succubus Bella, ever seductive and dangerously beautiful, glided into the room, holding a box with an expensive appearance. "Sweetheart, your parcel is here," Bella called out with a sultry tone, her eyes locking onto Angus as he sat at the dining table. "Oh," Angus murmured, standing up to take the box. "Master, the hex poison in your body has been neutralized by your new skill, Blazing Purge, D. Passive," Menas, his internal assistant, reported. Blazing Purge, a passive defensive skill, combined Blaze Guard and Fire Serpent's digestion to neutralize the hex poison within him. It also provided increased fire resistance. "Understood," Angus responded internally. From the start, he knew Bella wouldn't trust him completely. She had been trying to feed him hex poison, a tool to control him if he ever considered rebelling by Donna's, his maid, hand. But she didn't know he had a super-intelligent AI and system powers at his disposal. So all of her plans failed badly. Despite her enchanting exterior, Bella's schemes ran deep. She had even manipulated Donna into helping her, or perhaps Donna had willingly participated, driven by greed. Angus bowed slightly, extending his hand to take the box, but Bella smirked and playfully pulled it away, her eyes glinting with mischief. "Ah, not so fast, sweetheart. Give me a kiss first," she teased playfully, her voice dripping with temptation as she licked her bright crimson lips, full and inviting. Angus, deciding it was time to teach her a lesson, closed the distance between them in an instant. As Bella opened her mouth to laugh, he caught her off guard, pulling her close and pressing his lips firmly against hers. The room seemed to grow warmer as Angus deepened the kiss, his hand tangling in Bella's hair while the other cupped her face, holding her steady. Bella's initial surprise quickly melted into a sensual surrender, her charming purple eyes fluttering shut as she responded, her body molding against his. His tongue slid past her lips, exploring the sweet and salty taste of her mouth, sending shivers through her body. Bella's breath hitched, and she couldn't help but lose herself in the intoxicating mix of power and desire that Angus exuded. Her own tongue met his in a heated dance, her hands clinging to him as she gave into the rising wave of lust that clouded her thoughts. For a moment, Bella considered using her ability to drain his life force, the power flickering at her fingertips. But the thought quickly dissipated as she realized it would be a waste. Besides, she enjoyed this far too much to ruin it. Angus, too, was confident she wouldn't dare risk her ambitions just for a fleeting moment of dominance. Maid Donna, who had been watching from the doorway, felt her cheeks burn with embarrassment. It was the first time she'd seen Lady Bella kiss anyone, and with such unbridled passion. Quickly sensing the growing heat in the room and catching a glimpse of Bella's sharp gaze, Donna hastily left, not wanting to be caught in her mistress's bad graces. The air in the room grew thick with the scent of their mingled desire, the tension palpable as their lips moved together with increasing intensity. The sensation of Bella's supple body pressing against his only fueled Angus further, yet he knew when to stop, releasing her with a final, lingering kiss. When Bella finally pulled away, her lips were swollen and red, her breath coming in short gasps. Her face flushed a deep shade of crimson, and the heat of their encounter lingered in the air, making it almost suffocating. Angus smirked, pleased with the effect he had on her. He had wanted to teach her a lesson, and by the look of her now, he had succeeded. "Wow, sweetheart." "That was bold," Bella finally managed to say, her voice a bit shaky but laced with amusement. "You've become so strong in such a short time. Keep it up, and you'll earn more kisses like that from me." Her words carried a promise, but also a hint of something more, or something dangerous. With that, Bella turned on her heel, swaying her hips slightly more than usual as she made her way to the door, her body still radiating heat from their encounter. She paused for a moment, glancing back at him, her eyes hiding an unreadable expression. Angus watched her go, his expression indifferent, though his blood was still warmer from the intense exchange. As she left the room, he muttered to himself, "I will a subtle promise that echoed in the silence she left behind. "Menas, it's time," Angus commanded in his mind, his anticipation building after waiting for this moment for what felt like an eternity. "I'm on it, Master," Menas replied, her voice calm and reassuring. In her pixie form, she materialized before him, her tiny figure shimmering as she gathered the necessary materials, the void stone, some etherium dust, and a single, extremely potent drop of dragon blood. As she began the otherworldly process of crafting the energy converter inside Angus' body, he watched with rapt attention, absorbing every detail in an attempt to learn as much as possible. The process was intricate, the materials blending together in ways that defied normal understanding. After completing some initial modifications, Menas paused, awaiting his permission. Once Angus granted it, she took full control of his body, her demeanor becoming more focused and precise. "Universal synthesis," she commanded, her tone authoritative. "Synthesize these materials according to the specific data model and create an internal energy converter." Angus observed in awe as Menas communicated with his skills, issuing precise commands to create the converter according to the blueprint stored in her mind. The process was both fascinating and complex, involving the integration of the Void Stone's energy-absorbing properties, the Etherium Dust's energy-conducting abilities, and the unparalleled potency of the dragon's blood. Slowly but surely, the materials began to merge, forming a cohesive structure within Angus's body. The energy converter started to take shape, its design optimized to channel and convert raw energy into a form Ethan could use. Menas worked tirelessly, her every action guided by the blueprint she had crafted, ensuring that the final product would meet Ethan's exact specifications and needs. As the process neared completion, Angus felt a surge of mana within him, a sign that the energy converter was beginning to function. Menas, still in control, made final adjustments, fine-tuning the converter to ensure it operated at peak efficiency. With a final command, the synthesis process was complete, and the internal energy converter was successfully integrated into Ethan's energy storage. Between mana pool and nether energy core, it was interconnectedly attached with extraordinary craftsmanship. He could now nether energy into mana and vice versa. "Master, the energy converter is now operational," Menas reported, her voice filled with satisfaction. "You should be able to access and manipulate energy more efficiently than ever before." Angus took a deep breath, feeling the steady pulse of power within him as he regained control of his body. "Thank you, Menas. Now we can finally start with our plan." "Yes, Master," Menas replied, her voice clear in his mind. "Now I can communicate with you always. But first, you need to gather those demon cores." "True," Angus agreed, pulling out the last 100 low-grade demon cores he had. He added a few more from the Baron's treasury that he had kept for himself. With a focused mind, he began synthesizing the cores, merging 2 low-grade cores into 1 middle-grade core. The mid-grade cores were far more potent, each containing the demonic essence of 5 low-grade cores. When the process was complete, Angus had 50 mid-grade cores in hand, their dark energy resonating in his palm. Satisfied, Angus called out for his butler, a man who had once been a mere shadow to him but had since come under his influence through the use of darkness haki. Angus was confident now that Butler won't betray him. Butler entered the room silently, bowing with practiced respect. "Lord, you need something?" he asked, his voice calm, though his eyes gleamed with newfound reverence. Angus, seated at his desk, gestured to the high-grade cores laid out before him. "Quickly, exchange these MIF-grade cores for low-grade ones, but do so discreetly. Ensure that no one notices or becomes suspicious." "Yes, my lord," Butler responded with a deep bow. He carefully gathered the high-mid cores and left the room without another word. Though curiosity gnawed at him, he knew better than to question his master's orders. His sole focus was to fulfill Angus's command without drawing unwanted attention. As Butler made his way to the market nearby, Angus leaned back in his chair, and waited back for Butler's return. Name, Angus Tigro. Occupation, Baron of Dark Valley, Demon Servant. Race, half-human half-demon. Bloodline lineage, Beelzebub. Partial. Royal. Special trait, Energy Converter. Artificial. Level 21. Class None. Age 18. Strength 112. Agility 116. Defense 121. Mana 352. 8190. Nether energy 0. 340. Attribute points 0. Skills. Active. Doombringer Fortification. C. Inferno Leap 59. D. Earth Manipulation 12D. Azula Sword Strike 35. E. Paralyzing Breath 10. E. Shadow Step -9. E. Razor Claws 4. E. Netherhorn Burst. E. Passive. Blaze Guard 8. E. Fire Serpent's Digestion -5. E. Predator's Instinct -23. E. Health Regeneration -4. E. Minotaur's Outburst. E. Special Skills. Monster Breeding. Level 1. Demonic Abilities. Gluttony of Darkness. Basic. Darkness Pulse. Basic. Darkness Veil. Basic. Darkness Haki. Basic. Heart of Darkness. Peak. Blood Regeneration. Basic. Unique Skills. Appraisal. Basic. Skill Absorption. Mythic. Universal Synthesis. Ultimate. Equipment. None. Angus checked his stats, noting with satisfaction that all of his nether energy had already been converted to mana. However, he realized he still needed more demon cores to completely fill his reserves or perhaps even upgrade them further. After a while, Butleryu returned, carrying 250 low-grade demon cores, as instructed. Without hesitation, Angus began the synthesis process again, transforming the cores into 65 high-grade ones, which were equivalent to 650 low-grade cores. Once again, Angus handed the high-grade cores to Butleryu for exchange. This time, Butleryu's heart pounded with fear as he realized the incredible ability his new master possessed. But he knew he must not let anyone discover this secret. Thanks to Butleryu's hard work and caution, Angus managed to gather more than 15,000 low-grade cores within 12 hours. The sheer quantity was astounding, and Angus knew he was getting closer to achieving his goals. Here. Take this for your hard work, Butleryu, Angus said, offering him 100 low-grade cores as a reward. Butleryu hurriedly declined, bowing deeply. No, my lord, it was my duty as your humble servant. How can I accept such a gift from you? His voice was sincere, reflecting the loyalty he felt deep within. It's fine. Take it. It's an order. If you wish to stay by my side and become one of my most trusted subordinates, you should do as I say, Angus said firmly, his tone leaving no room for argument. Then, I will not refuse, my lord. This humble servant will be your shadow and sword, Butleryu replied, bowing again as he accepted the low-grade cores. With a final nod, he left the room to carry out his duties. Angus turned his attention back to the task at hand. He synthesized the cores once more, but this time, he consumed them, feeling the power surge through him. The synthesis resulted in nearly 4,000 high-grade cores, equivalent to 40,000 low-grade cores. However, Angus knew he couldn't continue at this pace without drawing attention. He would need to build a specialized army for such tasks in the future. As he consumed the cores, Angus felt his physical stats rise: strength +2, defense +3, agility +2.5. Most importantly, he could feel the essence of the cores converting into pure nether energy. More nether energy +10, nether energy +12, nether energy +9. The surge of power was intoxicating, and Angus knew he was becoming stronger with each passing moment. Name: Angus Tigro. Occupation: Baron of Dark Valley, Demon Servant. Race: half human half demon. Bloodline lineage: Beelzebub, partial royal. Special trait: Energy Converter, Artificial. Level: 21. Class: None. Age: 18. Strength: 200. Agility: 221. Defense: 225. Mana: 25,352/30,352. Nether energy: 5,000/30,352. Attribute points: 0. Skills. Active: Doombringer Fortification. C. Inferno Leap 59. D. Earth Manipulation 12D, Azula Sword Strike 35, E, Paralyzing Breath 10, E, Shadow Step -9, E, Razor Claws 6, E, Netherhorn Burst, E. Passive, Blaze Guard 8, E, Fire Serpent's Digestion -5, E, Predator's Instinct -23, E, Health Regeneration -4, E, Minotaur's Outburst, E. Special Skills, Monster Breeding, Level 1, Demonic Abilities, Gluttony of Darkness, Basic, Darkness Pulse, Basic, Darkness Veil, Basic, Darkness Haki, Basic, Heart of Darkness, Peak, Blood Regeneration, Basic. Unique Skills, Appraisal, Basic, Skill Absorption, Mythic, Universal Synthesis, Ultimate, Equipment, None. Buzz. The ground began to tremble as Angus moved, adjusting to the overwhelming surge of newfound strength coursing through his body. His muscles were brimming with explosive power, and both mana and nether energy pulsed through his veins with intensity. The sensation of power was so immense that his body felt as if it were straining to contain it, like a dam on the verge of bursting after countless demon core consumptions. For anyone else, this would have been overwhelming, leading to mental fatigue or physical breakdown. But Angus was no ordinary person. His body was already near perfection, and after merging with the royal demon core of the dreadnought Colossus, he had reached a new pinnacle. Yet, he was acutely aware that he had now approached the limits of his body's balance. To continue growing, to harness even greater physical power and store more energy, he needed to push further. The solution was clear. He had to improve his physique by merging with different types of creatures, each with unique abilities, to enhance his potential. This realization crystallized in his mind, and he added it to his list of priorities. Menas, synthesize all the D and E rank skills into the highest rank possible, Angus commanded, his voice filled with authority and determination. As you wish, Master. Menas responded, her tone respectful yet tinged with anticipation. I was just about to suggest it. I'm on it. As Menas took control of a portion of his consciousness, Angus could feel the energy within him being meticulously analyzed and combined, a process that would elevate his abilities to unprecedented levels. Turning his attention to other matters, Angus called out for Butloyu. The loyal servant, who had served the barony with unwavering devotion, approached and bowed deeply. As Butloyu came closer, he could feel the subtle yet terrifying aura emanating from his new lord. It was an overwhelming presence, one that made him acutely aware of his insignificance in comparison. Angus could crush him with a mere thought, yet this power only deepened Butloyu's reverence. You called for me, my lord? Butloyu asked, his voice trembling slightly, his eyes filled with both fear and respect. Yes, Butloyu. Angus's gaze was cold and commanding, a stark contrast to his previous demeanor. Gather all the soldiers of the barony. It's time to rise. The weight of his words hung in the air, and Butloyu felt a shiver run down his spine. He quickly bowed again, understanding the gravity of the command. Why yes, my lord, he stammered, before hurrying off to fulfill the order. Meanwhile, within Angus's mind, Menas was working tirelessly. Her processes focused on perfecting the synthesis of his skills. She couldn't help but notice the subtle shift in Angus's personality, an aura of darkness and authority that seemed to stem from deep within him. It was more than just the influence of the darkness heart, it was something intrinsic to his very being. If only her memory were fully intact, she might have understood the true nature of this transformation already. But for now, she continued her work, knowing that with each passing moment, Angus was becoming something far more powerful, far more dangerous, than she could have anticipated. And it was actually beneficial for her. Her level would rise and she could serve him in various ways more. She wasn't just made to be just an assistant. She could do far more. Follow me. As soon as the guards and officials came in front upon receiving his call, Angus ordered as he went out of the Baron's residence. As Angus led his followers through the ominous dark forest, the atmosphere grew heavier. With each step, the forest was a vast, foreboding place, filled with wild demonic creatures lurking in the shadows, an ideal battleground for Angus to test his newfound power and build his army. The lesser demons following him, their crocodile heads bowed low, whispered among themselves in hushed tones, their voices tinged with fear and curiosity. "Butler, where is Lord Angus taking us?" One of the demons dared to ask, his voice barely above a whisper. Butler, walking with a sense of pride and arrogance, shot them a stern look. "Lord Angus is taking us to make us all powerful," he replied, his tone dripping with superiority. "Make us powerful? But how?" The demons exchanged puzzled glances, their confusion growing. Butler's eyes narrowed in annoyance. "HMPH, are you doubting Lord Angus' capabilities now?" he growled in a low voice, his gaze piercing through the group. The demons immediately shook their heads in denial, their fear evident. No, we don't dare," they stammered, desperate to rid themselves of the accusation. At the front, Angus remained silent, his mind focused as he led them deeper into the forest. His presence exuded an intimidating aura, one that kept even the boldest of demons at bay. This was not the same man they once knew, while something had changed within him, something dark and powerful. Within Angus's mind, Manners spoke, her voice gentle yet concerned. "Master Zero, you do realize that your personality is turning colder day by day, right?" "Yes." "What of it?" Angus responded, his tone casual, almost indifferent. "Nothing, Master." "Do you not want to change this heart of darkness?" Manners inquired carefully, aware of the delicate nature of the subject. "I am fine." "I can't afford to be distracted right now," Angus replied sharply, his voice taking on a strict and harsh edge at the mention of changing the heart. "As you wish, Master," Manners conceded, though she harbored her own concerns. In the depths of her consciousness, she noted the growing influence of the heart of darkness on Angus. It was clear that it was taking root, leading him down a darker path. "I will have to replace it sooner with a more suitable skill," she thought to herself, her resolve firm. "Synthesis complete." "Master, you can now review your evolved skills. They should aid you further in your journey ahead," Manners announced, her voice returning to its usual calm and collected tone. Angus nodded and took a look, but he could feel their power from his soul already. "Inferno Leap -59, D, plus Netherhorn Burst, E, a Hellfire Dive, C, a destructive skill that could used for jump or clash with combined ferocity of Netherhorns. Paralyzing Breath -12, E, plus Razor Claws, 6, E, a Venomous Ripper, D. With each strike of claws it has effect to paralyze the opponent. Duration depends on target's resilience and body condition. Azure Sword Strike 35, E, plus Shadow Step -9, E, a Azure Ghost Blade, D, a Spectral Sword Attack infused with blue flames, unleashed after a stealthy, ghost-like approach. Skills. Active, Doombringer Fortification, C, Hellfire Dive, C. Earth Manipulation 12D, Azure Ghost Blade, D, Venomous Ripper, D. Passive, Blazing Purge, D, Predator's Instinct -23, E, Health Regeneration -4, E. Special Skills, Monster Breeding, Level 1, Demonic Abilities, Gluttony of Darkness, Basic, Darkness Pulse, Basic, Darkness Veil, Basic, Darkness Haki, Basic, Heart of Darkness, Peak, Blood Regeneration, Basic. Unique Skills, Appraisal, Basic, Skill Absorption, Mythic, Universal Synthesis, Ultimate, Master. These were the best fitting combinations so far. "You need to gather more skills to upgrade the rest," Manners reported, noting the slight displeasure in Angus's demeanor. Angus shrugged, his expression indifferent. "It's fine. I can manage for now." He won't be able to gain any more skills in Demon Land anyway. All he could absorb were the demonic abilities. Then, he moved deeper into the dark forest. The dense canopy above cast an eerie shadows on the ground. The forest seemed to respond to his presence, the air growing colder and the silence more oppressive. His muscles rippled with suppressed power, ready to be unleashed on whatever demonic creatures crossed his path. Butler and the lesser demons trailed closely behind, their eyes filled with a mix of caution and eagerness. Even though Angus had intentionally slowed his pace to accommodate them, their effort to keep up was evident. Ahead, Angus spotted a large group of demonic creatures. A grin spread across his face as he realized that the hunt was about to begin. Appraisal: Hellfire Wolf. Rank: Lesser Demon. Abilities: Hellfire Control. Perfect. Angus grinned, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Before him, nearly a few dozen Hellfire Wolves prowled in packs, their eerie black flames flickering ominously, casting shadows across the darkened terrain. These creatures were ferocious, their very presence capable of turning lesser beings to ashes within seconds. The flames that wreathed their bodies were most intense around their heads, as if their very thoughts burned with a malevolent fire. His subordinates, standing a short distance away, watched the scene with growing apprehension. The Hellfire Wolves were legendary from their deadly power, and the thought of facing them filled the men with dread. Yet, as they nervously glanced at their lord, Angus, they couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration. He stood fearless, exuding a calm confidence that made them want to stand tall by his side. But they knew all too well that their power was insufficient to fight alongside him in this battle. "All of you stay here," Angus commanded, his voice firm but reassuring as he looked down at his subordinates. "Very soon, you all will be powerful. Then you can help me in my cause." With that, he charged forward, storming directly into the heart of the pack. The Hellfire Wolves growled menacingly, their flames crackling louder as they closed in on him. But Angus was undeterred. The black flames surrounding the wolves were inextinguishable to most, but to him, they were nothing more than a minor obstacle. Crunch, punch. With raw, unmatched physical strength, Angus began crushing the skulls of the wolves, his fists smashing through their heads like they were mere watermelons. The dark flames that would have incinerated anyone else licked harmlessly at his skin, repelled by the invisible force of his blazing purge. His defenses were impenetrable, his body a fortress that the wolves' fiery wrath could not breach. Butler and the other subordinates watched in awe, their fear giving way to admiration as they witnessed the sheer power of their lord. However, they soon noticed that the remaining packs of Hellfire Wolves had turned their attention fully to Angus, their eyes blazing with fury. Angus welcomed the challenge, his grin widening. He moved with lethal precision, his legs delivering bone-shattering kicks that sent wolves flying. With his venomous ripper skill he sliced through the beasts as if they were mere vegetables, their black blood splattering across the already darkened ground, staining it further. 6, 13, 21, 36, 56. By the time he had thrashed and slain nearly 60 of the Hellfire Wolves, Angus paused to survey his surroundings. His body was covered in the blood and gore of his enemies, but with a simple thought, his blazing purge skill activated once more. An invisible force field surrounded him, incinerating the blood and flesh clinging to his body, purging it in an instant. As the remnants burned away, his form was revealed once more clean, unscathed, and as handsome as ever. The black coat he wore, now free of stains, only added to his mysterious, almost otherworldly aura. The battlefield was silent save for the crackling of dying flames. Angus stood tall, his presence a stark reminder of the power he wielded, and his subordinates couldn't help but feel that they were following someone destined for greatness. As the last of the Hellfire Wolves fell, Angus nonchalantly activated his skill absorption ability. Dark energy pulsed from his hand, intertwining with the fading essence of the wolves. One by one, he absorbed their powers, feeling a surge of intense heat as the Hellfire control ability took root within him. The flames that had once been his enemy's weapons were now under his command. Satisfied, he straightened up and called out to his subordinates, his voice ringing with authority. "Come here." The group hesitated only for a moment before hurrying toward him, their expressions a mix of awe and apprehension. Butler, ever the loyal attendant, stepped forward and spoke. "My lord, what do you want us to do?" Angus's gaze swept over them, his eyes sharp and calculating. "I'm going to merge you with these beasts to make you stronger. Are you willing?" His tone left no room for hesitation, and the implied threat hung heavy in the air. Any sign of disloyalty would be met with swift, lethal retribution. Butler and the others felt a shiver run down their spines. The intensity in Angus's voice and the cold glint in his eyes made it clear that failure to comply was not an option. They nodded eagerly. though a sense of fear lingered beneath their anticipation. None of them knew exactly how their lord intended to achieve this transformation, but the prospect of gaining strength, of standing tall beside the man they revered, was too tempting to resist. "Butler, you're first in line," Angus declared, his gaze locking onto the older man. Butler, ever dutiful, bowed deeply. "Thank you for the opportunity, my lord," he said, his voice steady despite the trepidation gnawing at him. He stepped forward, positioning himself beside the fresh corpse of a hellfire wolf, its body still smoldering with residual flames. Angus approached, calm and steady. "Brace yourself, for this might be painful," Angus commanded, his hands beginning to glow with an ethereal blue light. "Synthesis," Angus commanded, his voice echoing with authority. Instantly, the merging began. Butler and the hellfire wolf fused together, and a spine-chilling scream of agony pierced the air. The pain was intense but brief, quickly replaced by a seamless transformation. Butler, once a fish-scaled humanoid demon, was now an intriguing amalgamation of his former self and the hellfire wolf. The other demons watched in rapt fascination, their eyes wide with a mixture of fear and awe. They had never witnessed such a transformation before. As the process concluded, Angus activated his appraisal skill to inspect the results. Appraisal. Name, Vidro. Species, Hellfire Gillian. Rank, Lesser Demon. Abilities, Hellfire Control. Water breathing. Angus surveyed the new form of Butler with satisfaction. The demon now bore the head of a hellfire wolf, while his body was a blend of scales and fur, creating a fearsome and unique appearance, a true hybrid of two formidable species. The surrounding imps and lesser demons gaped in amazement, their respect for Angus deepening with each passing moment. The newly transformed Vidro, now a tall and muscular demon, stepped forward and bowed deeply before Angus. "Thank you for this precious gift, my lord. I vow to serve you wholeheartedly." "Rise," Angus commanded, his tone indifferent but commanding. "I expect nothing less of you," he added, reinforcing his expectations. "Now, send the others one by one, and make it quick." "We are not done yet." "Yes, my lord," Butler responded, his voice filled with reverence. With a nod, the crocodile demon stepped forward. Angus performed the synthesis once more, transforming them into double hydras with hellfire control and the explosive strength of lesser demons. The fish-scaled demons also underwent transformation, becoming lesser demons similar to Butler. In total, Angus now commanded 10 double-headed hydras and 6 hellfire Gillians. The newly transformed demons bowed in respect and gratitude, their worship of Angus evident. "Rise," Angus said, a grin spreading across his face. "This is just the beginning." His eyes gleamed with ambition, as he prepared to push his power and influence even further. He examined the last of the half-dead wolves' corpses and moved forward to put them to good use. Activating the long-forgotten skill, monster breeding, he transported the half-dead bodies into the dimensional space for reproduction. Monster breeding. Level 2. Dimensional space, 100 meters, diameter. Summonable units, fire toads, flame serpents, 5x, power level, 7. Hellfire wolves, 40x, lesser demons. Angus observed the newly summoned hellfire wolves with satisfaction. They appeared fully healed, as if some mysterious magic had restored them. However, the fire toads and flame serpents were low-level creatures, so he decided to synthesize all 5 of them. The result, pirate toad serpent. Description: a hybrid species combining the amphibious traits of a toad with the elongated, flexible body of a serpent. Power level, 20. The creature stood 10 meters long and 7 meters tall, with the body of a snake and the grotesque head of a toad. It looked strange, but what mattered was its power, and now at level 20, comparable to that of a lesser demon. The hellfire wolves howled in unison, ready to obey whatever command they were given, like obedient yet incredibly dangerous pets. His subordinates watched in awe as the magical and incomprehensible thing played before them. It was known to all how hard it was to tame these hellfire wolves, but their lord had done it so effortlessly. "Lord Angus is so powerful." They all felt pride and their confidence soared. "As long they stay by Lord Angus' side, What's there to fear? Angus could feel the strain on his mana reserves after reviving and maintaining the summoned units outside of their dimensional space. Realizing that his resources were finite, he knew he needed to maximize the use of his forces before his energy ran too low. "Let's go." "We need to move deeper," Angus ordered, his voice carrying an undeniable authority. His newly evolved subordinate Issa Hellfire Gillians and double-headed Hydrasa bowed respectfully, their monstrous forms looming behind him as they followed in disciplined silence. The Hellfire Wolves, now under his control, prowled alongside them, their eerie flames flickering in the dim light. It was a fearsome sight. The group moved like a dark tide through the forest, an unstoppable force. Smaller creatures, sensing the danger, scurried away or hid in terror, their instincts warning them of the approaching doom. After some time, they encountered another swarm of Hellfire Wolves, around 30-35 in numbers. The Hellfire Wolves, known for their pack mentality, were unprepared for what they faced today. As Angus gave the command, his legions and subordinates launched a coordinated attack. The opposing wolves were bewildered, caught off guard by the betrayal of their own kind. They fought back with ferocity, their flames burning dark, but they were outmatched. Angus's forces overwhelmed them with sheer numbers and superior strength. When the last of the wild Hellfire Wolves fell, Angus stepped forward, his eyes gleaming with purpose. He synthesized the defeated wolves with his legion and subordinates, pushing them further towards greater power. The grueling process was painful, but the rewards were undeniable. The amalgamated creatures emerged stronger, their ranks creeping closer to that of a greater demon ram, though still needing further upgrades to fully achieve it. "Thank you, my lord, for your blessing." His subordinates roared in unison, their voices echoing through the forest. The thrill of power surged through them, dulling the memory of the pain. "Rise up." "We need to continue," Angus commanded, his voice calm yet unyielding. He had depleted nearly half of his mana, but there was still time. He was determined to strengthen his forces enough to conquer the nearby unconquered tribes and territories before he had to return. As they pressed onward, they soon found themselves facing a new challenge: a group of demonic Nagas. These creatures were formidable, nearly 20 meters tall with giant, muscular snake bodies that coiled and twisted with latent power. Their eyes gleamed with malevolence as they watched Angus and his legion approach. Angus paused to survey the scene. There were 6 Nagas in total, each one radiating an aura of nether energy. They each had 5 similar heads with sizzling forked tongues in motion. Appraisal: Species: Viper Scale Naga. Description: They are a vengeful type of creature that stays in groups. Be careful of their numbers, as you might be deceived. Rank: Greater Demon. Abilities: 1. Poisonous Miasma Control. 2. Body Duplication. 3. Armored Black Scales. 4. Naganian Transformation. Angus now fully grasped the previous reminder as he reviewed the details. These creatures could duplicate their bodies, creating perfect copies and not illusions but real, tangible forms. This meant they could multiply into 2, transforming into 12 greater demons in mere moments. Yet, he remained undeterred, especially after his recent power-ups. The prospect of gaining greater demons under his command was too tempting to resist. "My lord, there are too many of them." "Should we join you?" Butler Yu asked, fully aware that their current strength was no match for the Nagas. "No need. I can handle them," Angus replied calmly, his mind already crafting a strategy to defeat the foes before him. One of his subordinates began to protest, but Angus cut him off with a sharp look. His subordinates could do nothing but watch with anxiety. They were just beginning to grow stronger, and if something were to happen to their lord, it would be unbearable. With a wave of his hand, Angus retracted his legion into the dimensional space to conserve energy. Then, with steady, confident steps, he moved forward. "Manas, how many abilities can I activate at once with my current strength?" he asked. Manas responded with a flash. "Master, you can activate 4 abilities or skills simultaneously with your current strength. The number can increase if you use them more frequently, even exceeding the current limit." "Understood," Angus nodded, preparing to activate his abilities after a long time. He knew physical strength alone wouldn't be enough to defeat them all. Doombringer Fortification. Darkness Veil. With the first activation, His physical strength surged 12-fold, his muscles now covered with a sheen that radiated pure power. With the second activation, he melded into the surroundings, becoming as stealthy as an assassin. However, the Nagas were not so easily fooled. They immediately sensed something hostile but couldn't pinpoint its exact location. This heightened their vigilance, causing them to watch each other's backs warily. Angus then activated Hellfire Control, summoning eerie, black, inextinguishable flames in his hand. Boom! He closed in on a Naga and delivered a powerful punch, sending it flying backward. Its tough scales shattered, and its body was engulfed in black flames. Hiss, hiss. The other 5 Nagas reacted instantly, spewing poisonous miasma from their mouths, aiming it directly at Angus. The poisonous miasma spread rapidly, leaving Angus with no apparent escape. Yet, Angus remained calm and composed. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed a combination of darkness haki and hellfire, instantly evaporating the toxic miasma. Angus grinned as he noticed the Nagas had doubled their numbers. It was clear they had just used their body duplication ability. Now, Angus found himself facing 10 greater demons. As the demonic Nagas lunged at Angus with terrifying speed, their enormous maws revealing rows of razor-sharp fangs, the air around them grew dense with a suffocating pressure. They closed in from all sides, intent on overwhelming him. But Angus was prepared. With a swift motion, he conjured a massive black fireball, its dark flames swirling with malevolent energy. "Die!" he shouted, his voice reverberating with the force of his power. He slammed the fireball onto the ground with precise timing, right where the Nagas were converging. At the last second, Angus activated his, or your ghost blade, movement skill. Though he wielded no sword, the skill allowed him to vanish instantly, reappearing a safe distance away, much like the elusive shadow step. Boom! The fireball detonated with a deafening explosion. The ground trembled as the powerful blast sent shockwaves through the air, hurling the Nagas backward with brutal force. Their colossal bodies, once protected by hardened scales, were thrown into disarray, the impact shattering their seemingly impenetrable armor. The black flames engulfed the Nagas, burning with an intensity that threatened to snuff out their lives in mere moments. Their writhing forms struggled against the searing heat, their agonized hisses filling the air. However, Angus, ever mindful of his resources, quickly extinguished the flames before they could reduce the Nagas to ashes. He needed their bodies intact, knowing the power within them could still be harnessed. Allowing them to be completely consumed would render all his efforts meaningless. As the last of the flames died down, Angus surveyed the smoldering battlefield. The Nagas lay defeated, their once mighty forms now charred and broken. But the energy that remained within them was still potent, ready to be claimed and used to further bolster his growing legion. With a satisfied smirk, Angus began to plan his next move. However, an unexpected shout halted his actions. "Wait! Please don't kill my father!" Sniff. "Please don't!" Angus turned toward the voice, and what he saw left him momentarily speechless. A little ahead of him appeared a smaller, dark, snake-like creature resembling the Nagas, but unlike them, it began to shift and transform. In a matter of moments, the creature took on the form of a young girl, appearing around 16 to 18 years old. The snake girl possessed a striking, serpentine beauty. Her skin was a mesmerizing shade of blue, adorned with intricate streaks of black that rippled like the scales of a snake. Her eyes, deep and penetrating, were a shade of gold with diagonal slits, glowing with an otherworldly intensity. She wore a stunning purple dress made from beast skin, which clung to her curves, accentuating her unique beauty. Appraisal. Name: Sienna Olska. Species: Viper scale Medusa. Rank: Lesser Demon. Affiliation: Naga Tribe of Dark Forest. Abilities: 1. Poisonous Miasma Control. 2. Petrifying Gaze. 3. Naganian Transformation. Angus watched her details with interest. "So, there's a whole hidden tribe of snake demons in the Dark Forest." He grinned. "And why should I do that, Sienna Olska?" Angus asked, his profound gaze fixed on the desperate for a particular badly burned Naga. Sienna looked up at the half-breed demon, fear gripping her heart. Silent apprehension filled her as she realized her petrifying gaze had no effect on his overwhelming physical and demonic power. She also noticed the strange demons following him with respect and reverence. Her eyes widened when he casually revealed her name, intensifying her fear. This man was deep and mysterious. She realized that her only chance to save her father was to plead. She had to bring him back home, no matter what. Her mother was waiting for them. However, she couldn't help but ask herself, just why is this half-breed so strong? The thought sent a shiver down her spine. Under Angus's chilling gaze, she felt her courage crumble, unable to muster the strength to speak back. Just then, her father, standing beside her, reverted to his Naganian form. His body, badly burned and smoldering, bore the marks of their recent battle. The tough, blue-skinned demon, now scalded and pained, looked at his daughter with sorrowful eyes. Sienna. Why are you here? He stammered, his voice strained with both physical pain and emotional turmoil. And, please, don't plead for my sake with this outsider. I would feel even more like an incompetent father if you did. Sienna's father's face contorted with anguish as he heard his daughter's words. He then turned to Angus, desperation in his voice. Please, Lord, let my daughter go. You can kill me whenever you like, and I won't even complain. Just, please let her go. No, Father, you can't do this. Sienna cried out, her voice filled with panic. Lord, I will be your slave. But please don't kill my father. I'll do anything for you. I can even be your concubine, she pleaded, tears welling in her eyes. Angus's expression remained cold and indifferent. Shut up. I don't need a slave, and I'm not interested in your body either, he said, his tone emotionless. If you have something valuable to offer, I might spare him, but only if I like your offer. You have 5 minutes to consider. Sienna was at a loss for words. Even her body wasn't tempting to him. Then what is he interested in? She began to observe Angus and his subordinates more closely, hoping to uncover their motives. From there, I might find some clues. Think, Sienna, think. Her mind raced as she tried to understand what Angus wanted. If I were in his shoes, what would my motive be for venturing deep into the dark forest? Demonic cause, perhaps? Or loyal subordinates, gaining more power? Her eyes darted to Angus's subordinates, who stood at a respectful distance, their demeanor subdued and obedient. Would he spare my father if we surrendered to him completely? She wondered, her gaze meeting Angus's once more. His eyes were cold, but she could see the hunger for power and authority lurking within them. There must be something he wants. Sienna thought, desperate to find a way to save her father. As Sienna watched in horror, Angus calmly finished off the remaining nagas who were barely clinging to life. Panic gripped her heart as she realized the urgency of the situation. My lord, we are willing to serve you wholeheartedly, just please spare us, she blurted out, taking a desperate gamble. Angus paused, a pleased expression crossing his face. This was what he had been waiting for, a chance to gain loyal allies who could extend his power and influence. Turning them into his legion would make them mindless puppets, but having them willingly serve him offered much greater potential. Oh? And what if you betray me? He asked, his tone cold and calculating. Why should I believe you? Seeing a glimmer of interest in Angus's eyes, Sienna exhaled a breath of relief. She knew this might be their only chance. Lord, we can offer our Naga pearls to you. With them, you can control our lives and deaths, as they are spiritually connected to us, she quickly offered, hoping it would be enough to sway him. Without hesitation, Sienna magically produced a glowing green pearl from her body and handed it to Angus. Angus examined the pearl with interest. Appraisal: Medusa's pearl. Description: a spiritual object connected to the Naga, Medusa species, primarily used for communication over long distances. It can also increase a human's soul strength. Angus's eyes widened in shock as he read the description. His gaze sharpened, suspicion growing. Wait, did you use this pearl to call for help? He asked, his voice hardening as he eyed Sienna and her father with growing mistrust. Sienna's face paled as she quickly replied, No, I didn't. Our tribe is too far from here. It only works within a certain distance. But I can't promise anything about the others. Their pearls are stronger and have a wider range of communication. She glanced nervously at the dead bodies around them, hoping to assuage his concerns. Angus wasn't satisfied. Ask your father if he used his pearl, he demanded, gripping Sienna's pearl as if ready to crush it at any moment. Sienna turned to her father, who winced in pain. Arg. No, I didn't. But I did try. It was likely only received by my daughter since she was the closest, her father admitted, his voice strained as Sienna hurriedly tended to his wounds with some strange herbs. Yes, it's true, Sienna confirmed, her voice steady as she added, we should leave this place, my lord. She hoped this would earn her some trust from Angus. Angus hummed in thought before nodding. Okay, give me your spiritual pearl first, he commanded, his gaze shifting to Sienna's father, Sanka. Seeing no other choice, and urged by Sienna's pleading eyes, Sanka reluctantly handed over his pearl. He sighed heavily, realizing that their fate now rested entirely in the hands of this powerful stranger. Angus's tone softened slightly as he reassured the two Nagas. Don't worry, I won't mistreat you. And one day, if I am pleased by your loyalty, I will grant you the freedom to choose whether to serve me or not. You can decide then. With that, he turned away, heading toward one of the dead bodies, leaving Sienna and her father, Sanka, to exchange a heavy glance. Sanka sighed deeply, his voice filled with remorse. Daughter, it's all my fault for dragging you into this mess. I am such a failure. Sienna tried to comfort him, forcing a cheerful tone. I'm fine, father. This was all written in our fate. And who knows, our fortune might turn for the better by following him. But what about your mother and brother? Sanka asked, his worry clear. Will he let us meet them? If I don't return in time, won't they be left alone and at the mercy of those cruel people? We'll have to ask him about that, Sienna replied, her gaze shifting to Angus, who was now deeply focused on the dead body. I'm sure he won't be that unreasonable, especially after what he promised us. Just then, a voice interrupted their thoughts. Hello, new ones. Sienna and Sanka turned to see one of Angus's subordinates approaching with a friendly smile. Sienna quickly responded, why yes. Hello. While her father simply nodded, still in pain. The man introduced himself with a grin. My name is Uel Vidaro. I'm Lord Angus's local butler, in charge of his personal needs. So, his name is Angus? Sienna mused, finding the name both strange and powerful. Yes, you may call him Lord Angus from now on, Butler replied, his tone turning serious. Sienna and Sanka nodded, though Sienna couldn't help but mentally nickname him Cold-Faced Demon, a name she found quite fitting given the situation. A mischievous smile played on her lips, but it quickly faded when Angus's stern voice called out to them. Hey, stop talking. Come here. Butler nudged Sanka forward, offering him a helping hand as Sienna followed, her curiosity piqued. When they reached him, Angus looked at them intently. I am going to merge with this one. Guard me, all of you. And don't even think of betraying me or I can kill you with just a thought. His threat was clear, but Sienna and Sanka were more confused by his statement than intimidated. Merge? Sienna thought, her skepticism growing. How is he going to merge with a Naga? Is that even possible? She sneered inwardly, finding the idea incomprehensible. But as she glanced at the other subordinates, all of whom wore expressions of nonchalance as if this were routine, she began to doubt her own understanding. Is he telling the truth? If so, how could he really be something more than just a royal blood or a devil? Perhaps. Sienna's mind raced with questions as she tried to grasp the extent of Angus's power. Manners, do it, Angus commanded with a resolute tone, initiating the process of merging with the Naga. He knew their noble blood could enhance his body's potential and grant him the abilities of the Naga species, a powerful addition to his arsenal. As Manners took control, Angus's body was enveloped in a dome of blue light, radiating an otherworldly aura that left everyone around him in stunned silence. From Sienna's perspective, the transformation was beyond anything she had ever witnessed. What's happening there? She muttered, her voice barely audible as she watched the scene unfold with bated breath. The air around Angus seemed to shimmer with an alien energy, and she dared not make a sound. When the synthesis finally concluded, Sienna could hardly believe her eyes. Where Angus had stood, there now lay the once dead Naga, very much alive. But this was no ordinary resurrection. Of the creature before her was a towering Naga with 5 heads, each one exuding a deathly chill that sent shivers down her spine. Angus himself was nowhere to be seen. What the hell? Sienna cursed inwardly, her mind reeling. Did he somehow transform into a Naga? But that should be impossible. She struggled to make sense of it. What kind of monster is my new master? He's completely beyond anything I could have imagined. The realization hit her hard. If Angus could do this with a Naga, what else was he capable of? Could he transform into other powerful creatures, like the darkness demonic Dragoni, a being of calamitous power? The possibilities were terrifying. But then, a thought crossed her mind. Wait, does this mean we've unknowingly hit a fortune? This could explain the respect and reverence his subordinates have for him. Her fear began to give way to a strange hope. Could following Angus be the key to escaping the tyranny of the Naga King? Could this be their chance to finally leave the dark forest that had been their prison for so long? In his new Naga form, Angus felt the immense power coursing through his veins. His senses were heightened, and the world round him seemed to shrink as he gazed down at his subordinates, who now appeared tiny in comparison. He quickly accessed his stats to see the full extent of the changes and new abilities this transformation had granted him. Name: Angus Tigro. Age: 18. Race: half-human half-demon. Level: 25. Occupation: Baron of Dark Valley, Demon Servant. Class: None. Bloodline lineage: Beelzebub. Partial Royal, Viper Scale Naga, Half Noble. Special trait: Energy Converter. Artificial. Physical stats: Strength, 240. Agility, 259. Defense, 245. Mana, 18,352/35,352. Nether Energy, 5,000/35,352. Attribute points: 0. Skills. Active: Doombringer Fortification -3, C. Hellfire Dive, C. Earth Manipulation 12D, Azure Ghost Blade, D. Venomous Ripper -2, D. Passive: Blazing Purge -2, D. Predator's Instinct -25, E. Health Regeneration -10, E. Special Skills: Monster Breeding, Level 2. Demonic Abilities: Basic: Darkness Pulse, Darkness Veil, Darkness Haki. Blood Regeneration, Hellfire Control, Poisonous Miasma Control, Body Duplication, Armored Black Scales, Naganian Transformation. Intermediate: Gluttony of Darkness, Peak, Heart of Darkness. Unique Skills: Appraisal, Basic, Skill Absorption. Mythic: Universal Synthesis, Ultimate. Equipment: None. As he reviewed the data, Angus felt a surge of satisfaction. This power was exactly what he needed to push forward in his quest for dominance. Angus quickly morphed back into his humanoid form, the power of his recent transformation still coursing through his veins. He looked at his subordinates, who stared back at him with awe, their eyes reflecting a mix of fear and reverence, like fanatical devotees witnessing a divine miracle. "Congratulations, my lord." Sienna and her father spoke in unison, their heads slightly bowed. Though their hearts were in turmoil, they masked their fear with forced smiles, knowing that showing any doubt could mean their end. Butler Yu and the other subordinates quickly followed suit, their voices rising in a chorus of flattery. "Yes, my lord." "Congratulations on becoming even more powerful." Angus watched them with indifference, his expression unreadable. Their praise meant little to him. It was power he sought, and power he now possessed. "Butler Yu," he commanded, his voice cold and authoritative, "choose 3 others to join you. I'm going to merge the 4 of you with the rest of the bodies." "As you wish, my lord," Butler Yu responded, a glint of excitement in his eyes. He quickly began selecting 3 others, choosing those who were the most intelligent and hard-working among the group. Sienna's heart raced as she observed the scene, her mind reeling from the implications of Angus's power. "Oh, demon god, what kind of monster is he? Can he do this to others as well?" Such a terrifying possibility. She shivered, barely able to contain her fear. But Liu soon returned with his choices. "My lord, these are the most suitable for your divine blessing," he said, including himself among the chosen. The selected Onis Agabi, Maru, Baru, and Butler bowed their heads in submission. Two of them were Hellfire Gillians, while the other two were double-headed Hydras. Angus eyed them, considering their potential. "All right, you will do," he finally said, his tone flat but commanding. "Thank you for the generous reward, my lord." "We will be your sword and shield," they roared in unison, their voices filled with fervor. As the process began, Sienna couldn't tear her eyes away from the spectacle. The thought of what Angus could achieve with such power both terrified and intrigued her. This Mana no, this being was unlike anything she had ever encountered. If he could turn others into beings as powerful as himself, what else was he capable of? Sienna glanced at her father, who shared her unease. Angus activated his body duplication skill, watching as his form split into two identical bodies. He immediately noticed a significant drop in his stats, with his power reduced by 30%. Yet, despite this drawback, the ability to perform multiple tasks simultaneously and combine strength for more formidable attacks presented clear advantages. His duplicated body and the original stood face to face, mirroring each other perfectly while sharing the same mind. Angus could easily identify his true form by the larger reservoir of consciousness power it possessed. "Synthesis," Angus commanded, his voice echoing with authority as he initiated the merging process. The transformations that followed were astonishing. Gabi and Maru, who were originally double-headed Hydras, underwent a dramatic change. Each of them grew an additional head, resulting in a terrifying triple-headed Hydra. The new heads were not just reptilian but included a Naga head, a wolf head, and a crocodile head, each representing a unique and deadly aspect of the creatures they once were. Their size doubled, reaching an imposing 25 meters in height. The newly formed Hydras lowered their colossal heads in submission before Angus, acknowledging his supreme power. On the other side, the humanoid Hellfire Gillians Abreu and Butler experienced a different transformation. Though they retained their humanoid forms, their bodies became more muscular and robust, infused with Naganian characteristics. Their skin took on a subtle scale-like texture, and their eyes gleamed with a predatory light. Like Angus, they now possessed the ability to transform into Nagas, further expanding their combat versatility. Angus observed his newly transformed subordinates with satisfaction. Gabi and Maru's monstrous new forms radiated raw power, while Baru and Butler embodied a perfect blend of humanoid intelligence and Naga ferocity. Angus climbed atop Gabi's broad, scaly shoulder, towering over his subordinates like a living god. His gaze shifted towards Sienna, who instinctively began to fidget under his intense scrutiny. Her nerves clearly rattled. "Sienna and Sanka," Angus commanded, his voice cold and unwavering, "lead the way to your Naga tribe. We will conquer that place next." Sienna managed to muster a smile, though it was tinged with anxiety. "Yes, my lord," she replied, her voice steady despite the storm of emotions churning inside her. She stepped forward, with her father following closely behind, leading the group toward their next target. As they moved, Sienna's initial happiness at the prospect of reuniting with her mother began to be overshadowed by worry. The Naga King, a powerful elder demon, ruled her tribe with an iron fist, and his strength was legendary. Could Angus, despite his terrifying abilities, truly defeat someone like the Naga King? And what about the nearly 100 greater demons that served him? Each one was a formidable force in its own right, making the Naga King's domain a nearly impregnable fortress. But despite her fears, Sienna felt no loyalty to the tribe she was leading Angus to conquer. The Naga King's rule had been nothing but tyrannical, forcing the tribe members to toil endlessly under harsh conditions. Most of them were as cruel as their ruler, with no sense of camaraderie or kindness to be found. Sienna's only concern was for her mother and little brother, the one person who had shown her any genuine care. The thought of seeing her again brought a glimmer of hope, but it was tempered by the dread of what lay ahead. As they marched, Sienna couldn't help but glance back at Angus, who sat atop Gabi with an air of absolute confidence. The destination lay nearly 100 kilometers ahead. Along the way, they encountered numerous hellfire wolves and other low-level creatures, which Angus absorbed into his dimensional space to breed. With each encounter, his forces within the dimensional space grew at an astonishing rate. 60, 80, 120, 170, 200, 350, 500. From the initial 40 lesser demons, he now commanded over 500. These included not only wolves but also undead horses, skeletal warriors, spectral spiders, and soul reaver tigers. By absorbing their abilities, he enhanced his own demonic powers, making them more versatile with each acquisition. Alongside this, he also collected some demonic cores from some of dead creatures to recover his energy and make use of those later on. Sienna was too shocked to speak. In just a few hours, he had also gained control of 10 new greater demons, bringing his total to 15. She could only regard him as an unfathomable being. The world was bound to change if he continued on this path. Monster breeding. Level 3. Dimensional space, 500 meters, diameter. Summonable units, Pirate Serpent, 1x, level 20. Hellfire Wolves, 230x, lesser demons. Undead Horses, 50x, lesser demons. Skeletal Warriors, 69, lesser demons. Spectral Spiders, 80x, lesser demons. Soul Reaver Tigers, 75x, lesser demons. As Angus and his ever-growing army approached the outskirts of the Naga tribe's territory, he surveyed the landscape from his vantage point atop Gabi, the three-headed Hydra. The sight before him was both eerie and foreboding. A mid-sized village situated deep within swamps and marshlands, its wooden and bone-made houses huddled together behind a crude but imposing wall. The air was full with humidity, and the stench of decay wafted up from the stagnant waters surrounding the settlement. Angus's forces, now bolstered to over 500 lesser demons and 15 greater demons, moved silently through the marshes, their presence blending into the murky surroundings like shadows. Each creature within his ranks was an embodiment of his power. He also got some abilities from them: spectral spiderweb for ensnaring enemies, soul drain to weaken foes and enhance his vitality, pain resistance to endure the harshest of battles, and deathly grasp to crush the life out of his enemies. From his high perch, Angus could see the flicker of torchlight within the village, the faint outlines of the Naga warriors patrolling the perimeter. The Naga King's forces were numerous and formidable, with dozens of greater demons under his command, but Angus's confidence did not waver. He had come this far, amassing a small army in mere hours, and he knew that this village, and the power it held, would soon be his. He turned his gaze toward Sienna, who was standing at the front of his forces with her father, Sanka. Both were visibly nervous, the gravity of what was about to unfold pressing down on them like the thick, oppressive air of the swamps. Sienna, despite her anxiety, met Angus's gaze and gave a slight nod, signaling that they had arrived at the threshold of their destination. "Is that your tribe?" Angus asked, his voice calm. "Yes, my lord," Sienna replied, her voice steady despite the turmoil inside her. "That is the Naga tribe's village. The Naga King resides within, surrounded by his strongest warriors. As I told before, he had nearly 400 lesser demons and 50 greater demons that works under him. He is tyrannical and he won't wield so easily." Angus looked back at the village. "We will see about that. It's time to show them the true meaning of power." Sienna could only chuckle at that. "Only time will tell that." With a gesture, he commanded his forces to halt just beyond the village's site. The time for conquest was near, and he wanted to savor every moment of it. The Naga tribe would soon learn that no wall could protect them from the might of Angus and his ever-growing army. "Prepare yourselves," Angus ordered, his voice carrying across the ranks. "Tonight, we take this tribe, and with it, the power of the Naga King. Let no one stand in our way." "Your wish is our command." The demons roared in unison, and his legion howled that echoed through the marshes, signaling the beginning of the end for the Naga tribe. Aku. One Naganian guard sneezed. "Did you hear something?" the guard standing before the gate of the Naga tribe asked. There were 3 or 4 of them, all in their humanoid Naganian form. "What?" "I didn't hear anything." "You're imagining things," another guard replied with a laugh. "Ha, Now you hear that? I told you I wasn't just hearing things, the first guard sneered. Yeah, I hear it too, the other guard admitted. Bastard. If you can hear it, why haven't you sounded the alert signal? A stern-looking blue-skinned Naganian delivered a sharp slap, his face filled with anger at their stupidity. Yes, right away, Captain. The guard, holding his swollen cheek, replied hastily. The captain cursed under his breath, useless morons. Captain. Another guard called out, looking into the distance. Captain, we're under attack, he shouted. The captain turned to see and his heart skipped a beat. Hundreds of hellfire wolves and other wild demonic creatures were charging toward them. Quick, inform everyone. Prepare for battle, he shouted in panic. Yes, Captain. The sound of gongs echoed throughout the tribal community, alerting everyone. Within minutes, nearly 300 lesser demons and 40 greater nagas had gathered on the barren land before their tribe, ready for the imminent battle. The tribesmen and women, along with the elders, watched anxiously from the gate and high-rise buildings. In the distance, the Naganian spotted Angus standing with an air of grace atop a three-headed hydra. Surrounding him were his subordinates, 16 mighty beasts, including three-headed hydras and hellfire Gillians, each radiating a formidable aura that sent shivers through the ranks of the Naga tribe. Who is that? He looks like the leader of this force. He seems powerful, one of the guards muttered, his voice tinged with both awe and unease. Commander, should we inform the king? A young Naga named Centro asked. The robust and fierce-looking Naganian commander, his eyes wide with concern. The commander of the Nagas sneered, contempt dripping from his tone. No need. He's just another arrogant royal blood. I can sense it. Coming to defeat us with just 16 greater demons? Ridiculous. Another guard, eager to curry favor, chimed in. Yes, Commander. What a joke. We have 40 greater demons here. We can crush him easily. But what if? Centro stammered, his voice faltering as a sense of dread gnawed at him. Before he could voice his concerns, the commander cut him off sharply. Enough, Centro. Get back to your post. And why didn't your father, Sanka, join us? Do you want this month's resources or not? The commander snapped, his eyes narrowing with irritation. Centro hesitated, then replied, Commander, my father went hunting but hasn't returned since. Without waiting for a response, he turned on his heel and walked away, ignoring the commander's grumbling. A bitter sense of unfairness gnawed at him. His father risked his life on dangerous hunts, yet these cowards lounged around, hoarding the spoils and denying his family even a scrap of meat. Bastard! I'll deal with your insolence later. The commander cursed under his breath, but Centro didn't care. Angus slowly dismounted from the three-headed hydra, his every movement exuding a quiet, lethal grace. He walked to the front line of his legion, where his subordinates stood ready, their eyes fixed on the enemy forces ahead. His expression remained calm, unreadable, betraying no hint of emotion as he surveyed the battlefield. Master, I have successfully combined spectral spider web, soul drain, and deathly grasp to create a new technique, spectral death strings ability. It's highly effective against large numbers of targets, but the energy consumption is a little high. Menas, his ever-present guide and strategist, spoke within his mind. Angus processed the information, his eyes narrowing slightly. So, you couldn't synthesize it with gluttony of darkness? He asked, his thoughts calculated and measured. Apologies, Master, but you currently lack the sufficient energy required for that synthesis, Manas responded with a hint of regret. How much mana does it require? Angus inquired, his tone curious yet composed. Approximately 50,000 mana, Manas informed him. Why is the energy requirement so high? Angus asked, his gaze still fixed on the enemy forces, though his mind was deeply engaged in the analysis. Master, it's because the abilities you are attempting to combine are of royal bloodline origin. Such abilities inherently require a significant amount of energy to integrate with lower-level bloodline skills, Manas explained, its tone matter of fact. I see, Angus acknowledged, his understanding deepening as he considered his options. Then tell me, what are the chances of winning this fight? Manas took a fraction of a second, calculating the odds with precision before replying. 95.78%, Master. Angus nodded slightly, the odds more than satisfactory. He exuded an air of quiet confidence as he prepared to unleash his full might against the Naganian forces. Angus gave the command telepathically to his legion, and within moments, his forces surged forward with terrifying speed and precision. "Awoo-oo-oo!" The Hellfire Wolves howled, their cries echoing across the battlefield. "Nay, nay!" Undead horses reared, their hollow eyes glowing with a malevolent light as they charged ahead. Skeletal warriors mounted on their backs. The spectral spiders scuttled forward with lightning speed, their movements fluid and deadly. Meanwhile, the Soul Reaver tigers, their black figures nearly invisible in the darkness, leapt forward like bolts of shadowy lightning, closing in on the enemy ranks. Butleru, along with 15 other greater demons, moved in unison with the rest, their powerful auras radiating a chilling presence as they advanced on Angus's orders. Sienna glanced at her father, who had somehow recovered and now joined the fray at her side. Without hesitation, she leapt into action, to impress her new lord with actions. "Sienna," her father called out as they charged forward, his voice filled with concern, "your brother might be among the tribal forces. They must have already coerced him into joining them. I'm going to find and save him. Please, take care of yourself while I'm away." Sienna looked at him, offering a reassuring smile. "I'll be fine, father." "That cold-faced demon didn't send us here to die needlessly, right?" Her father chuckled softly, his gaze filled with paternal affection before he transformed into his true Naga form, his body elongating and scales shimmering as he prepared to carry out his mission. "Take care, father," Sienna called after him, her voice a mix of determination and worry. With a steely resolve, Sienna transformed into her Medusa form, her stunning serpentine body gleaming with energy. Her eyes flashed dangerously as she unleashed her petrifying gaze on an enemy from the Naga tribe. She felt no remorse for betraying her own kind. The years of extortion and suffering they had inflicted on her family had fueled a deep-seated hatred within her. In truth, she was enjoying the chance for revenge a little. A wicked grin spread across her snake face as she turned several of her former kin into stone statues, their expressions frozen in terror. "Sienna, you treacherous bitch! How dare you harm your own kin? Have you really sided with an outsider?" A voice, dripping with venom, cut through the chaos. Another Medusa from the Naga tribe slithered toward Sienna, her aura crackling with sinister intent. Sienna sneered in response, her gaze cold and unyielding. "So what if I have? I'd rather be a whore for an outsider than continue to serve under a tyrant like you." "Why you, traitor? I'll kill you!" the other Medusa hissed, her fury palpable. Without another word, the two Medusas lunged at each other, their bodies coiling and twisting as they fought to crush one another. Their petrifying gazes were useless against each other, as both were immune to the very curse they wielded. But Sienna had the upper hand. She was stronger now, having undergone a physical upgrade after synthesizing with the Hellfire Wolves. She had personally requested Angus not to disfigure her Medusa form through the mutation caused by the synthesis, and he had obliged, thanks to Manas's assistance. Now, with her enhanced strength and the new ability to harness Hellfire, Sienna's power was on a whole new level. Her scales gleamed with a fiery intensity, and the heat radiating from her body made the air around her shimmer. As they struggled, Sienna let out a wicked laugh. "You have no idea what you're up against. I've become more than just a Medusa now." "Huh? What do you mean by that?" The other Medusa felt a bad premonition as she began feel hot all around her body. Without a word, Sienna unleashed a burst of hellfire, flames erupting from her body and engulfing her opponent. "Arg, hellfire! But how is that possible?" the other Medusa screamed in agony, her flesh searing under the intense heat. Sienna tightened her grip, her strength bolstered by the flames, and began to crush her enemy with relentless force. The battle was over quickly. The other Medusa's body went limp, her once proud form now a smoldering, charred husk. Sienna released her lifeless foe, letting the body fall to the ground with a dull thud. She looked down at her fallen kin with cold satisfaction. "This is what happens when you underestimate me. You should have known it, bitch." With a flick of her tail, Sienna turned away from the corpse, only to be confronted by a towering demona Naga far more powerful than she had anticipated. "Ah, what bad luck," she muttered under her breath. The Naga loomed over her, releasing a breath of poisonous miasma, intent on corroding her to death. Die, you traitorous whore! How dare you kill my partner? You're dead, the Naga bellowed, his voice dripping with menace. Sienna's heart plummeted as she braced herself against his overwhelming strength, pouring every ounce of power she had into her defense. But in the next moment, she witnessed a chilling sight. The Naga's body convulsed, then crumpled to the ground with an ear-piercing shriek. The horrifying scene sent a shiver down her spine. A few moments ago, as Angus observed the battle unfolding, he frowned, realizing that the greater demons were interfering far earlier than anticipated. It's time. Body duplication. In an instant, Angus split into two. Menas, calculate the distance and aim for drat strings on the larger targets, he commanded. Calculating. Calculation complete, Master. I can take control of your doppelganger to execute the strikes, if you prefer, Menas suggested. Do it, Angus agreed, knowing it would be difficult to precisely target multiple enemies with just his own mind. But Menas was different, precise and calculating as an intelligent being. Great. Menas' cheerful voice echoed as she temporarily took over the doppelganger, and Angus's duplicate's eyes shifted from black to a glowing blue. Wait. Don't kill them completely, or we need them for our legion, the real Angus reminded. The doppelganger smiled playfully, nodding. Yes, Master. I know. She seemed to relish the chance to stretch her muscles in the borrowed body. Spectral death strings. Both Angus and his doppelganger, Menas, activated the ability simultaneously, releasing invisible threads from their fingertips, delicate and deadly like spider webs. With a swift wave of their hands, the death strings shot toward the enemy Nagas, all of whom were greater demon rank. One of the strings even reached Sienna, saving her from certain doom. Sienna glanced instinctively toward her new lord and gave him a grateful nod, understanding it was his doing. In an instant, more than 15 greater demons were incapacitated, bound by the spectral strings but not entirely slain. Angus took note of the cost to each use of the ability, drained 5,000 nether energy. Without hesitation, he converted a portion of his remaining mana into nether energy. One more use of the ability, and victory would be his. The enemy ranks were thrown into chaos, fear spreading like wildfire at the sight of their fallen comrades. Commander, call the Naga King. That man is dangerous, so we need His Majesty's help, or we'll all be dead. Naga soldiers shouted in terror. The commander furrowed his brows. Silence. His Majesty will be here any moment. That man will be dealt with swiftly. Do not panic. Understood? But before they could respond, a towering figure loomed behind the commander. The Naga King himself had arrived. The soldiers immediately bowed in respect. Commander Zula, what happened here? Why wasn't I informed sooner? The king demanded sternly, his imposing presence dwarfing even the commander. The Naga King towered at nearly 40 meters tall, with 7 heads crowned by a gleaming, jeweled crown atop his largest head. His scales were a deep blue, streaked with red, and contrasted against the black of his formidable body. Your Majesty, a half-breed royal has declared war on us. Please, kill him immediately. The commander bowed low, his snake-like head trembling with urgency. HMPH, who dares to challenge me? The Naga King scoffed, his many eyes scanning the battlefield. He soon spotted Angus's 2 forms, their synchronized gestures performing something beyond belief. Your Majesty, help! Came the panicked cries of his soldiers, as another 10 greater demons fell, one by one, incapacitated by the unseen strings. The Naga King's expression darkened, fury surging through him. His many heads twisted in rage. Audacious! How dare he challenge me? He roared. Die! With a bellow of rage, the Naga King unleashed a dense cloud of poisonous miasma from his body, gliding with terrifying speed toward Angus. Along the way, he crushed and slew any wolves that dared block his path, their bodies collapsing as he advanced. However, his massacre of the wolves was futile. Angus could revive them with some efforts later on. Angus sensed the Naga King's presence and quickly activated appraisal to see its information tune to them. Appraisal. Name, Nagashadratsorth, bestowed by Ancient Red Serpent. Age, 199 years. Blessing of Ancient Red Serpent. Abilities. Venomous Domain, Serpent Crown of Illusion, Poisonous Miasma Control, Petrifying Gaze, Body Duplication, Naganian Transformation. Angus stared at the approaching Naga King, momentarily speechless as he took in the information and power of the creature. "Manners, are you sure you calculated the odds correctly?" Angus asked, raising an eyebrow in concern. Manners, standing opposite him, grinned confidently. "Yes, Master. Don't worry. I'll be joining you as well. I can disperse his illusions, and you can use your darkness abilities to resist his petrifying gaze." Manners flashed a bright smile, seemingly unfazed by the towering threat. With a shrug, Angus shifted his focus back to the battlefield, fully aware that the coming clash would be one of the toughest he'd ever faced. The Naga King, with his 7 heads and a body the size of a small mountain, suddenly leapt into the air, unleashing his venomous domain. Instantly, a 500-meter radius was consumed by a hellish atmosphere, toxic fumes choking the life from the very air. Doombringer Fortification. Darkness Haki, Armored Black Scales. Angus and Manners activated their defensive and boost abilities, trying to hold off the overwhelming force of the venomous domain. Even with these layers of protection, Angus felt a tingling sensation crawl across his skin. Glancing at his hand, he noticed faint blue smudges appearing, a poison, though barely visible. Thanks to his pain resistance, Angus felt little discomfort, but the creeping poison was undeniable. He clenched his fist, feeling the raw power of his 2,400 stat points coursing through his body. As the Naga King's massive form came crashing down from above, Angus and Manners moved with enhanced agility, swiftly dodging to either side. The Naga King, now enraged, roared, "Who are you? Why are you attacking our peaceful tribe?" Angus met the creature's furious gaze with a laugh. "Conquer, of course. Surrender and serve me, and you'll be spared," Angus said, his voice domineering and merciful. "Ha, broken bar puny half-breed, you really think with your meager power you can defeat me? I'll kill you first, then crush those ants." The Naga King sneered, his 7 heads twisting with malice. Angus, standing fearlessly with his arms crossed, smirked. "As you wish. You won't get a second chance." While the exchange continued, Manners quickly took the opportunity and launched a black fireball at the Naga King. Sensing the incoming threat, the Naga King turned with a menacing grin. "You're too young to try the trick on me, insolent one." With a terrifying hiss, he opened all 7 of his mouths, gathering a massive amount of miasma into a single concentrated point. In an instant, he unleashed the deadly cloud, targeting both the fireball and Manners with devastating force.